Chapter 124. They actually have a small secret. On the way home, Wang Ting thought of many things. He had only become a martial warrior for a short time, but he had experienced many upheavals. At the start, he was attacked by two martial warriors, allowing him to see the ruthlessness of the martial warrior world. Then, he saw the cruelty of the actual combat assessment. After that, it was this trip to the Xingwu continent. The entire martial warrior world seemed to be covered in layers of Sha. It was slowly revealing its true face to him layer by layer. He never knew that behind all the glamour of martial warriors, it was so bloody and gruesome. When there were gains, there were losses. If you wanted to gain something, you would have to lose something. Wang Ting sighed. His belief got firmer. Mister, I'm not going to Fuhua Villa District anymore. Please drive to the university town. He suddenly opened his eyes and spoke to the driver in front. Before leaving, he had told his parents that he would be out for a month. It had only been a few days. If he went back now, he would need to explain to them. If they knew what he experienced in the Xingwu continent, they might be even more worried. There was no need to let them do another round of psychological construction. He was going to the Xingwu continent again soon. This time, he decided to go alone. The driver glanced at Wang Ting from the rearview mirror. He didn't say anything. This fellow looked wealthy and stupid. Hence, he turned his car around and headed to the university town. At the university town, in front of his rented house, Wang Ting met his landlord. He was bringing his wife out for shopping. This middle-aged man was always half a head shorter in front of his wife. Old brother Wang, Sister Han, are you going out to play? Wang Ting opened the door of the small courtyard and asked casually. Hey brother Wang, I haven't seen you in a while. Yes, your sister Han wants to buy some clothes, Wang Depeo smiled and replied. I have been busy with the university entrance exam recently. I finally had time to come here again today, Wang Ting said. Oh, so you're taking the university entrance exam this year? How is it? Speaking about it, the top scholar for the martial arts exam this year is called Wang something. Another young man with the surname Wang. As expected, our Wang family has a lot of talents, Wang Depeo said proudly. The corners of Wang Ting's lips twitched. There are many talents in the Wang family, but that doesn't include you, the salted fish uncle, right? Also, I'm standing right in front of you. What do you mean by Wang something? Sister Han, who was standing beside him, rolled her eyes at her husband. The top scholar of the martial arts exam this year is called Wang Ting. Brother Wang, that must be you. Huh! Wang Depeo was stunned. He touched his head and asked, I do think he's called Wang Ting. Is that really you? Wang Ting was speechless. Old brother Wang, you need to drink more goji berry tea. Look at your memory. Bullshit. Your old brother Wang's body is really good. I don't need any goji berry tea, Wang Depeo said guiltily. Humph. Sister Han snorted. Brother Wang, carry on with your stuff. We won't disturb you. After she said that, she pulled Wang Depeo's hand and left. Wang Ting laughed while shaking his head. He entered his rented house and closed the door properly. He went to the room to take a look at the crow egg. It hadn't hatched yet. It was still inside. Wang Ting didn't care about it. He took some clothes to change and entered the bathroom to wash up. When he came back, he took off his battle uniform so that he wouldn't seem too outstanding when he entered the city area. After bathing, he wiped his hair and walked into his bedroom. He took out his phone and turned it on. When heading to the Xingwu continent, he had turned off his phone. In fact, he didn't even bring his phone along with him. After all, he wouldn't be able to receive signals from the Earth on the Xingwu continent. The moment he opened his phone, a few messages popped out immediately. Some messages were sent by Bai Wei, Su Jie, and their group of friends. Lin Chuxia and Lin Chuhan had sent him messages too. Bai Wei and Su Jie asked him what he was doing and wanted to look for him to meet up. Wang Ting shook his head. He would never go out and play. After all, the Xingwu continent was more fun. If he wanted to play, he would go to the Xingwu continent. From Su Jie's message, he knew that the female devil, Su Hui, was already back. She was looking for him with all her effort. For some reason, he felt his little bird hurting slightly. He mustn't let her find him. It was too scary. Wang Ting decided not to reply to him. Lin Chuhan had messaged him to inquire about where he brought Lin Chuxia out to play that night. Her excitement never subsided for a few days. Ask your sister. Wang Ting smiled and typed a reply. Why are you scolding me? After some time, Lin Chuhan replied to him. In Chinese, ask your sister can be used to scold people. I'm asking you to ask your sister. Wang Ting was speechless. That stupid lady won't tell me. In that case, I can't tell you either. This is our secret. The two of you actually have a small secret. Lin Chuhan felt as if the entire world had forsaken her. She felt depressed for no reason. Men are indeed flirtatious and unfaithful. Should I steam, barbecue, or fry him? What's wrong with you? When Wang Ting that she didn't reply for a long time, he couldn't help but send a message. Go away. She replied with 2 angry words and then ignored him. Wang Ting? You were the one who looked for me first. Now, you're asking me to go away? Am I someone you can call over whenever you want and push away whenever you feel like it? Women are so fickle-minded. Sure, I'll leave immediately. A shameless message was sent out. The last message was a short one by Lin Chuxia. Brother-in-law, when are you bringing me out to play again? Wow, this young lady is addicted. Wang Ting replied, I'm not free. At the Lin family's house, Lin Chuxia got excited when she saw Wang Ting's message. However, after she saw the content, she pouted. Brother-in-law suddenly doesn't like me anymore. Lin Chuxia laid on the table and felt dejected. Oh right, did you see the USB that the God of Guns gave you? Eyes closed face, meow. Wang Ting sent another message. When Lin Chuxia saw the message, she felt excited again. There's a skill called Gun Kung Fu recorded on the USB. It looks really amazing. As expected, this USB was mass-produced. Was it reliable? Wang Ting sent another message as he pondered about this. Did he add any private things inside? No. How is that possible? Wang Ting was surprised. What else is there supposed to be? Lin Chuxia was stunned too. Wang Ting sent an awkward smile emoticon over. Damn it, that fellow treated me differently. F***K him. Nothing. If you're bored, you can practice Gun Kung Fu. I don't know if it's real or fake. Alright, I'll give it a try. That's all. I'll get busy with my things. Alright. After he replied to all the messages, Wang Ting took a deep breath. He also received another message of a bank transfer into his account, 3 million. There was a short message added at the end. Wang Ting, the volcano salamander has been sold. I have transferred the money to you. Wang Ting understood what happened. During the actual combat assessment, he had killed a volcano salamander, and the 3 martial warriors at the scene helped him sell it. He didn't expect one 1-star beast to fetch him 3 million. The money came too quickly. This didn't include the star core. If not, the price would be higher. Indeed, the money of a martial warrior came really quickly. If he killed more star beasts, he would be able to reach a few 100 million soon. He had a space ring now, so things would be more convenient for him. Chapter 125. Why are you slandering me? Speaking of the USB the God of Guns gave him, Wang Ting suddenly remembered the illegible map he drew. Well, he could call it a map for now. Wang Ting suddenly got invigorated. He went online and started searching based on the design of the map. However, half an hour later, he couldn't find a place that corresponded to the map. His efforts were all in vain. Damn it, did I get fooled by him again? Why did I use the word again? Wang Ting shook his head. Forget it. Why am I arguing with a mental patient? I wonder how much I can earn from this trip to the Xingwu continent? Wang Ting pondered silently. Because of the explosion by the fire god cannon, his shield was broken and his battle uniform was ruined. He wouldn't be able to use them again. Those things had cost him a few million. He felt his heart hurting just thinking about it. But reality proved that the shield and the battle uniform were able to protect his life during critical times. Hence, he had to buy them again once they were spoiled. I don't think I have enough money. Let's buy them after the leader sells off the battle spoils. Wang Ting counted what was left of his money. Zhao Gangbao gave him 10 million as compensation, and he earned 3 million from selling the volcano salamander. It seemed like a lot, but Wang Ting wanted to buy something better. Protecting his life was the most important. Then, there was the shooting star spiral as well. He must forge it as soon as possible. The shooting star spiral was a unique trump card. His power would be heavily discounted if the weapon that could unleash his potential wasn't present. Wang Ting immediately contacted Master Lu. Are you there? Master Lu, yes dear. I've already completed examining the blueprint of the shooting star spiral. This sentence was followed by a smiley face that was laughing hysterically. Wang Ting asked, Can you make it? Master Lu, no. Wang Ting felt the veins on his forehead popping out. Why are you laughing when you can't do it? Master Lu, but I showed it to my senior brother. He said that it's a piece of cake for him. Asterisk caret caret asterisk. This was followed by a please praise me emoticon. Wang Ting, can you complete your sentence at once next time? Master Lu, no problem dear Phi, omega asterisk. Wang Ting felt helpless. Wang Ting, how am I supposed to pass the materials to you? Master Lu, the materials are indeed rare. It's better to hand them over personally. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Were they going to meet face to face? Wang Ting didn't mind. As the official partner of Jisun Martial House, Master Lu was worth trusting. Wang Ting, how should I look for you? Master Lu, there's no need to look for me. Look for my senior brother. He's helping someone forge his weapon in Donghai. I'll send you his address and phone number. You can contact him directly, dear. Wang Ting, all right. The other party sent him a phone number. Wang Ting dialed the number and arranged to meet the person tomorrow afternoon. The following day, at 9 a.m., Wang Ting arrived at Jisun Martial House and joined Lin Zhan and the rest of his teammates. He's here. Lin Zhan walked over. Well, go to the 3rd floor. The Star Beast material transaction zone is there. Wang Ting nodded. When the group arrived on the 3rd floor, they walked past the corridor and stopped in front of a door. The transaction room. These were the 3 words written on the door. They entered the room. It was extremely spacious. More than 10 staff were arranging all kinds of Star Beast materials on the empty ground on the right side. They seemed really busy. Directly facing the door was a row of tables. A few people were sitting behind the tables. There were 2 small teams of martial warriors selling their ingredient. They were bargaining with the staff behind the table. Let's wait for a moment, Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting and his teammates nodded. After some time, one of the 2 teams finished their transaction and turned around. They had satisfied expressions on their faces as they prepared to leave. Huh? Lin Zhan, I heard that you were grooming a newbie. Why are you back so early? The leader of the team was a middle-aged man. He was stunned when he saw Lin Zhan. An accident happened, so we had to return first, Lin Zhan replied with a bitter smile. Why? Is the newbie disobedient? The middle-aged man frowned. I advised you against it, you know. He's the top scholar of the martial arts exam. He's definitely someone hard to deal with. He will be huge trouble for you once you let him into your team. Wang Ting. He got reprimanded for no reason. Wang Ting felt extremely wronged. He looked at the man with hidden bitterness. How did I provoke you? Why must you slander me? Old Zhao, you are wrong this time. If it wasn't for this newbie, we wouldn't have been able to come back. Lin Zhan pulled Wang Ting out to the front and continued, Look, This is the top scholar of the martial arts exam, a 1-star martial warrior. He's not like the other newbies who only drag people down. He has genuine skill. Of course, the most important thing is, he is really sinister. Straight face. At first, Wang Ting was happy. Toward the end, though, he was caught off guard by Lin Zhan. Really sinister? F***K, how am I sinister? I'm such a straightforward and down-to-earth person. I work hard, yet you said I'm sinister. There's no need to speak anymore. Let's sever our relationship. We are not friends from now on. That middle-aged man looked at Wang Ting in surprise. His teammates also sized Wang Ting up curiously. Is he really as sinister as you said? Of course. Lin Zhan nodded seriously. The corners of Wang Ting's lips twitched. He was on the verge of blowing his top. Is this enough? Are you done? Good fellow. This is the first time Lin Zhan praised someone like this. The middle-aged man raised his thumb. Coming back, what did you meet? Don't mention it. We met a 4-star star beast. The middle-aged man gasped in shock. You're really unlucky. I've heard this sentence no less than 5 times after I came back. As a martial warrior, there's no such thing as being unlucky. This is the path we chose, Lin Zhan said. I need to sell my materials. Talk to you again soon. Looks like your gains are not bad. Let me take a look at them. The middle-aged man smiled and said. We suffered such a huge loss. How can we not have any gains? Lin Zhan arrived in front of the transaction desk and poured all the materials out. Wow, this is the horn of a star beast. There's a star core too. The middle-aged man exclaimed. The transaction staff raised his head in astonishment too. Then, he asked, Are you selling everything? That's right. Please count them. The staff nodded and started counting the items. At the same time, he inspected the items and gave them an estimated price tag. The claws are 7 million. The horn is 12 million. The star core is 50 million. The claws of the Gale Wolves will be 6 million in total. The fangs of the Earth Armor Pig will be 1 million, its armor is 2 million, and its star core will be 11 million. Do you have any objections regarding this price? Asked the staff after giving his estimate. The price of the single-horn Denglong star core is too low. That's a 3-star beast. It should be at least 70 million. Lin Zhan shook his head. 50 million is already very high. I quote you this much because it's a 3-star star beast core. If you sell it outside, you might not be able to get this price, the staff replied. No way, our team suffered many losses in order to kill this single-horn Denglong. Lin Zhan shook his head continuously. How about this? Since we are all members of Jisun Martial House, I'll give you 60 million. The staff hesitated before answering. A little higher. This is the highest I can go. Lin Zhan exchanged glances with his teammate. They looked as though they were losing 10 billion. He gritted his teeth and nodded. Sigh, all right. I will take this price. Transaction staff like you are like vampires. 60 million is definitely not your limit. Brother, if you want to eat meat, you have to leave some soup for us, the staff replied with a forced smile. Lin Zhan snorted. After finishing the transaction, everyone walked out of the room and started splitting the gains. By right, I should be getting 30%. Lu Yan, Yang Fei, Yan Jiming, and Yan Jinyue will get 15%, while Wang Ting gets 10%. However, Yang Fei got into an accident, so I decided to take only 10% this time. I'll give 15% to Yang Fei and the other 5% to Wang Ting to thank him for saving us, Lin Zhan said. Leader, how can you do that? You can't bear everything yourself, Lu Yan said. That's right. Why don't we reset the distribution ratio entirely? Yang Fei can take 40%, Wang Ting will get 20%, and we will all take 10%, Yan Jiming said. I don't need so much. Wang Ting felt a little embarrassed to receive such a high share. After all, he had already gotten a space ring from the young man as well as the fire god cannon. Lin Zhan and his teammates didn't covet it and gave it to him directly. Yang Fei can take 50%. I will take 10%, just like the rest of you. After all, I've already had many gains. Okay, let's stop arguing. We will follow this percentage. Lin Zhan had the final say. Lu Yen and the other team members didn't have any more to add. Once Wang Ting chose to give his 10% to the injured Yang Fei, their impression of him rose again. They treated him more like their teammate. I went to check yesterday night. There's an auction 3 days later. It will be a grand auction held by one of the top 10 international auction houses, Bangda. Many important people will be at the auction. In fact, we're lucky this time. Let's auction this star bone. It will definitely fetch a good price. Lin Zhan smiled as he spoke. The Bangda auction house? And a grand auction at that. It's a rare occasion that might only happen once every few years, Yan Jiming said in astonishment. That's why I said that we're lucky, Lin Zhan replied. There will be many important people. Will we get targeted by someone? Wang Ting frowned and asked. You don't have to worry about that. The identity of the owner of the auction item will be kept a secret. They have never lost their credibility after so many years. If not, they won't be able to become one of the top 10 auction houses, Lin Zhan replied. That's true. Even some bidders who don't want to show their faces can hide their identities too. I've never heard of anyone's identity getting exposed. Lu Yen agreed. Also, the star bone might seem priceless to us, but to these wealthy and important people, it is just a small fraction of their wealth, Yan Jiming said. That's right. The world of wealthy people is not something we can imagine. Lu Yen lamented. Wang Ting suddenly felt that he might be a poor lad. What rich second generation? He wouldn't bring this identity out anymore. It was embarrassing. It's decided then. Let's bring the star bone there now and sign the agreement. After that, we will only have to wait for the auction 3 days later, Lin Zhan said. Thus, the team went to the Bangda auction house. When the auction house manager heard that someone had come with a star bone, he hurriedly went out to welcome them. He brought everyone to a meeting room and poured some tea. He said with a pleasant smile on his face, Everyone, are you planning to sell the star bone? Lin Zhan didn't say anything. He just took out the star bone. Quick, ask old Su to come. The eyes of the manager lit up. He ordered the staff beside him. After some time, an old man strode into the meeting room. Where is the star bone? Hurry up and let me take a look. Half an hour later, the group walked out in a jovial mood. Their star bone would be the 7th last item to be auctioned. This position was enough to show how much importance the auction house placed on their item. They would definitely get a good price for it. Chapter 126. Smithery. In the afternoon, Wang Ting came to the district where Master Lu's senior brother was living. He looked at the slightly worn-out old street and wondered to himself, do all the masters live in this kind of place? Does this kind of place appear higher in class? Does it make them appear more stylish? Forget it. Let's not care about this. Wang Ting walked into the old street and stopped outside a broken-down shop called Master Lu Branch Store. He was speechless when he saw this name. It was really recognizable. This shop was a little too dilapidated, though. People who didn't know what it was might think that it was opened by a blacksmith from the countryside. Wang Ting shook his head and entered the shop. He scanned his surroundings. Just like its exterior, the shop was simple and crude. There was ironware placed casually all around him, including kitchen knives, butcher knives, spatulas, and many others. Oh my God, were there people who wanted to forge these items? Weren't they all mass-produced? Fortunately, he also saw blades and swords. If not, he would have thought that he was in the wrong place. Is anyone here? Wang Ting didn't see anyone inside, so he shouted towards a door in the shop. Who is it? A voice came from inside. I made an appointment with you yesterday about forging the shooting star spiral, Wang Ting replied. Oh, the shooting star spiral. You can come in. The voice sounded again. Wang Ting entered the door and walked in. After passing through a short corridor, he was greeted with a huge forging room at the back. A man with muscles all over his body was holding a big iron hammer and hammering something in front of the furnace. When he saw this slightly ancient forging scene, Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. The inside of the furnace was entirely red, and heat waves flowed out continuously. The temperature of the room was extremely high because of the furnace. Wang Ting frowned. The ice force flowed through his entire body to alleviate the heat. Please wait for a moment. I'm almost done. The muscular hunk raised his huge hammer and knocked the sword he was making. Sparks flew everywhere. Sweat drenched his entire body. All right, you can finish your work first. Wang Ting looked at him with interest. A few seconds later, his gaze suddenly paused. Smithery *5 an attribute bubble dropped from the muscular hunk. You can drop attributes when you're forging weapons? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. Then, he used his spiritual power to pull the bubble over. A new item appeared in his knowledge column. Smithery, Foundation 5/100. At the same time, knowledge of smithery appeared in his mind. It was very abstract with no flow to it. But this wasn't a problem. As long as he kept picking up attribute bubbles, his smithery knowledge would increase. It was not harmful to learn some smithery. He might be able to forge his own weapons in the future and wouldn't need to seek help from others. Now the only problem was, will I become a muscular blacksmith in the future? Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. He was unable to accept himself having so many muscles on his body. He hurriedly shook his head to shake the image out of his mind. It was so frightening. If that really happened, he would rather give up. He could just spend money and let other people forge his weapons. It was a little troublesome, but compared to his own image, this was nothing. Smithery *5 huh? It dropped again. Let's pick it up. Wang Ting saw another attribute bubble drop, so he picked it up without thinking. He could learn smithery first. Whether he used it or not was another thing. At this moment, Wang Ting wasn't impatient anymore. He hoped that he could wait a little longer to see if the muscular hunk would drop more attribute bubbles. The muscular hunk probably had some misunderstanding of the phrase almost done. After he greeted Wang Ting, he threw him to the back of his mind and started forging his sword seriously. He seemed to have forgotten about Wang Ting. Smithery *3 Smithery *5 Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't wait in vain. He decided to forgive the blacksmith because of the attribute bubbles. Smithery, Foundation 53/100, It was hard to imagine that after a round of waiting, he had received 53 points of smithery attributes in total. Now, more and more knowledge of smithery appeared in his mind. He felt a sense of familiarity in his body, as though he had practiced forging, degree of heating, the strength of hammering, and distinguishing metal patterns for more than a year. He suddenly felt that his mind was filled with good stuff. This was amazing. Suddenly, another attribute bubble dropped. This Lu hammering skill *5 It was a hammering skill. However, this hammering skill was different from the mace skill during a battle. This one was used to forge weapons. Oh my god, there was a surprise at the end. This hammering skill was worth picking up. He didn't pick up the mace skills for battle since he didn't like to use battle maces. That was against his image. But this was different. If he really wanted to be a blacksmith in the future, he needed to have this hammering skill. The Lu hammering skill became one of his battle technique. Lu hammering skill, Foundation 5/100, a light figure started practicing the skill in his mind. Then, like the rivers that flowed back into the sea, it seeped into his body. This is good stuff. Wang Ting's eyes lit up like light bulbs. The Lu hammering skill was actually an Earth rank skill. What a massive gain for him. The price of an Earth rank battle technique was frighteningly high. Also, this wasn't a normal battle technique either. It was a rarely seen smithery technique, so the price would be even higher. Lu. Master Lu. Was this a family business and skill? Wang Ting pondered. If he stole the other party's unique skill, would it be a little uncool? If Master Lu knew what kind of shameless person he found, he would probably vomit blood in anger. Sorry to make you wait for so long. A rough voice pulled Wang Ting's attention back. It's all right, it's all right. It was not very long, Wang Ting smiled and said. Lu Zixing. The way Wang Ting smiled, for some reason, Lu Zixing felt that this youngster was a little sinister. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Zixing, Lu Zixing sighed. Lu Zixing. Wang Ting looked at him strangely. This name. Zili Zhenxing one, Lu Zixing said helplessly. He had blamed his eccentric master for giving him this name countless times. Why couldn't he think of other names for him? Master Lu, it's my honor to meet you, Wang Ting replied in an enlightened tone. I've seen the blueprint for the shooting star spiral you want to forge. There's no problem. Have you brought the materials? Lu Zixing asked. Yes, I've brought them. Wang Ting took out the star bone and the dark ice stone. Lu Zixing's eyes shimmered, looking like a predator that saw his prey. He hurriedly wiped his hands, took the materials, and observed them carefully. These are good materials. Lu Zixing caressed the star bone and the dark ice stone with his rough and big hands. He closed his eyes as though he was sensing something. In the end, he couldn't help but praise the materials. With these two items, I can create a 6-star shooting star spiral. 6-star. Wang Ting was shocked. He could make a 6-star weapon? The two materials were part of the reason, but Lu Zixing's forging skills must be extremely powerful too. However, these two materials can only be the main materials. Are you going to prepare your own secondary ingredients, or do you want me to help you purchase them? Lu Zixing asked. Chapter 127. Let's create a brick. Wang Ting had a sudden thought. He took out all kinds of ores from his space ring and piled them on the ground. Take a look. Do you think you can use any of these? Space ring. Lu Zixing was shocked. Where did this fellow come from? He actually had a space ring. He pondered over Wang Ting's identity as he lowered his head and identified the ores on the ground. He just glanced at the materials and chose a few that he could use. Then, he stopped looking at them. However, when he saw the golden ore, his gaze froze. Dark weight luminary gold. Dark weight luminary gold? Wang Ting was shocked. You recognize this? He didn't expect to meet someone that understood ores at this place. One also, looking at the other party's expression, this dark weight luminary gold seemed to be quite a treasure. Could it be that this was a rare ore? I'm a blacksmith. Recognizing all kinds of ores and metals is a necessary skill, Lu Zixing said. This is an extraordinary metal. Due to its heaviness, it's an excellent material for strength-based martial warriors. Is it very heavy? I don't think so. I feel that it's alright. Wang Ting picked up the metal block the size of a basketball and weighed it in his hand. He found it effortless. It wasn't heavy at all. Haha, try merging your force into it, Lu Zixing said. He seemed to be looking down on a non-professional. Wang Ting. He poured his force into the piece of ore. F***K. Suddenly, his hand sank. The metal ore almost escaped his grip and landed on the ground. This is really heavy, Wang Ting exclaimed in shock. In theory, the more force you pour in, the heavier it would be. The weight of this ore can increase continuously, Lu Zixing explained. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Are you selling this dark weight luminary gold? Lu Zixing suddenly asked. Wang Ting. Were people in this industry all like this? In the past, Master Lu also asked him whether he was selling his star bone and dark ice stone when he saw the materials. Now, Lu Zixing said the same thing. Wang Ting didn't know that to a blacksmith, a good material was hard to come by. The most painful thing was finding good materials and not being able to get them. I'm not selling it. Wang Ting was speechless. Can't you reconsider? Lu Zixing tried one last time. If I say I'm not selling it, I'm not selling it. Wang Ting hesitated for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. Can you forge a weapon using this or for me? Lu Zixing was a little disappointed, but this was within his expectations. No one would be willing to sell such a good thing. You want to use this to make a weapon? No problem. What weapon do you want to forge? Dark weight luminary gold is best for heavy-style weapons like battle axes, battle maces, or flayers. However, the material is a little limited. You need to add other materials. As he was speaking, Wang Ting interrupted him. Help me forge a brick. Brick? Lu Zixing suspected he might have heard wrong. He glared at Wang Ting with his eyes wide. That's right, a brick. Wang Ting nodded in confirmation. No. Forging it into a brick is a humiliation to the dark weight luminary gold. You're a wastrel. A wastrel. Lu Zixing was so angry that he started panting. He wasn't willing to do it no matter what. He highly detested Wang Ting's actions of wasting such rare and precious materials. Oh, if you can't do it, I can ask other people to make it for me, Wang Ting said casually. You! Lu Zixing glared at Wang Ting. Unfortunately, Wang Ting just ignored him. This material is mine. I can decide what I want to do with it. In the end, Lu Zixing just sighed helplessly and accepted his fate. The material wasn't his, so it was useless for him to say anything. Forget it. Let me do it. Even if you only want to make a brick, I can make its rank higher. If you give it to other people, they will most likely waste this dark weight luminary gold, Lu Zixing said in a powerless tone. I will have to trouble you then. Wang Ting sniggered. A sly look flashed past his eyes. As expected, real professionals were all honest and stubborn. They were so easy to fool. What are you thinking? How did you come up with making a brick? Lu Zixing was still complaining. I feel that a brick is very convenient. It's really easy to use, Wang Ting said. Lu Zixing? Convenient? He finally knew why this brat gave him a sinister feeling. What normal person would think of forging a brick to use as a weapon? 1. I will take 10 million from you as the forging fee. You can collect your items in 3 days. He didn't want to argue with Wang Ting anymore. He felt his brain hurting even though he only spoke a few sentences. This brat was poisonous. From the bottom of his heart, Wang Ting felt that he was getting disliked. This was a sad and sorrowful event. He paid the money and walked out of Master Lu's branch store. For some reason, he felt a little sad. Everyone seems to have some misunderstanding with me. He could only collect his shooting star spiral and brick in 3 days. The auction was 3 days later too. Within this time, the only thing Wang Ting could do was wait. The next day, he had nothing to do. He decided to visit the Master Lu branch store again. Lu Zixing's expression changed slightly when he saw Wang Ting. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you to come back 3 days later to collect the items? Oh, I just came to take a look. I can't do that? Asked Wang Ting. You can. But, don't talk much and don't interrupt my work. Lu Zixing looked really uncomfortable. He looked as though he just ate a pile of shit. I want talk. You can do your things. I'll just stay at the side. Wang Ting felt extremely wronged. Lu Zixing was too lazy to care about this drama king. He returned to his work. The sound of metal clanging echoed in the room. Surprisingly, it felt a little rhythmic. Smithery *5 Smithery *8 Lu hammering skill *5 Wang Ting happily collected the attribute bubbles at the side. This was the primary purpose of this trip today. He wanted to collect the fur from this muscular lamb. At night, Wang Ting bid farewell to Lu Zixing and said, Master Lu, I'll visit tomorrow too. You're still coming tomorrow? Lu Zixing looked at Wang Ting as he left. He looked constipated. The next day, Wang Ting came again. He continued collecting the Lu hammering skill and smithery skill attribute. During the next 2 days, His smithery skill broke through the foundation stage and reached small achievement. Smithery, small achievement 230 to 500, the progress of his hammering skill wasn't slower either. He reached the small achievement state. Lu hammering skill, small achievement 55/500, with his small achievement smithery skill and Lu hammering skill, Wang Ting was confident to forge a 1-star weapon now. Even if he were to forge a 2-star weapon, he felt that he had a 50 to 60% success rate. The span was extremely wide. 2 days ago, he was an outsider who didn't know anything about smithery. Now, he could already forge a 2-star weapon. If Lu Zixing knew Wang Ting's progress in these 2 days, he might have had a heart attack. He had practiced smithery for 30 years. From someone who didn't know anything to be able to forge a 2-star weapon, he took 7 years. The hardships he had to endure weren't worth telling other people. What about Wang Ting? He only took 2 goddamn days. There was nothing to compare. Nothing. On the last day, Wang Ting didn't go to the Master Lu branch store in the morning. Instead, he headed towards the Bangda auction house to participate in the auction. Chapter 128. The Frog in the Well. 9 a.m. Bangda Auction House. As one of the top 10 auction houses globally, its position and scale were beyond all doubt. The auction today was an important and large-scale event. Naturally, many people came. Most of them came from impressive backgrounds. Usually, during such large-scale auctions, there would always be unexpected items that were rare and precious. They would cause the noble bidders to go after them like a flock of ducks. Even though some people couldn't afford the items, they would find all means to get an invitation. They were willing to break their heads in order to witness this grand occasion. This was something everyone knew. At the same time, this was what Li Liangda was telling his son, Li Rongqing. Today, the main purpose is to let you see the world. You will meet many martial warriors later. That little brat from the Wang family might have become the top scholar of the martial arts exam as a martial warrior, but compared to the people at the auction today, he's nothing. He's just a young lad. If he wants to become a real powerful person, he still has a long way to go. No one knows if his path will break someday either. Li Liangda's expression was ruthless. But, when he looked at Li Rongqing, a hint of love appeared in his gaze. Hence, a moment of defeat doesn't mean anything. No one knows whether you or Wang Ting will be more powerful in the future. Take your martial arts exam next year properly. Our Li family will support you with everything. I don't believe that you can't be better than Wang Ting. Dad, I understand. Li Rongqing nodded like a pecking hen. He clenched his fist tightly, and hope was rekindled in his eyes once again. Wang Ting, just wait. Next year, I will definitely get into a top university. I have the support of the entire Li family. I'll catch up with you soon. At that time, I will make sure you die a terrible death. Just as he was imagining how he would enter a top university and throw Wang Ting far behind him after he got stronger, a familiar back view appeared in his vision. The hideous smile on Li Rongqing's face abruptly froze. Wang Ting. Dad, it's that little brat. Li Liangda looked in the direction Li Rongqing was pointing at and squinted. When Wang Ting heard the noise, he turned around. Li Rongqing. One can't avoid one's enemy. This thought appeared in both their minds almost simultaneously. Wang Ting didn't care about them, though. He continued walking towards the main entrance. They were holding a grand event today, so security guards were validating the identities of the guests at the entrance. People without invitations weren't allowed to enter. Wang Ting took out his invitation card and walked in first. How did Wang Ting get an invitation card? Did the Wang family get him one? Li Liangda frowned and thought to himself silently. Dad, didn't you say that the invitation is very hard to get? How did he get it? Li Rongqing felt uncomfortable when he saw Wang Ting walking in. He turned around and questioned Li Liangda. Why do you make a fuss out of everything? Why are you feeling unhappy just because of an invitation card? Can you have a broader field of vision? Li Liangda scolded him. I know my mistake. It's just that every time I see him, I lose my emotions. Li Rongqing felt aggrieved. You need to change yourself. If you continue to remain so narrow-minded, your future might be limited. Li Liangda expected better from his son. However, he still explained patiently, as for the invitation, it's hard to get one, but with the Wang family's ability, they could get their hands on it if they make some effort. Li Liangda thought that Wang Ting's invitation came from the Wang family. He never expected Wang Ting to get the invitation himself. He lectured Li Rongqing for his narrow-mindedness, but he didn't know that his own vision was limited too. While he was laughing at other people for being a frog in the well, he should raise his head and look up at the sky above him. Was it the real sky? Li Liangda brought Li Rongqing into the main building of the Bangda auction house. Both of them were wearing formal clothes. They were in suits and leather shoes, looking like they were here for an official banquet. The auction today will be held in the Sky Auction Hall on the 8th floor. Let's go there directly. Li Liangda looked at the invitation card in his hand and said. The two of them came in front of the lift. The lift door was about to close. Wait! Li Rongqing hurriedly ran over and pressed the lift button. He stopped the doors of the lift that was about to close. Li Liangda glared at Li Rongqing with a reproachful gaze. Then, he said to the people in the lift, My son was reckless. I'm really sorry about that. There were around 5 people inside, and they all gave off powerful auras. When they glanced at Li Liangda and his son, a hint of contempt flashed past their eyes. Li Liangda was a smart person. Thus, he noticed the people's reactions and felt humiliated in his heart. He even felt hatred. However, he didn't dare to reveal anything. Misters and Miss, we will wait for the next lift. He smiled awkwardly. After the lift door closed, Li Rongqing's expression turned ugly. He felt disgraceful as he asked, Dad, why do we have to lower our voices and status in front of them? Idiot, why can't you see who those people are? Look at their attires and temperament. They are most likely martial warriors. How can you offend those people? Do you feel that our Li family is living too happily? Li Liangda was suddenly a little disappointed by his son. He glanced at him and snorted. Li Rongqing felt a strong sense of unwillingness seeping out of his heart. Martial warriors! Martial warriors again! If he passed the martial arts exam and entered a top university, he would be able to become a martial warrior soon. He wouldn't need to bend down in front of these people and speak humbly to them anymore. It was all because of Wang Ting. He was the one who harmed him. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have failed the martial arts exam. He wouldn't be in this state today either. At this moment, the hatred Li Rongqing had towards Wang Ting got deeper and stronger. Li Liangda seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He said, I know that you hate Wang Ting and want to take revenge. But, you need to become stronger faster. Footsteps were heard behind him. He stopped speaking. Huh? Mr. Li, you came to participate in this auction too? A slightly astounded voice was heard. Mr. Xie. Li Liangda turned his head and found someone familiar. He was slightly shocked too. He smiled and said, Yes, I brought my son out to let him experience the world. Mr. Xie, you must have laid your eyes on a certain auction product, so you came to bid for it, right? Xie Kun felt a vague sense of superiority when he noticed Li Liangda flattering him. He laughed and replied, That's right. I wanted to forge a weapon and saw a suitable item at the auction. Hence, I came to take a look. Xie Kun was delighted. Before he became a martial warrior, he could only look up to and admire these wealthy people. However, ever since he became a martial warrior, those wealthy people didn't dare to offend him anymore. Sometimes, when they needed to ask him for help, they would fawn upon and flatter him in every way they could. They also needed to spend a considerable sum of money if they wanted his help. Mr. Li was an example. In the past, to get rid of some trouble, he promised to give him 10 million and even begged him before he finally agreed to help. You might be wealthy, but you needed to bow down in front of a powerful and capable martial warrior. Of course, if you were really wealthy, you would be able to invite a stronger martial warrior. You wouldn't need to treat low-rank martial warriors like this. But, in the end, they still had to rely on martial warriors. Martial warriors were slowly becoming the mainstream in this era. Chapter 129. Su Hui. The lift came. Li Liangda, Li Rongqing, and Xie Kuan entered it together. Li Rongqing looked at Li Liangda's attitude towards Xie Kuan and felt humiliated and frustrated. At the same time, a strong sense of jealousy arose in him. This was a martial warrior. He must become a martial warrior. Xie Kuan noticed the change of expression on his face and smiled unconsciously. In the past, this was how he felt too. Mr. Li, is this your son? Yes, it's my son, Li Liangda replied. Looking at his age, he is probably going to take the university entrance exam soon, right? Did he take it this year, or is he going to participate next year? Does he plan to take the martial arts exam? Xie Kuan asked. My son is already an advanced stage martial disciple. He took the martial arts exam this year and had hopes of entering a top university. Unfortunately, he was forced to leave the actual combat assessment because of the despicable act of another student. Now, he can only repeat his year and wait for the exam next year, Li Liangda sighed and replied. An advanced stage martial disciple. Your son is very talented, Xie Kuan praised. Then, he frowned and continued. Which student is so evil to kick your son out of the actual combat assessment? The grudge is formed. You're right. This is the first time I saw such an evil student. Yet, he still managed to become the top scholar of the martial arts exam this year, Li Liangda said with disdain. The top scholar of the martial arts exam? Is that Wang Ting? Xie Kuan frowned. How could the top scholar have such a flawed character? That's right, it's him. He came to the auction today too. We just met him at the entrance. I know his father, so by right, even if there are some grudges between the younger generations, he should greet me as his uncle Li since I'm his elder. However, he looked at me with contempt and left without even greeting me. Li Liangda shook his head and looked as though he was disappointed by the character of the younger generations nowadays. Humph, I've seen many newbies like him. They feel arrogant just because they become a martial warrior. They have not experienced the cruelty of society, so they don't know how ruthless the martial warrior's circle is. Since he's able to become a martial warrior, he must be talented. However, talent doesn't mean that he will have a successful future. I've seen a genius from the Xingwu continent in the past. He also became a martial warrior at a young age. What do you think happened to him? Xie Kuan scorned. What happened? Li Rongqing couldn't help but ask. He died. He got killed by a 2-star martial warrior. That's why ability is the most important thing for a martial warrior. Your talent is only your talent if you are able to change it into your ability. Xie Kuan gave his advice as an experienced senior. Mr. Xie, you're right. Someone like him who doesn't know how to restrain himself will suffer sooner or later. He might not even know who killed him at that time. Li Liangda nodded in agreement. That's right. He's that kind of person. Once you see him, you'll dislike him too, Li Rongqing agreed. As the three of them chatted, they arrived at the auction hall on the 8th floor. The Sky Auction Hall was huge and spacious. In the middle, there was a circle of tables and chairs. These were the seats of ordinary bidders. Besides the auction stage right at the front, the other sides were filled with VIP rooms. There were 2 levels. Only highly respected figures had the right to use these rooms. Wang Ting was already in the auction hall. He was searching for Lin Zhan and his teammates, but they didn't seem to be here yet. He was bored, so he found a seat and sat down. He was enjoying some tea and pastries as he waited for them to come. When this scene landed in the eyes of other people, they found it a little unconventional. The people in the hall were either restraining themselves so that they wouldn't do things that lowered their status or flipping the auction booklet seriously. They didn't see what Wang Ting was doing. There was no one else acting like Wang Ting. Little Ting Ting. Suddenly, a familiar but unfamiliar voice rang beside his ear. It gave Wang Ting a huge scare. This address. This voice. F***K. It's that female devil Su Hui. Why is she here? Wang Ting almost spat out the mouthful of tea he just drank. All kinds of thoughts flashed past his mind in an instant. He turned and saw the figure that was like a nightmare to him. At the same time, there were a few people following her at the side. Wang Ting didn't recognize any of them. Why are you here? Wang Ting asked as though he had seen a ghost. That's just what I wanted to ask. Su Hui walked over and glared at him with her hands on her waist. I asked my younger brother to look for you, but you went hiding somewhere. You didn't even reply to my message. What is it? Have you become arrogant just because you were the top scholar of the martial arts exam? Wang Ting looked at the beauty in front of him, who was glaring at him with her hands on her waist. A sense of familiarity rose to his heart. The same ponytail, the same slender and tall figure, the same bad temper. However, in this sense of familiarity, there was a slight hint of unfamiliarity too. At this moment, she was wearing a battle uniform with a sword hanging on her waist. She looked handsome and valiant. There was a different aura on her. He had never seen this attire on her before in his past life. I've been busy recently. In fact, I just came back. Did you send me a message? My phone was off, so I didn't see it. Wang Ting felt his head hurting as he spouted nonsense. Do you know how you look when you're lying? Su Hui scoffed. I'm a decent person. I never lie, proclaimed Wang Ting. I only left for a short time, but you've already become so naughty. I'll settle this with you when we return. I'm too lazy to bullshit with you now. Tell me, why did you come here today? Su Hui rolled her eyes and asked him again. I'll leave immediately after the auction ends later. Do you think I will stay here stupidly to wait for you to find me? Wang Ting thought to himself secretly. I just came to take a look and broaden my horizons. He found a random excuse. Then, he asked, what about you? I also came to take a look with my seniors. Su Hui finally remembered to introduce the people beside her. These are my seniors from Jiangnan University. You can greet them like how I greet them. Su Hui, is this the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam that you've been talking about recently? A pretty lady beside Su Hui asked. That's right, senior sister. He's my younger brother's friend, and I grew up with him. I got a huge shock when I heard that he actually became the top scholar of the martial arts exam. Su Hui smiled and replied to the lady. Childhood friends. Pan Danwen teased her. Hearing this sentence, the man behind Su Hui frowned. He's just a kid. How can he be my childhood friend? He's at most a bootlicker. Su Hui was too proud to admit it. Wang Ting was speechless. F***K, I'm not a kid. Haha, since you're Su Hui's friend, you're our friend too. The man behind Su Hui walked out. He pretended to be magnanimous as he spoke to Wang Ting. Little brother Wang Ting, there are many important people here today. Why don't you follow us? It will be troublesome if you provoke some respectable figure. Wang Ting didn't know what to say when he heard this. It was all right when Su Hui called him a kid. After all, they were close to each other. But he didn't know this young man at all. Yet, he called him a little brother. When am I your little brother? You are the little brother. Your entire family is little brothers. Where did this person come from? Chapter 130. Who on earth are you? The man in front of him was tall and bulky. He was quite handsome and had a bright smile on his face. But people with a little more life experience would be able to see that the smile was a little fake. The drinker's heart is not in the cup. Before this, these two had no interaction at all. The only link between them was Su Hui. Wang Ting shook his head speechlessly. This female devil Su Hui came to find him for trouble the moment she came back. There's no need for that. I'm waiting for my friends, Wang Ting said. Xie Zhilong frowned secretly. Then, he smiled and said, You can ask your friends to come together. Y'all just graduated from high school, so you have not experienced many things. We have been in the university for a year or two. We have heard and seen more than you. If you follow us, you can gain some experience. He didn't think much. He believed that Wang Ting's friends must be his peers, so they were just senior high graduate. They probably felt that they were exceptional because they had just passed the martial arts exam. Youth knew no fear. As their senior brother, Xie Zhilong felt that he needed to educate them properly from the perspective of an elder. Pan Danwen and Su Hu's other seniors silently agreed with his words. They had been through this stage before. They knew better than anyone how they felt when they just graduated from high school. Honestly, they were a little proud at that time. They only learned the immensity of the universe after they entered university. Wang Ting was Su Hu's friend, so they agreed with Xie Zhilong's suggestion. If they could bring him along, they should. This would prevent him from creating trouble. Little brother Wang Ting, I'm Su Hu's senior sister, Pan Danwen. You can follow us later. We can take care of each other that way. You don't have to feel shy about it. Pan Danwen was more tactful with her words. Besides, she was as pretty as a flower. When she opened her mouth, it felt as though a breeze blew past their faces. Wang Ting said helplessly, Senior Sister Pan, I'm not shy. I'm really waiting for my friends. I can't make decisions for them. Why are you rejecting us? It seems like you look down on us. Forget it. Let's not ask for a snub, Xie Zhilong said, as if he was mocking himself. As expected, the other senior brothers and sisters frowned when they heard this. They were unhappy. This Wang Ting was really insensible. Did he think that he could be haughty just because he was the top scholar of the martial arts exam? Wang Ting, are you stupid? We're asking you to follow us for your own good. Why are you so stubborn? Su Hui was a little angry as she complained. Wang Ting squinted slightly. He ignored Su Hui and just smiled ambiguously at Xie Zhilong. Xie Zhilong felt chills running down his spine. Somehow, he felt as though he got targeted by a wild beast. Fear crept up his heart. Did he get scared by a high school graduate? He hurriedly shook his head and felt a little angry from embarrassment. Just when he was about to flare up, he heard a voice behind him. Zhilong? Xie Zhilong turned his head and smiled brightly. He called out to the man, Uncle. Haha, it's really you. Xie Kun, Li Liangda and Li Rongqing walked over. When Wang Ting saw Li Liangda and Li Rongqing, his head started hurting. All of them were gathered together again. Uncle, weren't you in Jiangnan? Why are you here? Xie Zhilong asked curiously. I came for the auction. Xie Kun smiled. Then, he turned to look at Pan Danwen and the others besides Xie Zhilong. He said, Are these your classmates? Yes, they are all my schoolmates from Jiangnan University. However, this person isn't. He's the top scholar of the Donghai University martial arts exam this year. He looks down on normal students like us. Xie Zhilong introduced Pan Danwen and his friends before looking at Wang Ting mockingly. Oh, the top scholar of the Donghai martial arts exam. Xie Kun sized up Wang Ting. Then, he turned and asked Li Liangda, Is this the Wang Ting you mentioned? It's him. Before Li Liangda could open his mouth, Li Rongqing had already answered hurriedly. This martial warrior knew his father, so he would definitely stand on their side. Also, Li Rongqing could tell that there was contempt in his tone when he talked about Wang Ting. He might be able to make Wang Ting suffer a little. Li Rongqing was delighted to see that. Wang Ting, this Mr. Xie is a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you've become a martial warrior. Compared to Mr. Xie, A 1-star martial warrior is nothing. Don't be proud. Li Rongqing was like the fox that assumed the majesty of the tiger. 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Pan Danwen and the other students looked at Xie Kuan in astonishment. My uncle has been a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior for many years. Normal 3-star soldier-level martial warriors can't be compared with him, Xie Zhilong boasted proudly. A 3-star soldier-level martial warrior isn't much. There are many powerful and respectable people in this place. I'm just in the lowest rung. Xie Kuan pretended to be humble. However, in his heart, he was proud and enjoyed the attention he was getting from everyone. He looked at Wang Ting calmly and asked, I've heard about your grudge with Li Rongqing. You used some method to force him to leave the martial arts exam because you wanted to take revenge on him. I wonder if this is true? Pan Danwen and the other students from Jiangnan University looked at Wang Ting in unplanned unison when they heard this. They threw him a look of contempt. Owing to what happened just now, their impression of Wang Ting was already bad. When they heard this inside story, they detested him even more. That's impossible. Wang Ting is not that kind of person, Su Hui shouted without thinking. Su Hui, it's impossible to judge a man's heart from his face. How do you know that he's not that kind of person? Xie Zhilong said. Li Rongqing told you that, right? Wang Ting glanced at everyone. He especially paused when he glanced at Xie Zhilong, Li Liangda, and Li Rongqing before he said this. He wasn't anxious even when he was misunderstood by other people. It doesn't matter who said it. You can't hide the truth. You are so young but already so evil. If you become a higher-class martial warrior in the future, you will be a huge scum of society. Xie Kuan placed his hands behind his back and said, Who are you? I don't think I know you? Even if I'm evil, what does it have to do with you? Why did you run over and say this nonsense to me? Who gave you the authority to do that? Wang Ting looked at Xie Kuan indifferently. Xie Kuan choked on his words and his face turned green. It might be either anger or frustration. At first, he thought that with his ability as a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, Wang Ting wouldn't dare to talk back to him. He would definitely listen to his lecture obediently. Unexpectedly, Wang Ting wasn't scared of offending him. The moment he opened his mouth, he didn't give him any face and humiliated him right in front of everyone. At this moment, he really wanted to slap Wang Ting to death. Unfortunately, this was the venue of a grand auction hosted by the Bangda auction house. He wouldn't dare to create any trouble. Wang Ting, do you know that you should respect your elders? My uncle is doing this for your sake, but you just berated him. You don't deserve to be the top scholar of the martial arts exam, Xie Zhilong shouted angrily. Chapter 131. A good person will be safe all his life. Are you questioning the authority of the martial arts exam? Wang Ting found it a little funny. The two people in front of him were indeed from the same family. Their attitude was exactly the same. One of them ran over without any reason and started lecturing him without distinguishing truth and false. The other scolded him and even dared to question the martial arts exam. Was the martial arts exam something a normal university student like him could question carelessly? These two were both proud and obsessed with themselves. So what if I question it? The top scholar of the university entrance exam should be someone with good character and ability. You? What is your worth? Said Xie Zhilong with disdain. Enough. Xie Zhilong, you're going overboard. Su Hui couldn't help but stand up and came in front of Wang Ting. She never expected this meeting to end with an argument. Wang Ting was in a tricky position. He might get into big trouble because of this. Me? Overboard? Wang Ting humiliated my uncle just now. Isn't he the one who went too far? Xie Zhilong got even more furious when he saw Su Hui speaking up for Wang Ting. Zhilong, stop talking. There's nothing to say to an evil person like him. As for your schoolmate, you should stay away from her. Birds of a feather flock together. Xie Kun glanced at Su Hui. He shook his head and then said to Wang Ting, take care of yourself. I hope that you won't regret your rebuttal after you step out of this door later. Am I right to say that you're threatening my young teammate? At this moment, a fierce voice suddenly came from the crowd. A few figures with powerful auras walked over and stopped beside Wang Ting. Lin Zhan smiled and said, You little fellow, you were hiding her and eating food. No wonder we couldn't find you. You are the ones late. I couldn't wait any longer, so I sat down to eat something to pass the time, Wang Ting said with frustration. Xie Kun's expression changed when he saw Lin Zhan and the others. Tiger Warrior Team. Lin Zhan. Xie Kun were old acquaintances. Come, tell me, were you threatening my young teammate here a moment ago? Lin Zhan glared at Xie Kun and sneered. What kind of joke is this? Wang Ting is just a high school graduate. How can he be your team member? Lin Zhan, don't seek trouble out of anything. Do you think I'm scared of you? Replied Xie Kun. He appeared tough on the surface, but in his heart, he was scared. You better believe me. The principal of our Jisun martial house personally placed Wang Ting in our team, Lin Zhan replied. The Jisun martial house principal did it personally? Xie Kun was flabbergasted. Wang Ting was able to catch the attention of Jisun martial house's principal? That meant that he wasn't someone he could touch if he wanted to. Xie Kun felt his head spinning. Why did he offend Wang Ting? He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. So what? I just wanted to remind him to be a good person and don't provoke others. If he did, he'd be the one regretting it in the future. Xie Kun remained stubborn. I don't think that's what you said just now. Lin Zhan scoffed. Wang Ting, what happened just now? Why did this old fellow come and offend you? Tell us everything. We will stand up for you. A dangerous glint appeared in Lu Yan's eyes as she patted Wang Ting's shoulder. Wang Ting smiled and explained the happenings to them. After hearing his story, the faces of the members of the Tiger Warrior team turned cold. They looked at Xie Kun indignantly. Old fellow, how dare you reprimand him before understanding the truth? I think that you're going senile because of your age, Lin Zhan said furiously. When Xie Kun heard Wang Ting explaining the situation, he immediately had a bad premonition. He had listened to a one-sided story and believed it. He actually made such a newbie mistake. He glared at Li Liangdao and Li Rongqing. In his heart, he hated these two people. Li Liangdao and Li Rongqing turned pale in fright. If Lin Zhan and his team members hadn't appeared, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Even if he told the truth, Xie Kun would definitely leave the mistake uncorrected. They could just spend more money to appease Xie Kun after this issue ended. Xie Kun would get the money and they their revenge. It was a win-win situation. However, no one expected Wang Ting to be a member of the Tiger Warrior team. Looking at Xie Kun's expression, they knew that this team wasn't easy to deal with. The entire situation took a huge turn. They had a taste of their own medicine. Li Liangdao felt bitter in his mouth. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have cooperated with his useless son and framed Wang Ting. They didn't know how to end this scene now. Lin Zhan, what happened today is my fault, Xie Kun gritted his teeth and said. Are you planning to end the matter with a single apology? Lin Zhan mocked. What do you want? Xie Kun was filled with frustration. However, he couldn't vent it out. He was in the wrong this time, and he couldn't beat Lin Zhan in a fight. He couldn't afford to offend the Tiger Warrior team either. It wouldn't bring him any advantages. Apologize. Apologize to Wang Ting, Lin Zhan said. You can also compensate for the damage you did to me mentally, Wang Ting interrupted. His teammates' expressions turned strange at once. Cough, that's right, you need to make some mental damage compensation. Lin Zhan coughed awkwardly. This is an extortion. Xie Kun glared at them with wide eyes and shouted angrily. You can understand it this way too, Lin Zhan nodded and agreed. Xie Kun's face alternated between green and white. He made one final effort. We're at the Bangda auction house. If I don't give in to you, what can you do to me? We can't do anything to you now, but it's a different story once we step outside. Lin Zhan was nonchalant. Fine, I give in. These are 30 energy stones. This is my compensation for you. Xie Kun was trembling in anger as he threw a bag of energy stones at Wang Ting. This is too little, only 30. Are 3-star martial warriors all so poor? Wang Ting muttered. Too little. You need to give 50 more energy stones. Lin Zhan wanted to say 20 energy stones at first, but when he saw Wang Ting raising 5 fingers secretly, he immediately changed his words. 50? Why don't you go and rob someone? Xie Kun exclaimed in shock. I heard what you said. If we snatch from you later, it might not be 50 stones anymore, Lin Zhan replied. Xie Kun felt the blood rising up his throat. He almost vomited a mouth of blood. He forcefully bore with it and took out another bag. After counting 50 stones with trembling hands, he passed them to Wang Ting. Then, he left without any hesitation. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would die from anger. Of course, before he left, he didn't forget to glare at Li Liangdao and his son. This matter hadn't ended. Mr. Xie is really a good person. Good person, see you. A good person will be safe all his life. Wang Ting waved his hand. Xie Kun staggered and almost fell to the ground. He instantly quickened his pace and squeezed into the crowd. Lin Zhan and his teammates laughed uncontrollably. This brat was really evil. Uncle, wait for me. Xie Zhilong didn't have the face to stay any longer. He didn't even dare to look at Wang Ting again. Instead, he chased after his uncle hurriedly. Li Liangdao and Li Rongqing also escaped when no one was looking at them. This Su Hui, Pan Danwen, and the other students were dumbfounded. The story reversed too quickly. Before they could react, everything had already ended. They never expected Wang Ting's friends to be the team members of a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior elite team. Even Xie Kun didn't dare to offend them and could only run away disheveled. Especially Su Hui. She felt as though this was the first time she knew Wang Ting. She sized him up repeatedly. Changes were seen through the people around you. Wang Ting's change was too huge. It was already astonishing when he became the top scholar of the martial arts exam as a martial warrior. Now, he had already integrated into the martial warriors' circle at such a young age. Even his friends were 3-star soldier-level martial warriors. She then thought of herself. She was a university student who barely managed to become a martial warrior after she entered university. Now, she was still waiting for the school's arrangement to head to the Xingwu continent. On the other hand, Wang Ting had joined a martial warriors team and most likely gone to the Xingwu continent already. He had experienced life and death struggles. Compared to him, they were the newbies. Pan Danwen and the other students had obviously thought about this too. They recalled what they said a while ago and felt exceptionally ashamed. It was too embarrassing. Chapter 132. Singles Like You. Su Hu's seniors felt extremely awkward now. However, they couldn't leave directly like Xie Zhilong. It would be rude if they did that. Fortunately, they didn't say anything overboard just now. Xie Zhilong had already offended Su Hui, so there was no point for him to stay any longer. Wang Ting, I'm sorry for what happened just now. At this moment, Pan Danwen stood out voluntarily and apologized for what happened a moment ago. There's no need for you to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Wang Ting waved his hand. It's almost time. The auction is about to start. Well, go up first. The manager of Bangda arranged a private room for us, Lin Zhan said. Sure. Wang Ting nodded. He said to Su Hui, I'll go up with my teammates first. Please carry on. Then, he smiled and chatted happily with Lin Zhan and his teammates as he walked up the second floor. Pan Danwen and her schoolmates were shocked. Bangda Auction House actually arranged a private room for Wang Ting and his teammate. Mind you, the auction today was a large-scale and grand one. Only the real influential and powerful figures had the right to stay in a private room. It looked like Su Hu's friend and his martial warrior friends had something they excelled in. If not, how could they receive such distinguished treatment? Su Hui bit her lips and looked at Wang Ting's back view. She felt a little depressed for some reason, as if there was an estrangement between them after she came back. Wang Ting was pushing her away secretly. One Wang Ting and his teammates arrived at a small private room on the second floor. Yan Jinming leaned over and sniggered. "Little brat, your luck in ladies is not bad. That childhood friend of yours is very pretty." "Haha, Wang Ting is so handsome. He must have many beauties around him." Lin Zhan laughed loudly. "Are you all envious? You won't understand it though. This is a problem for me," Wang Ting said helplessly. "Why are you pretending?" Lin Zhan and Yan Jinming rolled their eyes. "Sigh, as expected. Singles like you won't understand." Wang Ting shook his head and sighed. "Singles?" Yan Jinming and Lin Zhan froze on the spot. Their brittle hearts seemed to have received a huge stimulation. "Pft, ha ha!" Lu Yen and Yan Jinyue couldn't control their laughter. They tittered and then burst out laughing. The damage Yan Jinming and Lin Zhan received increased exponentially. "You're so hurtful." They glared at Wang Ting and gritted their teeth. "Little brother Wang Ting, ignore these two single men. Do you mind having a close lady friend like me?" Lu Yen pushed the two people away in disdain and winked seductively at Wang Ting. "Sister, I surrender." Wang Ting pretended to be frightened and raised his hands. This time, it was Lu Yan's turn to feel frustrated. She rolled her eyes and said, "Am I so scary? Do you think I'm some dreadful monster? My mom says that beautiful women are all dangerous. I need to stay far away from them." Lu Yan didn't know whether she should laugh or be angry when she heard Wang Ting's seemingly humble words. She complained, glib-tongued. A few minutes later, the voice of the auction's host came from below. "Thanks, everyone, for coming today. Thank you for your trust towards our Bangda auction house." It was an extremely formal opening. Then, the host went right to the main topic and started the auction. "This is the first auction item today. It's a Dan medicine made by Alchemist's son, 3 Flames Pattern Dan." The moment the host finished speaking, low murmurs were heard below. "Alchemist's son. 3 Flames Pattern Dan. Could it be that 5th-rank alchemist? It must be. Which other alchemist with the surname Sun is able to make the 3 Flames Pattern Dan?" The auctioneer smiled slightly when he heard the commotion caused by the first item. He continued speaking. "Everyone guessed right. This 3 Flames Pattern Dan is indeed made by the 5th-rank alchemist. As for its effects, I'm sure many people know it already, but for the sake of those who don't care much about Dan medicines, let me give a short introduction. This 3 Flames Pattern Dan is a 3rd-rank Dan medicine. It can help a fire element martial warrior to break through a 3-star or 4-star bottleneck. That means that this 3 Flames Pattern Dan is highly beneficial to martial warriors who have been stuck at the 3-star soldier level for a long time and can't advance. This 3 Flames Pattern Dan is the hardest Dan medicine to make among all the 3rd-rank spiritual Dan. Only a 5th-rank alchemist like Alchemist's Son has a high probability of success when making it. Also, it's a 3-pattern quality Dan. Its medicinal properties are extremely good. It has been appraised by the highest-ranked professionals in this field, so there's definitely no problem with it. You won't have anything to worry about. In the private room, Lin Zhan's gaze turned envious when he heard the effects of this 3 Flames Pattern Dan. Sigh, unfortunately, it's only effective for fire element martial warriors, he said with pity. Lu Yen noticed Wang's puzzled expression, so she explained, "Leader has been stuck at the peak of 3-star soldier level for a long time. If he can use some help from a similar spiritual Dan, He will be able to advance to 4-star soon. Once we have a 4-star martial warrior in our team, we will be able to explore the outermost section of the middle circle of the dark mist forest. Although it's more dangerous, there will be more gains. Our team can only become stronger if we have ample resources. Wang Ting nodded. But he heard Lin Zhan giving a forceful laugh and saying, "It's not that simple. 1-star to 3-star are all primary rank martial warriors. 4-star to 6-star is considered middle rank, while 7-star to 9-star are advanced rank martial warriors. Every rank has its bottleneck. If your talent and luck aren't enough, it will be tough for you to achieve a breakthrough." This was Wang Ting's first time hearing this. He couldn't help but think of his situation. Since he relied on collecting attributes, would he encounter this bottleneck too? Alright, everyone, the starting bid of the 3 Flames Pattern Dan is 30 million. You can start bidding. The auctioneer's voice echoed in the entire venue through the speakers. After a second of silence, someone shouted a figure. 31 million. 33 million. There were many fire element martial warriors at the scene. Whether they were at the bottleneck or not, as long as they had the money, they participated in the bidding. The minimum markup was 1 million. At the start, everyone was still at the probing stage. Towards the end, the bidding got heated, and the price climbed higher and higher. Within a few seconds, it had already reached 58 million. There are many fire element martial warriors here today. Yan Jinming exclaimed in the private room. That might not be true. These people could be buying for others, Lin Zhan said. The bidding continued for some time. Finally, the voices grew lesser. Everyone had a price for every item. If this price was exceeded, they would feel that it wasn't worth it anymore. 76 million. 76 million. Are there any more bidders? No one. Final call. Are there any more bidders? Okay, 76 million. The 3 Flames Pattern Dan belongs to this gentleman. The auctioneer shouted 3 times at the end, but no one made a bid. Then, he knocked his hammer, and the 3 Flames Pattern Dan landed in the hands of a middle-aged gentleman. It was so easy to make money with Spiritual Dan. One small Spiritual Dan cost 76 million. Alchemists must all be wealthy people. Wang Ting couldn't help but remember the smithery skill he had picked up from Lu Zixing. Was he able to pick up alchemy too? And if he could, after his alchemy skill hit a certain level, he would make thousands of Spiritual Dan. He wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Next, the second item is, the auction continued. Wang Ting and his teammates didn't participate in the auction. The first item was already sold at 76 million. It was easy to imagine how expensive the items behind were. They had some savings, but this was a grand auction. They would probably reach their limit after bidding for 1 or 2 items. Before they met an item they really liked, they wouldn't act recklessly. Chapter 133. Accident at the auction. The auction carried on enthusiastically, broadening Wang Ting's horizons. He saw all kinds of strange items, and the people below scrambled for them like a flock of ducks. Each bid was higher than the previous one. He finally understood what wealth really meant. As compared to these people, he was just a poor fellow. But, until now, none of the people in the private rooms had called a bid. The items at the front didn't seem to garner their attention. Lin Zhan and his teammates bid a few times, but the prices shouted by the people after them scared them away. Damn it, all of them were so vicious. If they wanted to get an item, they would need to empty their pockets. Before this, they still thought that they could get 1 or 2 items, but now, it seemed that they had overestimated themselves. There are so many rich people in the world, but I'm not one of them. Yan Jinming mocked himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Actually, as compared to a normal person, martial warriors like them were already extremely wealthy. However, only they knew that their money came and left twice as fast. They needed to buy weapons, scriptures, battle techniques, and many other things. All of these were really expensive, so the money only passed through their pockets and left immediately thereafter. "It's our turn," Lin Zhan suddenly said. As expected, the auctioneer below said, "I'm sure that many people will be interested in the next auction item. The seller just came back with it from the Xingwu continent and managed to catch our grand auction. Alright, I shall not tease you anymore. The seventh last auction item. The star bone of the 3-star wind element star beast, Singlehorn Denglong." The moment he finished speaking, a commotion arose below. Star bone. The seventh last item is a star bone. What's more, it's the star bone of the 3-star star beast, Singlehorn Denglong. That's definitely a good item. We must get it. Don't even think of fighting with me. The star bone is mine. In an instant, the atmosphere was lit. Even the people in the private rooms were attracted. Some were already preparing to act. Star bones were rare, and they had all kinds of special abilities. If you could add a piece of star bone into your weapon or battle armor while forging it, it would definitely increase the quality by many folds. It would be different from a standard weapon or battle armor, too, because it had a special ability. To a martial warrior, what was more attractive than this? Let's not waste any time. The starting bid of this star bone is 500 million. Each bid must be no less than 10 million. The bidding starts now. On the high platform, a beauty in a Chong Sam carried a tray in her hand. A crystal-clear bone laid on the tray and glimmered with green rays under the lights. The patterns on its surface were enchanting, mesmerizing the people below the stage. Their gazes turned even more intense. 550 million. A shout was heard. The moment the bidding started, the price rose by 50 million. Unfortunately, it was impossible to scare other bidders away with this method. Many people were determined to get this star bone. 560 million. 600 million. Oh my God! These people are crazy. Wang Ting was astounded. However, the crazier they were, the happier Wang Ting and his teammates were. This was all money. It's time for us to hit the jackpot. Lin Zhan clenched his fist and said excitedly. That's right. This star bone can at least go up to 1 billion. That means that each of us here will get 150 million. This is 5 trips in one, Lu Yen said with delight. The bidding war was still ongoing. The price had risen to 950 million, but the excitement of the bidders hadn't subsided at all. 2 billion. Suddenly, a calm voice came from a private room on the left side of the second floor. The voice had been processed, so no one knew who it was. The bidding below instantly quietened down. 2 billion. This person added 250 million in one bid. Normally, 1 billion was a segregation point. Many people would beat a retreat here. Now that the price had risen to 2 billion, most people didn't even bother struggling. They just gave up. Also, everyone present knew that the people in the private rooms weren't people they could offend. If they continued bidding, they might provoke them. Thus, these people weren't willing to do it unless extremely necessary. 3 billion. A voice came from another private room. Another 100 million was added to the price. The people below were dead silent. All of them shook their heads and had disappointment on their faces. They could only watch the people in the private rooms fighting now. 5 billion. 6 billion. There was no exchange of threats, only the battle of price. The higher bidder would get the item. Wang Ting exchanged glances with his teammates. Things were getting a little frightening. It was almost double their estimated selling price. 2 billion. The person in room 8, who was the first to open his mouth and bid, seemed determined to get the star bone. He pushed the price to 2 billion in the end. The other people remained silent. No one opened their mouths again. 2 billion. This star bone belongs to the VIP guest in room 8. The auctioneer knocked his hammer. The final decision was made. Lin Zhan and his teammates let out a long breath. They had witnessed the price rising with their eyes. It was a little too exciting. Damn it, that person just took out 2 billion so easily. His voice didn't even change when he said that. Impressive. Lin Zhan couldn't help but curse. Haha, we're rich now. Yan Jiming was delighted. Split the money. Split the money. Lu Yan's eyes were glistening brightly. She wished that she could take the money immediately and go on a shopping spree. Unexpectedly, Yan Jingyue was the calmest. She smiled happily as she watched everyone's reaction from the side. She said to Lu Yan, Sister Lu Yan, after the money is handed to us, let's go shopping. I haven't gone shopping in a long time. That's right, shopping. Let's buy some clothes and makeup. I want to splurge for once. Lu Yan nodded furiously. Ever since she became a martial warrior, she had been sitting on the gates of hell all the time. She didn't care much about her hobbies in the past anymore. Now that Yan Jingyue mentioned it, along with the stimulation of money, she seemed to have found the feeling of shopping crazily again. Wang Ting smiled gently. His gaze landed on the next item up for auction. The last few items were undoubtedly more precious and rarer than the previous ones. There was full-body battle armor, an advanced-rank scripture, weapons, and extremely rare medicinal herbs and ores. The people below could only keep quiet and watch. This battle belonged to the people in the private rooms. The gains of all the auction items today were more than 80 billion. Especially the last few items. The moment they shouted their bids, it was more than 10 billion. Terrifying. In a blink of an eye, it was time for the last auction item. The auctioneer couldn't control the smile on his face anymore. The auction today was a great success, and the gains had exceeded his expectations. Now it was time to take things up a notch. The auctioneer was confident of this item. The bidders would only get crazier. Everyone, the last item for our auction today, boom! The moment the auctioneer started speaking, a huge explosion was heard. The hall started shaking violently, and broken fragments fell from the ceiling. What is happening? The people below were in a frenzy. The martial warriors quickly stood up and became alert. Wang Ting and his teammates' expressions changed slightly. They exchanged glances with one another and took out their weapons, staring in the direction the explosion came from. Chapter 134, Untitled Long Live Zhenli. It's the evil warriors from the Zhenli clan. Be careful! A loud shout was heard from outside the building, the voice penetrating Bangda Auction House's building. This must be the voice of a martial warrior. Activate the rune array. Hurry! Boom! The moment the person said this, a loud explosion followed. The building was collapsing and shaking. Everyone in the auction hall was flabbergasted. It's the evil clansman from Zhenli clan. Hurry, leave the building. The building is about to collapse. The rune array of Bangda Auction House isn't able to withstand the attack. The rune array was created by runes, and it was mainly used for defense. Everyone rushed out of the building. Some martial warrior jumped out of the window, but cries of agony were heard directly after that. Those that hadn't jumped felt their eyebrows trembling. They immediately changed their directions of escape. Some dashed down the building, while others ran up to the roof. Zhenli clan? Wang Ting looked at the people running for their lives and felt a sense of seriousness. At the same time, he was puzzled. Can anyone tell me what on earth is the Zhenli clan? Let's leave quickly. Lin Zhan's expression was stern. There was even hatred on his face as he gritted his teeth and rushed downstairs. We will leave from the side of the building. Lu Yan and the other team members knew how to cooperate with each other after a long period of interaction. They followed Lin Zhan without any hesitation. Wang Ting didn't know what was happening. However, it was an emergency, so he could only follow them without having the time to ask anything. Many people from the private rooms around them had dashed out too. At the moment, they could care less about hiding their identities. Their expressions were cold. They hated these Zhenli clansmen. Boom! Ha ha ha, destroy it! Kill all the stupid civilians that disobey the creed of our Zhenli clan. Crazy peals of laughter were heard all around them amidst the sounds of explosions. How dare you! Some powerful people from Bangda auction house or some of the important figures that participated in the auction acted in anger. This bunch of maniacs! Lin Zhan cursed. He found a window at the corner. There were piles of rubbish below and no one was in the surroundings. Let's go down from here. He took the lead and jumped down. Lu Yen and the other team members also jumped without thinking. As 3-star soldier-level martial warriors, jumping down from the 8th floor was a piece of cake for them. Also, there were areas they could use as leverage in this steel building. When Wang Ting jumped down, he activated his wind force, and it formed a whirlpool around him. It slowed down the force of gravity. Wang Ting flew down in a single leap, landing lightly on the ground. The rest of his team members were surprised. They weren't able to jump down so casually. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. Just as they were preparing to leave, a few people dashed out from the corner and saw them. They shouted immediately, "Someone is trying to escape! Kill them!" While shouting, they had already started running towards Lin Zhan and his team members. Their crazy expressions made them seem a little like mental patients. "Everyone, looks like we can't end this peacefully." Lin Zhan spoke in a calm tone as he stretched his neck and raised his hand. He took his battle axes from his back and stood in front of Wang Ting and the rest of his teammates. The others took out their weapons too. No one was afraid of a battle. "Let's fight then." Lu Yen carried her heavy machine gun on her shoulder and spoke in an indifferent tone. She looked heroic. Wang Ting shook his head. He wondered if his luck was a little too bad, as he always met all sorts of trouble for no reason. He slowly wore his boxing gloves and took out his battle sword. When they saw Lin Zhan and his teammates standing in front of them without any intention of hiding, the people from Zhenli clan immediately gave a sinister look. "Stupid people, all of you deserve to die." The person in front held his battle blade and congregated a ray of fiery red glow around it. He raised his blade towards the sky and slashed it at Lin Zhan. "Disperse!" Lin Zhan shouted. He crossed his battle axes, and a golden glow exploded from them. He blocked this fierce blade attack. Clang! "Your strength is not bad, but it's not enough." A smile of contempt appeared at the corner of Lin Zhan's mouth. He stomped his feet on the ground and released a bolt of powerful energy. The ground below cracked, and he sprung towards his enemy. The person opposite him got angered by his attitude. The crazy look in his eyes got stronger as he smiled like a maniac and said, "Come and test my power then." Lu Yen, Yan Jinming, and the rest of the team had already spread out. They were fighting with the other clansmen of the Zhenli clan. "Wang Ting, cover me!" Lu Yen swept her enemies with the heavy machine gun in her hand. Force was attached to every single alloy bullet as they poured out of the muzzle. The speed was frightening. The bullets seemed to have torn the air before appearing in front of her enemies. The horse-faced young man opposite them had a change of expression. He moved his body and evaded the trajectory of the bullets beforehand. Then, he dashed towards Lu Yen. He wasn't stupid. He knew that Lu Yen was a big threat, so he needed to take care of her first. But Wang Ting wouldn't just stand still and not do anything. He shifted his body and blocked the horse-faced young man. "Die!" The horse-faced young man glared at him with a vicious expression. He slashed the battle sword in his hand at Wang Ting. A blue glimmer flashed across the sword's sharp blade. The other party directly employed his battle technique. The sword flew towards Wang Ting like a huge wave with a terrifying pressure. Wang Ting's expression changed. Force surged out of his body. He didn't have the time or effort to hide his skills anymore. He used his most powerful fire force directly. Fire Kirin sword skill. Boom. The two forces collided head-on. Wang Ting had just become a 2-star martial warrior, so his fire force was nothing to the person in front of him. He was sent flying by the impact. 3-star soldier level. Blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. Just one exchange, and he was defeated. There was 1 level difference between them, yet it was a one-sided match. You're just a 2-star martial warrior. Who gave you the courage? The horse-faced young man scoffed. Just as he was about to follow up his victory with another attack, the sound of bullets tearing through the air was heard again. Bang, bang, bang. The horse-faced young man could only evade. He gritted his teeth, and his speed increased exponentially as he charged towards Lu Yan. Your opponent is me. Wang Ting blocked him again. You're overestimating yourself. Get out of the way. Anger flashed on the horse-faced young man's face. He was really infuriated by this 2-star soldier-level martial warrior. Wang Ting stuck to him like a plaster, refusing to let go. He waved his battle sword, and rays of sword light engulfed Wang Ting. This time, Wang Ting didn't receive the attack forcefully. Instead, he activated his footwork and dodged them one by one. How is that possible? The horse-faced young man was dumbfounded. This 2-star martial warrior was actually able to evade all his attacks. This little brat must have a certain footwork skill. However, with his ability, he won't be able to continue this for long. He might be able to evade 10 moves, but I don't believe that he can avoid 20 or 30 attacks. The horse-faced young man was ruthless. The speed of his right hand exploded as he waved his battle sword. He slashed and chopped everywhere. His speed was definitely impressive. Wang Ting was a little tired from dealing with the attacks. Actually, just using his basic footwork, he wouldn't be able to dodge the attacks from a 3-star martial warrior. However, he had picked up the steps of Gale in the past. The combination effects of this skill with the wind force were terrific. That was why he was barely able to withstand the attacks of this 3-star martial warrior. Also, he had spiritual power. When he couldn't evade the attack, he would use his spiritual power as a pushing force and help him to dodge the attack. If it was another 2-star martial warrior, he would probably have been killed by now. Even so, he was still in danger. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he shouted, "Sister, if you don't hurry up, you can only wait to collect my corpse." Chapter 135. Good old Wang, who couldn't bear to kill a chicken. Lu Yan stared at the horse-faced young man without blinking. She occasionally pulled the trigger, and an alloy bullet with a fiery red tail would shoot out. Unfortunately, Wang Ting was fighting with the other party, so their positions kept changing. It was hard to predict their movements. Wang Ting quickly realized this point. This time, while dodging, he purposely moved away from his opponent. Lu Yan instantly grabbed this opportunity and fired a single shot. Bang! The evil clansman couldn't evade in time. A bloody flower bloomed on his thigh. Ah! The martial warrior's body might be strong, but this bullet had heavily injured his thigh. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. "I want you to die." He had gone a little mad. At the brink of death, he pounced towards Wang Ting and attempted to kill this irritating little brat first. "Be careful." Lu Yan's expression changed slightly as she reminded him. Bang, bang, bang. She fired a few shots at the same time to prevent the other party from moving. F***K, do you think I'm made of mud? Wang Ting glared at him. He didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and fire force poured out of his body. It formed a sword glow as he slashed it out. No one noticed a hint of sinister black mist merging in this fiery red sword glow. The horse-faced young man's expression was distorted, and he hurriedly raised his sword. The light on the sword glimmered. In his final moments, he released his entire power as a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter what, there was a difference between their strength. When their swords collided, Wang Ting was forced to take a few steps back again. This time, he was prepared. He used his spiritual power to form a pushing force behind him and cushioned his body. The horse-faced young man wanted to attack again, but his body suddenly froze in midair. His expression changed entirely. "You used poison," the horse-faced young man shouted, and the force around his body started flashing. He wanted to expel the poison. However, the poison seemed to have stuck to his bone. It was hard to disperse it. Instead, it started to corrode his force. The circulation of the force slowed down because of this, and he was unable to move. The poison of the demon lotus poison body was so frightening. Kill! Wang Ting saw this opportunity and immediately charged towards his opponent. The horse-faced young man got frightened. He wanted to retreat, but under the influence of the intense poison, his actions slowed down by half a beat. Slash! The sword directly slashed across his chest and almost chopped him in half. The horse-faced young man opened his eyes wide. It was obvious that he couldn't live anymore. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Yen was dumbstruck. She even forgot to pull the trigger. The horse-face evil clansman, the 3-star soldier-level martial warrior, was killed by Wang Ting. Wasn't he at a disadvantage all this while? Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Was this child pretending to be weak all along? "You're really vicious." Lu Yen came forward and looked at the chest of the horse-face young man that was cut open. She was slightly shocked. "I don't want to do it either. I, Wang Ting, am a kind-hearted person. Normally, I can't even bear to kill a chicken. Other people even gave me a nickname, Good Old Wang, who couldn't bear to kill a chicken." Wang Ting had an amiable expression as he said sincerely, "Can you please believe me? Good old Wang who couldn't bear to kill a chicken?" Lu Yen gave a strange expression. "Do you think I'll believe you?" "Sigh, I want to be kind, but the situation doesn't allow me to." Wang Ting heaved a long sigh. Lu Yen. Why is his face so black? Lu Yen suddenly saw the face of the horse-face evil clansman. Then, she remembered his shout just now and asked in surprise, "You know how to use poison?" I know a thing or two." Wang Ting smiled shyly. "You sinister little fellow." Lu Yen had a weird expression on her face. She immediately took 2 steps back, afraid that Wang Ting would suddenly launch an attack on her. "Hey, I only used it because I needed to kill my enemy. Why are you giving me that look?" Wang Ting asked. I'll go and help our leader. You can rest here for a moment." Lu Yen ran away immediately. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. His gaze landed on the attribute bubbles beside the horse-faced young man. He picked them up. Strength *20 Speed *15 Water Force *12 Intermediate Stage Water Talent *2 Folding Waves Sword Skill *1 F *K. Looking back at the life-threatening situation just now, everything was worth it. His strength and speed attributes had increased once again. In fact, they had been increasing continuously. Of course, the most important thing was the intermediate stage water talent. With this talent, Wang Ting was finally able to use his water force. Also, his water force jumped by 12 points. Now, he had 33 points of the water force. His battle ability got stronger again. He even received a dark-level middle-class sword skill, Folding Waves sword skill. That was right. The Folding Waves sword skill was a dark-level sword skill. Another dark-level sword skill. What a huge gain for Wang Ting. He didn't make any loss this time. The only unfortunate thing was, this fellow didn't drop any water element scriptures. Wang Ting gave a bitter smile. He was a little greedy and unsatisfied. He already had an abundance of gains, but he still wanted another scripture. Seriously? He shook his head. His gaze shifted to Lin Zhan and his other teammate. They were having a team battle. After the horse-faced evil clansman was killed, the battle power of both parties changed. Lin Zhan and others killed the other evil clansman really quickly. During this period, loud explosions kept ringing in the sky. It seemed that some people were having another battle. but Wang Ting and his teammates couldn't see it from their location. Looking at this commotion, Zhenli clan must have activated their 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. "We should leave quickly," Lin Zhan said with a serious expression. Everyone nodded. They prepared to leave from the small alley at the side. Wang Ting scanned his surroundings. He activated his spiritual power and collected all the attribute bubbles dropped by the dead evil clansmen as well as his teammates when they were fighting. Fire Force *15 Earth Force *10 Intermediate Stage Fire Talent *1 Metal Force *12 Wood Force *13 Water Force *8 Strength *40 Speed *32 Enlightenment *10 Intermediate Stage Fire Talent. Another intermediate stage talent. Wang Ting was beyond elated. Not only was it an intermediate stage fire talent, but it was also a fire element one. Mind you, the higher the talent, the stronger and better his control of his force. Now, his fire force had reached 2-star and its size was growing. It was getting increasingly solidified too. If he didn't raise his talent in time, it would be harder to control his force in the future. The rest of the bubbles were forces, speed, and strength. Wang Ting felt that his battle power had increased exponentially all of a sudden. It felt good. The feeling of becoming stronger was too good. Finally, it was his enlightenment. After the evil clansmen were killed, they dropped 10 points of enlightenment attribute. Wang Ting's enlightenment had reached the spiritual realm stage, so normal enlightenment attributes could only increase his spiritual realm by a 10-to-1 ratio. 10 points of normal enlightenment meant 1 point of spiritual realm enlightenment. Enlightenment. Spiritual realm, 1/100. Suddenly, his mind cleared, and all kinds of knowledge flashed through his mind. He found that he was able to practice the scriptures and battle techniques much faster ever since his enlightenment entered the spiritual realm stage. He didn't even need to rely on his blank attribute. Instead, he was able to increase the proficiency of his battle techniques and scriptures quickly by himself. Wang Ting understood the importance of enlightenment. If he was able to push his enlightenment to an extremely high stage, he might be able to cultivate a battle technique or a scripture until big achievement, or even perfected state. That would be heaven-defying. Chapter 136. The motive of Zhenli clan, no. An unwilling voice of someone at the brink of death echoed in the sky. Boom. At the same time, a series of explosions were heard abruptly. What happened? Lin Zhan and his team members were preparing to retreat. They looked up at the sky with changed expressions. Ha ha ha, die. Everyone dies. Long live Zhenli. Crazy voices surrounded them. Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu is dead. Hurry up and leave. Even the 6-star Mr. Wu is dead. We are not their match, frantic voices sounded after that. A powerful martial warrior is dead. Lin Zhan exchanged glances with his teammate. They finally knew what happened. Let's leave. They immediately started running without any hesitation. However, some people escaped in their direction at this moment. The evil clansmen from Zhenli clan were on these people's tails. The scene was a mess. Damn it! Lin Zhan's expression changed. They had just taken care of a bunch of evil clansmen, and now another bunch came. They were so unlucky. No, don't kill me. Cries of despair rang everywhere. The evil fanatics of the Zhenli clan had no compassion at all. It seemed that they had come here today to kill. They raised their blades and chopped the head of a youth who had fallen. It's Su Hui and her friends. Wang Ting turned around. When he glanced at the people behind them, he found them a little familiar. However, upon seeing Su Hui, he remembered that these were her senior brothers and sisters. They were in a disheveled state. They didn't have the arrogant expressions like they were the favored child of God anymore. Especially after the senior brother's head got chopped off, the other people turned pale with fright. They shivered uncontrollably, and some even froze on the spot in shock. These students were martial warriors groomed by their universities. How could they be so weak? Fortunately, not everyone was useless. 2 people beside Pang Danwen raised their weapons and started resisting. However, their abilities were lacking, and they didn't have much experience. They were forced to keep retreating by the evil clansmen. Su Hui just became a martial warrior. She hadn't even learned any battle techniques, so she could only use her basic sword skill to fight with her enemies. She was not their match at all. Die! An evil clansman raised his blade and knocked Su Hui's battle sword away. The power of his attack didn't subside as he slashed his sword down on her head. This was the first time Su Hui was facing a life-or-death situation. The sharp blade kept expanding in her pupils, and she completely forgot to dodge. Actually, it was too late to dodge. The fear at the brink of death was too powerful. At this moment, fear, unwillingness, regret, all kinds of emotions pervaded her heart. Am I going to die? I'm still so young. This is so frightening. The feeling of death is terrifying. In an instant, all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind. Go away! Suddenly, a cold shout broke her despairing thoughts. A sword light flashed past right beside her body. It was aimed at the Zhenli clan evil clansman in front of her. That evil clansman's expression changed. He wanted to defend himself, but it was too late. Slash. His head was chopped off in a single attack. His body froze on the spot as his head flew up. Fresh blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain. Then, he fell weakly. An eye for an eye. Just now, this evil clansman had chopped off the head of Su Hui's senior brother. Now, he got his head chopped off too. This was how karma worked. Su Hui looked at the red glimmer flashing past her eyes. Blood splattered on her face, which turned extremely white. She couldn't help but retch. Why are you stoning? Hurry up and run. A familiar voice sounded beside her ears. Then, she felt someone pulling her body and running forward. Wang Ting. Su Hui was flabbergasted when she saw the figure in front of her. Wang Ting was the person who had saved her just now. This ability. Even senior sister Pang Danwen couldn't be compared to him, right? When did Wang Ting become so powerful? Su Hui was confused, but she knew that this wasn't the time to dwell on wandering thoughts. She hurriedly followed Wang Ting. The evil clansmen attacking Pang Danwen and the other students started charging towards him once they saw Wang Ting kill their comrade. F***K. Wang Ting cursed. He pushed Su Hui forward. Leave first. No way, I can't leave you behind, Su Hui replied without thinking. Why do you want to stay back? To drag me down? Wang Ting said without any mercy. Then, he ignored her and started fighting with the evil clansman. Lin Zhan and his team members came to help him when they saw him getting surrounded. Senior sister, the evil clansmen are attracted by him. Let's leave quickly, the students beside Pang Danwen said hurriedly when the pressure around them vanished. No, they got surrounded because they are trying to help us. We can't abandon them, Pang Danwen said sternly. We can't beat these evil clansmen. Wang Ting and his friends are so powerful. We will just drag them down, someone said cowardly. I don't care. I'm not going. If you want to go, you can. I'll leave first. One of the students left without any hesitation. Pang Danwen and Su Hui were so angry that they were trembling. They finally saw the true face of their friends. The people who remained hesitated for a moment before joining Pang Danwen in the fight. However, they had obviously underestimated the battle ability of Lin Zhan and his team members. Within a few seconds, these evil clansmen, who were not so powerful, got killed. Let's go. Let's not waste any more time, Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting glanced at Pang Danwen and her friends and nodded. He said, let's go. The few of them went off in a hurry. They finally left this messy street. Unfortunately, they met the students who ran away just now. These people looked at them awkwardly before turning around and leaving quickly. Pang Danwen shook her head and sighed. You should leave. My teammates and I have some things to do, so we won't be accompanying you, Wang Ting said to Su Hui. All right, be careful. Su Hui opened her mouth, but this was all she could say. Thank you for saving us just now. Pang Danwen thanked Wang Ting and his friends. She was really grateful. After parting with Su Hui and her friends, Wang Ting and his teammates went to another high-rise building a distance away from Bangda Auction House. They then looked back in that direction from the roof. This time, Bangda Auction House suffered a huge loss. Lin Zhan sighed. Fortunately, our star bone is already sold. To prevent accidents from happening, the auction house will pay and give the item on the spot, so the money is already in our hands. If not, we would have to bear an immense loss too, said Lu Yen. Who are these people from the Zhenli clan? Wang Ting asked. A crazy bunch who claim they have gotten hold of Zhenli, which means the truth. They feel that other people are just stupid and ignorant. Yan Jinming sneered. The people who founded Zhenli clan had evil intentions from the start. They wanted to invade and enslave the Xingwu continent. They control their clansmen with their creed and brainwash them so that they can order them around, Lu Yen added. Invade and enslave the Xingwu continent? Wang Ting was stunned by the grand motive of these fanatics. It's unbelievable, right? That's why they are a bunch of maniacs, Lin Zhan said with contempt. What on earth are they thinking? Wang Ting found it hard to understand. What else? They feel that there is an abundance of resources in the Xingwu continent. They want to use this method to expand their influence to the Xingwu continent and plunder their resources. However, they should use their brains and think. If it was so simple, why would the countries maintain a peaceful relationship with the Xingwu continent? After all, these countries are always very aggressive, Lin Zhan said. Chapter 137. The bubbles of a 7-star martial warrior. While speaking, they were observing the situation of Bangda Auction House too. With the help of Lin Zhan and his teammates, Wang Ting finally understood what kind of people the Zhenli clan was made up of. No wonder they were called maniacs. Based on their actions, calling them maniacs was too kind. The building they were at had a wide field of vision, so they were able to see far ahead. From here, when Wang Ting gazed in the distance, he was able to see a few black dots occasionally colliding in the sky with his eyesight. Rumbling explosions followed in the air. They were walking in the air. 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. When a martial warrior cultivated until the 5-star soldier level, they were able to congregate their force into a pair of wings behind their back. It allowed them to fly freely in the air. 6-star soldier-level martial warriors could do this too. As for 7-star martial warriors, they were able to directly walk in the air. They didn't need to rely on their force wings anymore. Those black dots fighting in midair must be 7-star martial warriors. The battle lasted for more than half an hour. The other powerful warriors from Donghai arrived and finally killed the martial warriors from the Zhenli clan. The remaining evil clansmen either got caught or escaped in disorder. No one knew which corner they were hiding in. This bunch of people was like the mice in the trench. When you wanted to find them, they were nowhere to be seen. However, they would always run out and wreak havoc from time to time. It was frustrating. Unfortunately, the attribute bubbles from the 6-star martial warrior had probably disappeared by now. Such a long time had passed. Wang Ting sighed in pity. Then, his eyes lit up. The attribute bubbles that the dead Zhenli clansmen dropped must still be there. If he rushed over now, he might be able to pick them up in time. However, Lin Zhan and the other team members didn't want to interfere in this matter. The evil clansmen from the Zhenli clan might be hiding among the crowd. If they were seen by them, based on these people's crazy logic, the trouble they faced would be a calamity. Don't interfere in this matter. In fact, don't even have any interaction with this kind of evil clan. If not, it will be extremely troublesome and your families will be affected. They have no bottom line, Lin Zhan reminded them. Don't worry, leader. I won't poke my head in their matter, Wang Ting nodded and said, "All right, the show is finished. Let's go back. All of us got hurt during this trip to the Xingwu continent, and it got worse after the battle just now. Damn it, this stupid bunch of evil clansmen. Go back and rest for some time. I'll inform everyone about the next trip to the Xingwu continent." Lin Zhan touched his chest in frustration as he cursed uncontrollably. He felt hatred and helplessness towards these evil clansmen. "I will transfer the money we earned from the star bone to your accounts later. Besides healing your injuries, remember to cultivate and become stronger. Don't spend the money on useless things, especially you, Lu Yen and Yen Jinyue. You can shop, but don't overdo it." He persuaded the two ladies earnestly. I know. What a naggy man." Lu Yen and Yen Jinyue rolled their eyes and snorted. Yen Jinming laughed loudly. Wang Ting also gave a smile secretly. He didn't expect the rough-looking Lin Zhan to have this side to him. Everyone bade farewell to one another and left. Wang Ting thought for a moment and still decided to head to the Bangda auction house. The attribute bubbles of 7-star soldier-level martial warriors were hard to come by. He mustn't miss this chance. However, he bought a hat and a mask on his way there, and concealed his face thoroughly before rushing to the auction house at the fastest speed. He didn't get too close. Instead, he maintained the furthest distance he could while still being able to use his spiritual power. He wasn't able to enter the vicinity of the auction house. After such a huge incident, the police, military, and many different factions had sealed off the crime scene. While Wang Ting was sauntering around the area, he met a few suspicious people. "Brother, which branch are you from?" A man who was also wearing a hat and a mask walked over and spoke to him in a low voice. Although Wang Ting was shocked, his mind spun furiously. He immediately glared at the person and said in a cold voice, "Which branch are you from? Do you know the rules? How dare you ask this question?" Yes, I was too reckless. I just entered the clan and have yet to learn the rules." The man laughed awkwardly. What kind of luck was this? He really met an evil clansman. "All right, let's just carry on with our own business. Both of us are dressed like this. Don't you think that it's a little too conspicuous?" Wang Ting barked. As expected of a senior clansman. "You are so thoughtful. I'll be leaving first. See you at the abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs at 8 p.m. The man disappeared without a trace after he finished speaking. Wang Ting. The abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs. 8 p.m. He seemed to have gotten hold of the evil clansman's gathering location and time accidentally. What should he do? This is very urgent. I need an answer immediately. However, this was obviously not the time to think about this. He already got delayed by that person, so he had no time to waste anymore. He hurriedly looked for his attribute bubbles. Wang Ting circled the surroundings of the auction house and saw a few huge attribute bubbles, just as he had expected. It's so huge. It must be the attribute bubbles of a powerful martial warrior. This is amazing! Wang Ting was elated. He immediately used his spiritual power to pull the bubbles over and pick them up. Advanced Stage Sword Skill Talent *1 Advanced Stage Sword Skill Talent. Wang Ting was ecstatic. It was an advanced stage talent. Talent was vital in martial arts cultivation. The higher the talent, the faster the cultivation speed would be. This was common knowledge. With this advanced stage sword skill talent, Wang Ting would be able to grasp all kinds of sword battle techniques faster. Also, with his spiritual realm enlightenment, the effects of his cultivation would be impressive. He would try it out once he got to his house. Sky Cremating Sword Skill *15 An elite class Earth rank sword skill. Wang Ting was stunned. It was an Earth rank sword skill. Was he dreaming? He didn't have the time to think too much though. A human figure appeared in his mind, and he started practicing the Sky Cremating Sword skill. There seemed to be a roaring flame spurting into the sky in Wang Ting's mind. One attack of the sword, and it was able to cremate the sky and boil the sea. The power was terrifying. After some time, Wang Ting regained his senses. Oh my god! This Earth-rank elite-class sword skill had 13 stances, and it was only one step away from a sky-rank battle technique. If he fully grasped the most powerful stance, the effects would be equivalent to a sky-rank battle technique. Even the first stance was able to unleash the power similar to that of a dark-level low-class battle technique. This was a huge gain. It was definitely a huge gain. He felt fortunate that he decided to come. If he missed these attribute bubbles, it wouldn't just be losing a few 100 million. He would be losing a few billion. As expected, the attribute bubbles dropped by powerful martial warriors were good stuff. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Wang Ting felt lucky. He continued to pick up the remaining attribute bubbles. However, only force, strength, and speed attributes were left. Fire Force *50 Speed *35 Strength *40, as expected of the attribute bubbles of 7-star martial warriors. Even the force they dropped had such a high value. There were 50 points of Fire Force attributes alone, and the strength and speed attributes were decent too. His combat power increased tremendously. Since there were no more attribute bubbles to pick up, Wang Ting turned around and left. Although he only stayed for a while, the people from the City Protection Bureau had already taken notice of him. The people from the City Protection Bureau chased after him, but they lost him in a small alley. One of them found a piece of paper stuck on the wall beside them. Huh? What's written on it? Be careful. The other person reminded him. It's alright, it's just a piece of paper. Though, he didn't touch the paper and just leaned close to look at the content. 8 p.m., the abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs. Evil Klansmen gathering. The people exchanged glances with one another and turned serious. Is it true? Whether it's true or not, let's report it. We can't make a decision on this matter. Chapter 138. 3 years after 3 years on the way back, Wang Ting was in deep thought. What would the City Protection Bureau do when they received this piece of news? Should he go there to take a look tonight? If the people from the City Protection Bureau went, there would definitely be a battle. At that time, many attribute bubbles would drop. Should he join in the fun? But he seemed to be looking for trouble by running to the gathering of the evil Klansmen. When he reached his rented house in the university town, it was already 11 a.m. Wang Ting casually called for food delivery and ate his lunch. Then, he went to Master Lu's branch store. Your shooting star spiral and brick, Lu Zixing said when he saw Wang Ting. But, when he mentioned the brick, he found it a little hard to open his mouth. He felt that it was a disgrace. Wang Ting smiled, refusing to comment. He quietly picked up the attribute bubbles in his surroundings. Smithery *8, the Lu hammering skill *6, he felt satisfied. Next, Wang Ting looked at the work desk Lu Zixing was pointing at and saw 2 items. One of them was the strange-looking shooting star spiral. The other was a golden brick that was giving off gold glimmers. It was extremely eye-catching. The shooting star spiral has reached the requirements of a 6-star high-class weapon. It's better than I imagined, Lu Zixing said proudly. Wang Ting picked up the shooting star spiral and studied it carefully. He liked it so much that he couldn't bear to put it down. Master Lu, your skills are really exceptional. You're flattering me by calling me Master Lu. Lu Zixing shook his head and continued. As for this brick, it has reached the requirements of a 5-star low-class weapon. However, I can only compress it and add some runes to it. If you have better materials in the future, you can merge them with this brick and remold it. You can be flexible with this brick. Wang Ting took the gold brick and looked at it closely. He weighed it in his hand and tested its feel. It felt extremely comfortable in his hand, like a part of his body. I'm satisfied with these 2 items. As expected, it was the right decision to look for Master Lu, said Wang Ting. Lu Zixing was delighted to receive the compliment. At the same time, he felt proud too. He said, "Of course. Our Master Lu brand is not just for show." Wang Ting paid for his items and left the shop. He wanted to hurry home to test the power of these two weapons. The university town. There were many universities in this area, for instance, Donghai Teaching University, Donghai Technology University, and even Donghai University. It was the summer break, so there weren't many students in school. Wang Ting found a small forest in one of the universities. He sneaked inside once he confirmed that there was no one around. This is a good place. Wang Ting passed through the small forest and found a small lake in front of him. There were fake mountain rocks beside the lake. His eyes lit up. He activated his spiritual power, and it surged out of his forehead. The shooting star spiral floated from his palm and turned into a flash of light. It swooshed into the forest as though it was alive and started flying back and forth. Then, it dived deep into the lake and split into 9 rays of light. It twirled and danced at high speed in the shadows of the lake, as though it was flying in the air without any resistance. This was the spiritual shadow talent of the star bone. It allowed the weapon to shuttle back and forth in the shadows, a perfect match for spiritual power. It could definitely catch his opponents off guard. Under the control of his spiritual power, the shooting star spiral leaped out of the water. At the same time, the 9 rays of light combined into one. "Go!" Wang Ting whispered. The shooting star spiral pierced right into the fake mountain rock. A hole appeared in the fake mountain rock without a sound. The shooting star spiral shot out from the other side. Wang Ting lifted his hand, and the shooting star spiral slowly landed on his palm. He let out a long sigh. He couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He took out the gold brick and used his spiritual power to control it as he threw it out. When the brick was about to smash into the fake mountain rock, the force on the surface of the gold brick merged into the brick. The runes on the gold brick flashed once, and the weight of the brick increased exponentially. Then, the brick collided with the fake mountain. Boom! The fake mountain shattered into fragments. Wang Ting burst into laughter. He wondered how good it would feel if he used this brick to smash someone. Also, with the help of his spiritual power, he would be able to accurately hit his opponent. What happened just now? I think I heard an explosion? A voice suddenly came from outside the forest. Let's go and take a look. It might be a student from the martial arts course damaging the school properties again. This bunch of little brats. They are so troublesome. Wang Ting felt a little guilty. He released his force and hurriedly swept the remnants of the fake mountain into the lake. Then, he moved his body swiftly and escaped in a flurry. When he reached home, Lin Zhan transferred the money to him. 2 billion. Minus the fees of the Bangda auction house, they had 8 billion left. Each of them got 300 million when they spilled it 6 ways. Everyone wanted to give Yang Fei half of the money, just as they had discussed beforehand. Yang Fei didn't accept it. Thus, they had no choice but to give up the idea and split the money evenly in the end. Anyway, even if they distributed it evenly, everyone would still get a sizable sum. With the money in hand, Wang Ting started splurging on the internal website of Jisun Martial House. He bought a battle uniform, a battle shield, and all the items he needed. His orders got delivered the next day. After that, Wang Ting didn't leave his house, starting a cultivation session at home. His enlightenment had reached the spiritual realm, so when he practiced his scriptures, his speed of cultivation and proficiency increased furiously. Then, he practiced the sky cremating sword skill. He tested how powerful this advanced stage sword skill talent was. In the courtyard of his rented house, Wang Ting held his battle sword and waved it furiously. Fire force rose from his battle sword and congregated into rays of red sword light. They were scorching and sharp. An hour later, he stopped. Holding his sword, Wang Ting stood still. Sky cremating sword skill. Foundation 18 of 100. The sky cremating sword skill had increased from 15 points to 18 points on his attributes panel. The increase was astonishing. I can save more blank attributes to add to my enlightenment and talent. Wang Ting contemplated for a moment. He had already realized that the blank attributes he had didn't seem to be enough for him to use as the number of his battle techniques and scriptures increased. Hence, he needed to prioritize. It was obvious that enlightenment and talent were the foundation of everything. Once he raised these two attributes to an extremely high level, he wouldn't have to worry about the leveling up of his battle techniques and scriptures. The moment he sorted out his thoughts, Wang Ting poured all the blank attributes into his enlightenment. Then, he started practicing his battle techniques like a maniac. At night, in an abandoned warehouse in the southern suburbs, a bunch of suspicious-looking people was gathered in this abandoned warehouse. They looked like crazed fanatics, and they were discussing in low voices. There was no light, with the only source of illumination being white candles placed around the warehouse. The candles gave a dim orange glow. The evil clansmen really have a gathering here. The members of the City Protection Bureau were hiding in a certain corner at another side. They monitored the situation in the abandoned warehouse from afar using their binoculars. Are they all here? Another member of the City Protection Bureau beside him whispered. They arrived a long time ago. They are lying in ambush around the warehouse. That's good. There are so many evil clansmen. We will catch all of them today. Haha, this will be a huge deed of merit. I wonder who gave us that message. He's such a good person. I heard that it was someone suspicious, dressed like a clansman. Do you think he's a spy? You know, the 3 years after 3 years, 3 years after 3 years kinda one. Whoa, is he really a hidden boss? I think he's quite pitiful. But, he's really a good person. The good person hiding above the members of the City Protection Bureau felt speechless. A famous quote from a Chinese spy movie. Chapter 139. Crazy about making pig heads. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? For a moment, Wang Ting suspected his own identity. Am I really a fellow evil clansman, or just a spy? He hurriedly shook his head to throw this ridiculous thought out of his mind. To hell with being a spy. I don't want to do it for 3 years and 3 more years. It's very miserable. He stared at the people below him with a dangerous gaze. You are really free. How dare you create rumors about me? Do I need to find some things for them to do? As he thought about this, he used his spiritual power to control a rock. He threw it on the door of the warehouse where the evil clansmen were all gathered. A huge clang was heard. Who is it? The evil clansmen in the warehouse were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. A few of them rushed out of the warehouse and started looking around. F***K, who threw that rock? The members of the City Protection Bureau cursed. They shrunk back to prevent the evil clansmen from seeing them. Take a look around the warehouse. Let's make sure that nothing happens, one of the evil clansmen said. More than 10 evil clansmen dispersed and started searching their surroundings. Damn it, we can't hide anymore. Move. The members of the City Protection Bureau hiding in the dark helplessly made a decision. At first, they wanted to wait a little longer, but they didn't have the luxury anymore. They were in the dark while their enemies were standing in the light. The evil clansmen that came out to check things were taken care of in an instant. Then, the members of the City Protection Bureau lying in ambush started moving. They threw smoke bombs and tear shells into the warehouse together. What is this? Oh my God, we are exposed. Run. Most of the evil clansmen in the warehouse were martial disciples. They could hold their breaths for a short period or use their force to block the gas. However, since they were caught unawares, many of them still got affected. The members of the City Protection Bureau wore protective masks and charged into the warehouse. Next, gunshots resounded in the silent surroundings. This is an unexpected move. Wang Ting was still hiding in a corner. As he observed the actions of the City Protection Bureau, he felt like watching a police and thief movie. This was an eye-opener. The evil clansmen wouldn't sit and wait to die. They started resisting. Immediately, explosions, cries of agony, and shouts were heard from the warehouse. TSK, 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 it sounds intense. Wang Ting watched the show from outside as he waited to collect attribute bubbles. Boom. The abandoned warehouse was already in poor shape. Now it started crumbling. After all, there were a bunch of martial warriors fighting inside. The destructive power of 3-star and above martial warriors was very impressive. The warehouse couldn't withstand the beating anymore and collapsed. Multiple figures flew out of the warehouse, changing the battle arena to outside. Some evil clansmen wanted to escape in the mess, but unfortunately, there were many members of the City Protection Bureau waiting in ambush outside. Anyone that ran out would be caught, and every single one of them would be sent to jail. Wang Ting's eyes lit up upon noticing the attribute bubbles floating in the ruins of the abandoned warehouse. He activated his spiritual power. Pull. He picked them up. Speed *8 strength *5 water force *2 earth force *3 metal force *1 in an instant. A tremendous amount of strength, speed, and force attributes went into his pocket. These were all commonly seen attributes though. The force attributes were all from the basic 5 elements too. No mutated force elements appeared. It looked like there really were few mutated element attribute. Most of the time, a normal martial warrior would have one of the 5 main elements as his force. In the past, he was able to pick up the mutated forces like wind force, ice force, and poison force because he was extremely lucky. I didn't expect there to be so many martial warriors among the evil clansmen. Wang Ting sighed. His expression was a little stern. He could tell how powerful this evil clan was. Members of this clan were spread all over the nation like locusts. They were everywhere. Catching so many of them this time was helping the country to get rid of evil too. Someone actually came right into my territory? Wang Ting looked at the evil clansman below him. He held the gold brick in his hand. Swoosh! A brick flew out. The evil clansman rolled his eyes and felt a pain in his head. Before he knew what happened, he fainted. Enlightenment *2 Spirit *2 Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was elated. Ha ha ha, it's so smart of me to make this brick. He picked them up. Then, he continued to control the brick and hit it again and again on the evil clansman's head. Spirit *1 Enlightenment *1 Spirit *1 He hit the evil clansman until no more enlightenment and spirit attributes drop. By then, the evil clansman had turned into a pig head. After some time, 2 members of the City Protection Bureau passed through this location coincidentally and noticed the unconscious pig head evil clansman on the ground. Huh, why is there an evil clansman lying here? They looked at him carefully and got a huge shock. Oh my God, who's so vicious? He turned this poor bastard into a pig head. It must be one of our colleagues. Had he been hiding his violent nature? We mustn't offend him. The 2 of them decided that they must keep a low profile in their department in the future. They mustn't provoke some people in case they got beaten into pigheads. The 2 of them wanted to go to the front line to reinforce their colleagues, but first they had to deal with this evil clansman. Thus, they dragged the evil clansman away. Wang Ting smiled secretly. He realized that the people from the City Protection Bureau had wild imaginations. They liked to think too much and come up with all kinds of strange characters and personalities. Another one. Let me hit him. He noticed another lonely evil clansman moving in his direction. Wang Ting threw his brick at him without any hesitation. Bang! The evil clansman fainted. Bang bang bang! While no one was looking, Wang Ting smashed his brick on the clansman's head, giving birth to another pig head. He welcomed another wave of enlightenment attribute. When the two members of the City Protection Bureau finished dealing with the first pig-head evil clansman and came back, they saw the second pig-head clansman lying on the ground. They couldn't help but exchange glances with each other. Then, they scanned their surroundings in unplanned unison. Sigh, he should have left, right? Shall we drag him back first? The two of them dragged the second pig-head evil clansman out. When they came back, they saw a third pig-head evil clansman unconscious on the floor. Humph, I think that mister must be hiding nearby. Let's just help him to drag the corpse away. You make sense. The two members from the City Protection Bureau felt cold sweat pouring down their forehead. They even changed the way they called the person and addressed him as Mr. now. They were afraid that if he heard any words of disrespect from their mouths, he would beat them into pig heads, too, in a fit of anger. The fourth clansman, the fifth clansman, the two members of the City Protection Bureau were extremely busy. After they dragged the ninth pig-head evil clansman out, they wiped the sweat off their forehead and heaved a long sigh. They were really tired. We are just emotionless corpse-dragging machines. The two of them looked at each other and gave a stiff smile with an unspoken mutual understanding. Wang Ting was having a hard time trying to hold back his laughter. He looked at the two members of the City Protection Bureau. Am I being too harsh on them? As time passed, all the evil clansmen either got killed or got caught. None of them were spared. The two corpse-dragging machines dragged 12 pig-head evil clansmen in total. They worked extremely hard. While gazing at the 12 pig-head evil clansmen piled in front of them like a small mountain, they felt a huge stimulation. Crazy about making pig heads. The two of them shuddered simultaneously. This was the first thought that appeared in their minds when they changed from corpse-dragging machines back to humans. Chapter 140. It's against the law to tease ladies. The City Protection Bureau had spent much effort and engaged many martial warriors in this operation. The chief of the City Protection Bureau had to deal with immense pressure when he decided to carry out this operation. After all, this piece of news came from a paper with an unknown source. They didn't even know who the informant was. He might be playing with them, or even worse, this might be a trap. They could suffer a huge loss if things went south. All of this was part of their consideration. It wasn't easy to engage all this manpower. If something untoward happened, the chief of the City Protection Bureau would have to bear responsibility. Fortunately, the result was good. The content on the paper wasn't fake. This time, they gained merit. At this moment, Chief Tan of the City Protection Bureau looked at the bunch of evil clansmen in front of him and felt happy. However, he maintained the intimidating aura of a leader and patted his subordinates' shoulders occasionally as an encouragement. When he passed by the pile of 12 pig heads, he was slightly stunned. Little Lu, what is going on? Why did you beat them up so badly? This is a little inhumane. Yes, the evil clansmen are wicked, but we, the City Protection Bureau, have to be humane. We need to deal with them using humane methods. Chief Tan regained his senses and coughed dryly as he said, Humane methods? What do you mean by humane methods? If this person in front of them wasn't their immediate superior, Little Lu and his colleague would have refuted him. When did the City Protection Bureau ever act humanely? However, they didn't have the guts to say this. They still needed their jobs. It was hard to support one's family in this current society. They could never lose their job. Little Lu smiled and said obsequiously, Chief, you're right. However, this is not done by the two of us. We were just in charge of dragging them here. You didn't do it? Who did it then? Chief Tan was puzzled. We don't know. However, it should be one of our own, Little Lu replied with a bitter smile. You're not lying to me? Chief Tan still didn't believe them. Chief, we wouldn't dare to lie to you. If you don't believe us, we can swear to heaven. Little Lu lifted his hand and wanted to make a vow. All right. Chief Tan waved his hand. He rubbed his chin as he said, I didn't expect our City Protection Bureau to have such a talent. Little Lou and his colleague. Who was the one that said this was an inhumane act a moment ago? Why are you saying that this person is a talent now? Chief, you have double standards. If you continue like this, you'll lose 2 outstanding workers. Cough, the 2 of you are not bad. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. Chief Tan seemed to have realized his error. He quickly salvaged the situation and then walked away calmly with his hands behind his back. Wang Ting returned to his rented house in the university town. He realized that after this trip, he was a little hungry. He called for food delivery. He would order some Chinese barbecue and a bottle of Coke. Yes, this is how you should eat at night. What a good life. Fat? What is that? As a martial warrior, I have no fear of getting fat. While waiting for food, Wang Ting pulled out his attributes panel and looked at it. His spirit and enlightenment attributes had increased. Although all he got were normal spirit and enlightenment attributes, they won by numbers. Enlightenment. Spiritual realm, 12.5/100 spirit. Spiritual realm, 4.5/100, then, his 5 elements increased individually too. Besides his fire element attribute, the other 4 attributes were close to reaching the 2-star level. Wang Ting didn't waste his time. His enlightenment had increased, so he started practicing his battle technique without further ado. 40 minutes later, his food arrived. He opened the door and walked out. A food delivery young man was standing at the entrance. "Hello, your food delivery is here." He sounded extremely polite. Wang Ting nodded and thanked the delivery man. Life was tough. He still needed to send deliveries in the middle of the night. After dropping Wang Ting's order, the delivery man went next door. The person who opened the door was a pretty lady. Wang Ting didn't take notice of her though. He closed the door directly, but he didn't return to his room. He ate his supper in the courtyard. The moment he sat down, there was a knock on the door. Wang Ting frowned. He got up and opened the door. The lady next door was standing outside. She was wearing short pants and a shirt, with her hair tied up in a bun. It made her look youthful and witty. She seemed to be around 20 years old, and her beauty was 8 out of 10. "Hello, the delivery man gave me the wrong order just now. I looked at the address and I think it's yours. Can you see if you got my order?" The beauty was holding the delivery bags in her hand as she spoke in a slightly embarrassed tone. "Oh." Wang Ting looked at the name and address on the delivery bag. He said in a surprised tone, "It's really mine. Wait for a moment. Let me take a look and see if I took your food." Wang Ting turned and walked back into his courtyard. He looked at the address on the bag. Indeed, it was wrong. He had only glanced at the name of the shop on the receipt just now to confirm that it was right. He didn't look at the address and name. Who would have thought that his neighbor had ordered from the same shop? The delivery man even messed up their order. What a coincidence. Take a look. Is this yours? I haven't opened it yet. Wang Ting passed the delivery bag to her. Yes, it's mine. Thank you, little brother. The lady with the bun smiled like a blooming flower. You're welcome. You don't really have to thank me though, Wang Ting said. All right. The lady with a bun nodded. She seemed to have a good impression of Wang Ting. She stretched out her dainty little hand and smiled. Let's get to know each other. My name is Yen Xian. I live beside you. Please take care of me in the future. Looking at the lively beauty in front of him, Wang Ting was slightly shocked. He lifted his hand and smiled. My name is Wang Ting. We're neighbors now. You don't have to be so polite. Did you just move in? I don't think I've seen you before, Yen Xian said. I've rented this place for some time, but I was busy. I couldn't move in immediately. I have many things to do, so I don't come here often, Wang Ting said. Wow, you rented such a big house, but you don't come here often. You must be wealthy, Yen Xian teased him. Wang Ting smiled. He didn't continue the topic but instead asked, What about you? Are you a student from a nearby university? That's right. I'm a student at Donghai Teaching University. I'll be a Year 3 student after this summer break. I'm normally out doing a part-time job. When I go back late at night sometimes, the dormitory auntie doesn't allow me to enter. It's a little inconvenient, so I rented a house outside with a few of my friends, Yen Xian said. You must be a student of a nearby university too. Let me guess. You must be a freshman. You came here to experience the university town first, right? Yes, I'm indeed a freshman at Huanghai Military Academy. Wang Ting nodded. Wow, Huanghai Military Academy. Yen Xian looked at Wang Ting in astonishment. She said, You must be practicing martial arts, right? Sounds like you're really powerful. Yes, I do practice martial arts. Wang Ting nodded. I admire martial arts students like you so much. Y'all receive good treatment, have high status, and are powerful. After you graduate, you will be the elite of the elites, especially the students from Huanghai Military Academy. I've heard that after graduation, you guys have a chance of entering the military directly. Yen Xian sounded more and more envious as she spoke. It's not so exaggerated. Your university is not bad either. It's nice to become a teacher after you graduate. You will get respected, said Wang Ting. Sigh, let's not talk about that. It's a sad story. Nowadays, it's not easy to become a teacher of a public school. If you want to teach in a top high school, you need to graduate with a master's degree. If you choose an elementary school or a junior high, the treatment won't be as good as a high school. It's so difficult. Yen Xian sighed again with an agonized expression. In an instant, Wang Ting didn't know how to console her. He just had a hearty talk with a slight acquaintance. After all, they had just met. Haha, sorry to bother you. I accidentally started complaining to you while chatting. Yen Xian suddenly realized the situation and smiled bitterly. It's alright. I just don't know how to console you, Wang Ting said. Haha, this is not good. You must learn how to coax a lady. Oh, I should be going back now. I won't disturb you anymore. Alright, let's exchange WeChat. If little brother wants to get to know the environment here, I can be your guide. Yen Xian took out her phone and said, Exchange WeChat. Ladies nowadays really liked to exchange WeChat with other people. Seriously? Okay, let's exchange our WeChat. I'm not familiar with the university town anyway. Wang Ting pretended to be serious. Yen Xian added Wang Ting's WeChat and went back to her rented house. The two ladies peeking at the side of the door immediately pretended that they didn't see anything. They gathered around and asked, Xin, tell us, what did you do? Why did it take you so long to come back? Let me tell you, our neighbor is a really handsome young boy. Yen Xian was a little excited as she spoke. Really? Really? The two lattice eyes lit up, their voices joining together in unplanned unison. Just now Wang Ting was standing inside the door, so they couldn't see his face. When they heard their friend's words, they suddenly felt a hint of surprise. After all, he was just living opposite. They were able to enjoy the benefits of a favorable position. Haha, if you want to know, you have to clean the clothes for the entire week next week. Yen Xian waved her phone. I've already added his WeChat. Ah, how despicable. You actually got his WeChat. Yen Xian, you're a scheming lady, the two ladies shouted. Looks like you don't want to know him. How dare you call me a scheming lady, Yen Xian said. Don't do that. We want to know. Good Xin, we were wrong. Well, do your laundry for 1 week. The two ladies hugged Yen Xin's arms, each on one side, and shook it continuously as they begged for forgiveness. Haha, this feels good. Yen Xian raised her snow-white neck and said with a look of disdain, There's no need to say any more. You must at least wash my clothes for 2 weeks now. If not, nothing is negotiable. Ah, 2 weeks. The two ladies cried bitterly. If you hesitate any longer, don't come and beg me the next time you see the real person. At that time, it won't be something that can be solved with 2 weeks of clothes, Yen Xian said. All right, we will wash them for you. It's just 2 weeks, right? The two ladies exchanged glances with each other. They gritted their teeth and agreed to Yan Xin's request. You need to wash them with your hands, especially my undergarments, Yan Xian said. Don't worry, we won't be careless. Hurry up and tell us, said the two ladies. Then, it was a round of private lattice talk. They ate their barbecue and chatted about the young man next door. In their excitement, they would even let out a scream or two. Men were not the only people who talked about pretty ladies. When ladies were free, they would talk about men too. The next day, at 8 a.m., Yan Xian and her two roommates went out together to head to work. When they went past Wang Ting's door, they saw a few delivery men moving some things into his courtyard. Wang Ting stood at the side and was verifying something with one of the delivery men. He's really handsome. Also, he looks like a mature person. Yan Xin's two roommates were good-looking, just like her. When they saw Wang Ting standing in the courtyard, their eyes lit up like light bulbs. They spoke in hushed voices. Xin, let's go over and greet him, one of Yan Xin's roommates, Sun Shiyun, said. That's right. Let's go and greet him. You can introduce us to him too, the other roommate, Li Qian, urged her. I really have nothing to say about the two of you. Yan Xian felt helpless. She didn't know what to say about her two friends who took love more seriously than friendship. However, she still listened to their request and greeted Wang Ting. Morning. The battle uniform and other items he purchased yesterday had arrived. Wang Ting was signing the invoice when he heard a voice and turned around. He saw three beautiful ladies. One of them was Yan Xian, whom he had chatted with yesterday. Morning. He walked out of the courtyard and smiled as he greeted her. He asked, Are you going out for work? Yes. I was just preparing to head out. What are you doing? Why are there so many cartons? Yan Xian asked curiously. Oh, I'm preparing to go out, so I bought some kits. Wang Ting didn't explain in detail. Yan Xian noticed that he didn't want to talk much, so she stopped probing. At this moment, her roommates were poking her waist with their fingers from the back. Naturally, she knew what her irritating besties wanted to do. She rolled her eyes secretly, but she still introduced them. Oh right, let me introduce my two roommates to you. This short-haired lady is called Sun Shiyun and the long-haired one is Li Qian. Wang Ting felt speechless when she listened to Yan Xin's perfunctory introduction. Sun Shiyun and Li Qian were furious. They were going to end all relationships with her, and all relationships. They wouldn't be besties anymore. Hello, I'm Sun Shiyun. Hello, I'm Li Qian. The two of them gave their most beautiful smile as they introduced themselves. Nice to meet you. Wang Ting nodded in response. He smiled and said, You should know my name already. The delivery men all saw Wang Ting chatting happily with three equally beautiful ladies. They were green with envy. So what if you are handsome? So what if you have money? Don't you know that it's against the law to tease ladies? Unfortunately, they only dared to complain in their hearts. They knew that the youth in front of them wasn't just simply rich and handsome. He was a martial warrior. In front of a martial warrior, they should just keep some things in their hearts. They didn't dare to display their emotions openly. Mr. Wang, your items are all here. Well, make a move now. One of the delivery men walked over and said. All right, thanks for your help. Wang Ting nodded. It's our job, it's our job. The delivery men felt overwhelmed by the special favor. We are leaving for work now. Let's keep in touch. Yan Xian and her friends bid farewell to him. All right, Wang Ting replied. The three ladies walked out of the alley. Li Qian suddenly said, Did you notice the symbol of Jisun Martial House on the clothes of the delivery men and the cartons in the courtyard? Jisun Martial House. One of the top 3 martial arts academies. Yan Xian and Sun Shiyun recalled carefully. That seemed to be the truth. They gave a look of surprise uncontrollably. Even normal people knew Jisun Martial House in this martial arts era, much less university students like them. This junior brother Wang Ting doesn't seem like a simple person, Li Qian commented. Chapter 141. Die a Worthy Death. After tidying his luggage, Wang Ting stepped on the journey to the Xingwu continent again. This time, he went alone. He came to the military camp where the dimensional rift was. This place was heavily guarded all the time. Not only were there soldiers carrying heavy firearms patrolling the area in shifts, but there were also martial warriors guarding in the shadows. Please provide your identification and cooperate with our inspection. The guard at the entrance stared at Wang Ting intensely with his sharp gaze. At the same time, he secretly pointed the firearm in his hand at Wang Ting. Wang Ting followed the instructions smoothly. He took out his martial warrior credentials and passed them to the guard. The other party carefully verified his credentials. He also collected Wang Ting's facial features and used them to verify his identity. Simultaneously, another guard took out his scanning device and inspected his entire body as well as his belongings. Thank you for your cooperation. Once they confirmed that everything was fine, the guard saluted Wang Ting and let him in. Wang Ting nodded. He walked through the door and went all the way in. Now that he was alone, he had more time to observe the surroundings. He noticed that his country placed a significant emphasis on the dimensional rift. There were all kinds of heavy firearms within the vicinity. There were cannons, infantry, armored vehicles, and even tanks and guided missiles on standby all the time. What are they guarding against? The Xingwu continent? Or is it other evil clans? Wang Ting had a more direct perception of the tight security of this forbidden military district compared to the last time he came. Thus he couldn't help but guess secretly. The dimensional rift was one way. The people on Earth could go there, but the people from Xingwu continent couldn't come over. In that case, guarding against the Xingwu continent was secondary to their country. Could it be that they were on the lookout for the evil clans? Or was there some unknown inside story that ordinary people didn't know? Maybe it was so dangerous that they needed to treat it cautiously. Wang Ting shook his head. Before receiving any compelling news, he wouldn't be able to come up with any sort of answer. After some time, Wang Ting reached the plaza where the dimensional rift was located. As usual, there were a huge number of soldiers guarding the entrance. He could see martial warriors walking in and out occasionally. The martial warriors that went in were just like Wang Ting. They looked ready to start. As for those that came out, they looked bedraggled and had blood all over their bodies. They were giving off a cold and vicious aura. This was the implication of killing. Some of these martial warriors had smiles on their faces, while some had sorrowful expressions. Some had a solemn aura around them. They might have just lost their companions. Wang Ting walked into the plaza and looked around. He was slightly stunned. A small troop was gathering at the side of the plaza. There were bloodstains on their bodies. They had probably come back from the Xingwu continent, but Wang Ting didn't know what they had just experienced. Some of them were heavily injured, and some had bandages around their bodies. Some people got carried out on stretchers too. However, one thing of note was the heroic aura pervading the air around them. What's the matter? What's the purpose of this troop that just went to the Xingwu continent? Wang Ting stood at the side and stared at them. He was filled with queries. The last time he went to the Xingwu continent with the Tiger Warrior team, they didn't see any military traces, whether in the city or the dark mist forest. Where were they stationed? What were they doing? He thought he would be able to get some answers after going to the Xingwu continent. But now, he realized that the Xingwu continent was still shrouded in a mysterious mist. Everyone, you died a worthy death. Let's go home. An angry shout came from the front of the troop. Go home. The entire unit responded furiously too. They turned around abruptly and marched towards the entrance at an orderly pace. Even though they were injured, their backs were ramrod straight. Wang Ting finally saw the soldiers at the front holding a few urns in their hands, and the country flag was decorating the urns. Some people were crying violently, but they remained resolute. Wang Ting was astounded. He stood on the spot and watched them leave with his gaze. He remained silent for a long time. "You died a worthy death," he muttered to himself as he walked towards the dimensional rift. Wang Ting took a step into the dimensional rift. He felt dizzy. He tried his best to open his eyes, but unfortunately, all he saw was pitch black. He couldn't see anything at all. After feeling the solid ground underneath his feet, he still couldn't see anything. He opened his eyes, but everything was pitch black. Did I go blind? Wang Ting was shocked, finally regretting his actions. Fortunately, after some time, he slowly regained his vision and managed to see the things in front of him. "Little brother, it's better not to open your eyes in the dimensional rift. You will lose your vision otherwise." Another martial warrior who just came out of the dimensional rift smiled and said to him, "Thank you for your reminder." Wang Ting nodded. "Old Chen, let's go," the martial warrior's teammate called out to him. The martial warrior called Old Chen nodded at Wang Ting and followed his teammate. Wang Ting could faintly hear their conversation. "He looks like a newbie. Old Chen, why do you care about him? You don't know him." "Haha, we've all been through this stage. If we can help, let's just help." Speaking of it, this fellow came to the Xingwu continent alone. He's quite bold. The voices got fainter as they moved further away. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and picked up the attribute bubbles these people had dropped. Space *0. 6. He noticed that the space attribute bubbles only existed for a very short time. Also, only people who just came out from the dimensional rift would drop this attribute. There were no space attribute bubbles around him left behind by the martial warriors who came before them. If not, there should be more bubbles. Should I set up camp here? Wang Ting thought to himself. Currently, he didn't have many space attribute. When he went back to Earth to rest, he tested this attribute. This amount of space attribute couldn't do anything at all. It was just for show. The space talent was very important. He needed to collect more of them. Without hesitating any longer, Wang Ting went to the back of the dimensional rift and sat at the corner of the hall. He hid in the dark. Only newbies would observe their surroundings curiously. Experienced martial warriors left the moment they came out, just like the team that came with him. To them, staying here a second longer was a waste of time. Thus, no one would notice him. Wang Ting stayed in the hall for several hours. There weren't many people who came in and out of the dimensional rift. Not everyone would drop space attribute bubbles either. It was all based on luck. Space attribute *3. For he looked at his attributes panel. Space 4. 8/10,000. Wang Ting glanced at the time and knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. If the guards patrolling outside came in to check the area, without a doubt, he would be taken away as a suspicious person. It was unrealistic for him to stay here and wait to pick up space attribute. He would be taken as a lunatic even if he wasn't. When will I be able to collect enough space attribute? Wang Ting sighed. He got up helplessly and walked out of the hall. At this moment, a few martial warriors walked out of the dimensional rift. They saw Wang Ting strolling out of the corner of their eyes and got a rude shock. They looked at Wang Ting with a puzzled expression. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. Pick them up. Space *1. 3. Oh my god, these martial warriors had dropped quite a few space attribute. There were 3 points in total. This was the highest number he had seen until now. Space 6. 1/10,000 indeed, life is full of small surprises. Wang Ting walked out of the hall in satisfaction. He ignored the people inside who were still in shock. Chapter 142. Don't go out when it's dark. Wang Ting walked out of the force tower and strode on the wide streets of Yong City. Ever since getting the space ring, he had started keeping some inconvenient items inside the ring. He only needed to carry his weapon carrier casket. Otherwise, he traveled lightly. He kept thinking of the same question along the way. Why weren't people from the Xingwu continent able to pass through the dimensional rift? Last time, Wang Ting had asked Lin Zhan and his teammates the same question, but they didn't know the answer. Could it be that the Earth's will is resisting the people from the Xingwu continent? Wang Ting had this thought, but he found it a little funny. Although the presence of martial warriors in this martial arts era didn't make scientific sense, it would be even more absurd if they started talking about the will of the Earth. He shook his head. Not far away from him, the Yong City branch of Jisun Martial House was within his sight. When Wang Ting walked into the building, many people recognized him. Isn't that the newbie from the Tiger Warrior team? Why is he alone? The Tiger Warrior team lost an important member recently. By right, they will need to spend a long time reorganizing themselves before they come to the Xingwu continent again. Could it be that he's here to explore on his own? The martial warriors in the hall started discussing among themselves. Some looked at Wang Ting in surprise. Wang Ting ignored everyone and walked straight to the counter. He said to the staff, "I want to borrow a heavy armor vehicle." The staff looked at Wang Ting's extremely young face and felt a little astounded. "Are you sure?" he asked. "Yes." Wang Ting nodded. "Young man, do you know how dangerous it is to explore and hunt alone?" Someone couldn't help but remind Wang Ting. "Thank you for your concern. However, I've already made my decision," said Wang Ting. "Alright, I just wanted to remind you. You can make your own decision. We can't control you." The person waved his hand nonchalantly. The staff didn't say anything. He just passed Wang Ting a key. "This is the car key. Take the car matching the number on the key. The payment will be based on the amount of time you use it. Also, if the car is spoiled, you will need to make the necessary compensation." "What other questions do you have?" "No questions." Wang Ting nodded and turned around to leave the martial arts building. The people in the hall looked at his back view as he left. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth knows no fear." Wang Ting drove the heavy armor vehicle out of Yong City toward the dark mist forest. The heavy armor vehicle used force as its fuel. There was a vast difference between the Xingwu continent and Earth. The Xingwu continent used force as their primary energy source. Besides the force in the air around them, the main source of force came from energy stones. If they wanted to use force, they needed the help of runes. However, if they wanted to extract force from the air, they needed to extract, purify, and coagulate it. There were too many steps, and the efficiency was low. Without the skillfully contrived rune, they wouldn't be able to move machinery at a highly effective rate. Thus, under normal circumstances, these types of machinery relied on the force in energy stones as their fuel. Wang Ting only knew this general knowledge after he started driving his own car. It was already dusk. A huge sun hung low in the west, right above the horizon. The heavy armor vehicle moved forward at high speed, startling the birds in the wild. The transfer station outside the dark mist forest was known as the Dark Mist Town. By the time Wang Ting reached the Dark Mist Town, the sky had turned completely dark. He parked his car to the side, as he didn't plan to stop here. He wanted to enter the dark mist forest while it was still dark. He walked out of the small town and saw many citizens from the Xingwu continent along the way. Some of them looked at him coldly. They even seemed a little malicious. The Dark Mist Town was a famous location in the Xingwu continent. All kinds of martial warriors were gathered here, good and bad. From the past until now, the Xingwu continent remained a place that respected the powerful. They closely abided by the rule of the survival of the fittest. In fact, they didn't even hide their intentions. When the dimensional rifts appeared, they didn't change, following the same rule when they faced the martial warriors from the earth. They maintained peace on the surface, but the actual competition was intense and cruel. To some local tyrants that stayed in the dark mist town all year round, Wang Ting, who came here all alone, was like a huge fat sheep. Wang Ting entered the dark mist forest. Wearing his infrared glasses, he started shuttling back and forth in the forest at high speed. Steps of gale. Wind force swirled around his feet and formed small whirlpools. It pushed his body up and made him feel incredibly light and agile. This is how it feels like to be the wind. He kept increasing his speed to experience the sensation of merging with the wind. This time, he didn't execute the steps of gale because he wanted to show off. Instead, he was just practicing his battle technique to increase its proficiency. Wang Ting remained alert of his environment and occasionally used his spiritual sight to observe the changes to the force around him. Suddenly, he noticed something and his gaze paused for a moment. He moved his body and leaped up a huge tree. He hid among the flourishing tree leaves. The plants on Earth had grown stronger and bigger after the purification of the force, but compared to their counterparts on the Xingwu continent, they were small. After Wang Ting hid himself, a few black figures came over at a fast speed. What happened? Where did that brat go? Damn it, he's really fast. He disappeared in a blink of an eye. The three suspicious figures were whispering in frustration. Wang Ting hid in the tree. As he listened to their conversation, he scoffed in his heart. Y'all are actually targeting me? Let's split up and search. Once anyone sees him, send the signal, one of the people said. Sure. The remaining two nodded and headed in other directions to search for Wang Ting. They left one person here to explore the vicinity. Based on the intensity of the force rays around these three, they should be 1-star soldier-level martial warriors. I want to see how you are going to rob me. Wang Ting remained indifferent, and an icy glare shot out of his eyes. He had killed many people, so he was gradually getting used to it. He didn't mind having a few more lives on his hands. Where did he go? Why can't we find him? The person below muttered to himself. He searched for a long time, but he couldn't find anyone. Are you looking for me? A voice suddenly came from above him. In the dark, the person's expression changed. Before he could react, though, a cold ray flashed past, and his body turned stiff and motionless. Ugh, his voice was stuck in his throat. His pupils constricted to needles, and his gaze was filled with disbelief. The person reflexively clutched his throat to stop the fresh blood from flowing out. He fell down weakly. As his opponent was a martial warrior, Wang Ting waited for some time before calling out to him once he was relaxed. His opponent was stunned. Wang Ting used his spiritual power to fire the shooting star spiral that he brought with him and took away his opponent's life in a split second. 1 shot, 1 kill. This method was unexpected. Even martial warriors had a hard time guarding against it. Spirit *2 Enlightenment *3 Earth Force *6 A few attribute bubbles dropped. Wang Ting picked them up and then kept the corpse in his space ring. Next, he chased after the other two who had gone in different directions. The martial warrior I just killed is the most powerful one among them. He should be a 1-star advanced stage martial warrior. The other two people are weaker. Never mind, let's just kill them using this sneaky method. Saves me much trouble. Wang Ting used his steps of gale and silently closed in on one of the martial warriors. The shooting star spiral was made from the spirit shadow star bone, so it was a potent murdering weapon in the dark. Even 2-star or 3-star martial warriors might get killed by it if they were careless. Very soon, Wang Ting found the other martial warrior. Go. He hid behind a huge tree. Following his thoughts, the shooting star spiral jumped in the air. The martial warrior got killed instantly. He didn't even have time to react. Spirit *1 Water Force *3 He picked them up. It was the last martial warrior's turn. Without any surprises, he died from the shooting star spiral. Wang Ting looked at the shooting star spiral that was giving off a dull glint. He suddenly thought of a sentence, "Don't go out when it's dark." The shooting star spiral allowed him to turn into a night murderer. No one was able to live under his hands. Actually, killing one-star martial warriors was as easy as killing chickens. Many people went through many hardships and challenges to become martial warriors. Yet, they got killed so easily. This was the cruelty of the martial warrior's world. Wang Ting looked at the bubbles dropped by the last martial warrior. Spirit *1 Fire Force *5 He picked them up. It was a pity that there weren't any scriptures or battle technique. Wang Ting took out the other 2 corpses and laid them side by side. He then started searching the bodies. In the end, he found 3 small bags of energy stones. There weren't many of them, only around 30 pieces. He also found 3 weapons that were 1-star grade. He would earn some money if he sold them. After finishing everything, Wang Ting burned the 3 corpses into ashes. Getting rid of the corpses and the traces was a necessary step after killing someone. Also, Wang Ting viewed the shooting star spiral as his secret weapon. He didn't want other people to notice any hints of it from the corpses. The fire extinguished quickly. Next, Wang Ting headed towards the depth of the forest at high speed. Although the 3 martial warriors were dead, no one would seek justice for them. Their deaths would only cause some people to laugh at them for failing miserably in an easy task. After some time, no one would even remember their names. After taking care of the trouble, Wang Ting started training and hunting in the dark mist forest alone. The star beasts in the Xingwu continent were bigger in size than those on Earth. They ran wild in the forest, and the commotion they made was astonishing. It had been 3 days since Wang Ting entered the dark mist forest. At this moment, in front of him, 6 flying daggers and his shooting star spiral formed afterimages in the air as they cut through it. Their paths crisscrossed and created an airtight death web. It cut away at the group of 1-star beasts in front of him like a meat grinder. Star Beast was a powerful presence. Even if it was just a 1-star beginner stage star beast, ordinary martial warriors would need some time before they could kill it. Some inexperienced martial warriors might even get killed by the star beast instead. However, now, the numerous star beasts in front of Wang Ting couldn't retaliate at all. They were being slaughtered like farm animals. The angry howls of the star beasts were heard continuously. It sounded exceptionally sad and shrill. The ground was quickly soaked with blood. Meat piles landed on the ground, painting a chilling scene. More than 10 1-star beginner stage jackals were killed by Wang Ting. They dropped a whole bunch of attribute bubbles. Blank attribute *2 blank attribute *2 Earth Force *5 blank attribute *3 Earth Force *2. He picked them up. During these 3 days, Wang Ting didn't go too deep into the forest. Instead, he hunted 1-star beginner stage star beasts like the ones in front of him. To other martial warriors, a group of star beasts might be a disaster, but Wang Ting was able to rely on his spiritual power to turn them into his attribute bubbles ATM. Wang Ting's spiritual power was stronger than his force. It was a lethal threat to beginner stage star beasts. He would kill one whenever he saw one. The more there were, the more exhilarating it was to kill them. Accordingly, there were more attribute bubbles too. When he killed star beasts, the attributes that dropped the most were blank attributes and force attribute. Wang Ting would increase his enlightenment whenever he received a blank attribute. His enlightenment had already reached the spiritual realm. When he raised it higher, the effects got better and better. It allowed the practice speed of his battle techniques to become faster and faster. His proficiency increased exponentially. If it continues like this, I will be able to reach the perfected stage for many of my battle techniques in no time. Also, the force attributes have been rising quickly too. They are reaching the level of a 2-star soldier level. Wang Ting was extremely motivated as he watched his stats rising at a visible speed. He took off all the materials on the star beast's bodies and put them in his space ring. Star cores and star bones were rare. He hadn't seen any until now. Let's continue. Wang Ting decided to head deeper into the forest. During these 3 days, he had killed most of the 1-star beginner stage star beasts in this area. Now, all the star beasts were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Once they sensed any movement, they would run away. Rather than wasting time chasing them, Wang Ting decided to hunt for star beasts deeper in the forest. The outer circle of the dark mist forest was the territory of 1-star to 3-star star beasts. Normally, the deeper you went, the higher the level of the star beasts and the more powerful they were. Wang Ting kept pushing on from the outside of the circle to the inside. He started with 1-star beginner stage star beasts, 1-star advanced stage star beasts, and then 1-star peak stage star beasts. After another 5 days, a massive number of 1-star star beasts were killed by Wang Ting. His ability had taken an enormous leap. All his 5 element forces had finally reached the 2-star level. The 5 forces entered the second force nucleus above his tailbone. The 5 elements circled the force nucleus, reinforcing and counteracting one another. It was a mysterious feeling. That night, Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree and felt the changes of the forces in his body. He had a sudden thought. What will happen if I merge the 5 element forces together? Unfortunately, I lack metal and wood talents, so I'm unable to use these 2 forces. If not, I could have given it a try. When he pushed this thought aside, a new thought came to his mind. He frowned and pondered. The 3 mutated elements, wind, ice, and poison, are hard to get. I haven't seen any star beast with these 3 attributes. I didn't even see another gale wolf. I think that I can start hunting 2-star star beasts tomorrow. I hope that I can meet some of these star beasts. Once he decided on his plan, Wang Ting closed his eyes to rest. He continued his massacre the next day. I'll try my best to become a 3-star martial warrior before school starts. Wang Ting had this thought in mind, so he got more hard-working at hunting and killing star beasts. Slowly, he started exuding a crazy temperament. In the afternoon, he wandered around the forest and suddenly saw a star beast. His eyes lit up. Look what I found. A gale wolf that got separated from its pack. I can try to kill it. 1 gale wolf can provide me with many wind force attributes. It will also drop a large number of blank attributes. However, gale wolves weren't easy to deal with. He needed to close in on them slowly from the back, carefully without making a sound. Alright, I've caught it. Look at how hard it's struggling. I will smash its head into pieces, and then, there was no more than after this. Chapter 143. Dark Apparition. The attributes dropped by the 2-star beginner stage Gale Leopard included Wind Force *10 blank attribute *12. Wang Ting picked all of them up. Without a doubt, even if it was just a 2-star beginner stage star beast, the attribute bubbles they dropped were more than a 1-star star beast. Then, he took some materials from the leopard's body. Wind was a mutated element. If you compared this star beast with another star beast of the same level, the materials on its body had a higher price than those from a normal element star beast. Its claws, teeth, skin. The last time he came to the Xingwu continent, Wang Ting had learned some dissection skills from Yang Fei. After a few days of practical experience, he got more and more skilled at it. He was able to dissect a beast quickly without wasting much time. The area inside the space ring was equivalent to a huge truck. It could fit many things. Thus, Wang Ting didn't hesitate. He stuffed all the things he obtained from the star beasts into the ring. This was all money. He must not waste them. Wasting was atrocious. When the space ring was full, he would find a place to hide the lower-priced items so that he could come back and take them another time. Finally, he checked if there was any star core or star bone. Although it was rare for a low-level star beast to have a star bone, Wang Ting didn't overlook any of the beasts he killed. He would only give up after he had completed his inspection. As expected, there was no star bone, but there was a pleasant surprise. The beast had a star core. It was a 2-star wind element star core. What a massive gain! Wang Ting happily kept the star core and left this place. In a certain part of the dark mist forest, Wang Ting met 3 2-star earth armor pigs. There was nothing to say between a human and a pig. They started fighting without a second word. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Ting didn't use his shooting star spiral right away. He shot 6 flying daggers out first to hold back 2 of the earth armor pigs. Then, he dashed towards the last one. Fire Kirin sword skill. The moment he attacked, it was the perfected stage Fire Kirin sword skill. After these few days of practice, his Fire Kirin sword skill had reached the perfected stage. Its power was many times stronger than before. There were some differences between force battle techniques and foundation battle technique. It could mainly be split into the foundation, small achievement, big achievement, perfected, presence, and conscious stage. There was no presence enlightenment stage after the perfected stage. It went right to the understanding of presence and conscious. These last 2 stages consisted of powerful lethal stances derived from the battle technique. These stances exceeded the realms of battle technique. For instance, one could derive sword presence and even the sword conscious. When you attacked with your sword, the powerful presence of your sword would bear down on your opponent and the conscious of your attack would cut through the air. The battle technique was heightened to another level. However, if you wanted to understand the presence and conscious of your skill, you needed to have extremely high talent. Among a few hundred martial warriors who practiced sword skills, there might not even be one who could understand the presence of the sword. Conscious was even more challenging to understand than presence. That was truly the exclusive right of real talent. Among a few thousand martial warriors who practiced sword skills, there might only be 1 or 2 that would reach the conscious stage. Wang Ting had an advanced stage sword skill talent as well as a high enlightenment attribute. This was why he was able to upgrade his Fire Kirin sword skill to the perfected stage so quickly. He even felt a faint hint of sword presence. At the moment, he was standing at the threshold of the presence stage. His other battle techniques had also reached the perfected stage, but they didn't show any inclination to reach the presence stage. Squeal! The earth armor pig grunted. Contrary to its appearance, its fat body was extremely agile. It stomped its hind leg on the ground and jumped to the side, evading Wang Ting's attack. Do you think you can dodge? There were no changes in Wang Ting's expression. He remained calm as he twirled the battle sword in his hand. His actions were smooth and natural, like flowing water. He turned the direction of his sword and aimed it at the earth armor pig's body. The sharp sword slit open the earth armor pig's scales immediately. Next, a scorching fire force invaded its body. The earth armor pig let out a roar of agony. Then, it slammed into the ground. At the same time, Wang Ting controlled his 6 flying daggers and moved them below the 2 earth armor pigs. He pierced their abdomen with the daggers and ground their organs. Weak point. If you wanted to kill star beasts, you needed to find their weak point. This would save you time and energy. Earth Force *6 blank attribute *5 Earth Force *8 blank attribute *4 Wang Ting picked up the bubbles before bending down to take the materials on the earth armor pig's body. Then, he left. Boom. A giant python was hanging on a big tree branch that needed 5 adults to hug it together. Its thick and fat tail swooshed towards Wang Ting. A 3-star advanced stage star beast. As he went deeper into the forest, Wang Ting finally met a powerful 3-star star beast. Of course, after killing many 2-star star beasts, he had successfully advanced to 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. If not, he wouldn't dare to tackle this 3-star star beast. 3-star advanced stage star beasts were the most powerful presence in the outer circle. They usually occupied an entire area and proclaimed themselves the king of their territory. They were extremely strong. Ordinary 3-star martial warriors could be in trouble if they met one of these beasts. However, Wang Ting wasn't afraid. When he saw the giant python slashing its tail at him, he didn't dodge. Earth force surged out of his body and congregated into a shield in front of him. Earth element shield. Bang! The giant tail smashed onto the earth element shield. Wang Ting held his ground and observed the changes in his earth element shield. 1 second, 2 seconds. Crack, crack. The earth element shield persevered for 5 seconds under the impact of the giant python's tail. In the end, it shattered into pieces and turned into tiny dots of light. Then, it dispersed into the air. By that time, Wang Ting had already shifted his body and appeared in another location. Hiss hiss, the giant python slowly wriggled its body on the huge tree. It turned its triangular snake head at Wang Ting and looked at him with a sinister gaze. Have a taste of my most powerful attack. Wang Ting spoke to himself. He held the battle sword in his hand, and the fire force surged out of his body. It congregated on the battle sword. A few seconds later, the fire force had almost turned solid. Flames burnt furiously. Sky cremating sword skill. Cremation. The sword slashed through the air. The sword light roared at the giant python like a fire dragon's breath. Hiss! The giant python seemed to have felt a strong sense of danger. It raised its head and hissed towards the sky, letting out a ray of ice blue light from its mouth like a fountain. Boom! The ice blue light merged with the sky full of flames. The giant python was engulfed in the roaring flames. It kept making shrill cries. Its huge body slammed down from the large tree trunk. It frantically rolled on the ground in an attempt to put out the flames, but it wasn't of much help. Boom! The trees around the two were all broken. The place was a huge mess. The giant python's struggles grew weaker and weaker as time passed. Now, it only wanted to run away, leaving a long brunt mark on the ground. It kept moving until it was unable to crawl anymore. It had lost all its vitality. Ice Force *35 blank attribute *30 beginner stage ice talent *20 35 points of Ice Force. My Ice Force is finally at the 2-star level. Wang Ting was elated when he felt the changes in his body. His 5 normal elements forces had already reached 3-star. It was good that his Ice Force had reached 2-star. It wasn't lagging too much. There are still 20 points of ice talent. Wang Ting looked at his attributes panel. Beginner stage ice talent, 33 out of 300, It looked like he still had a long way to go before getting to the intermediate stage. On the other hand, he had 20 more blank attribute. All the blank attributes he got from killing the star beasts were used to raise his enlightenment. Recently, he had saved some of his blank attributes, so he had 125 points left. Wang Ting walked over and looked at the burnt corpse of the giant python with pity. The scales of this giant python were destroyed. What a waste! He didn't expect the last stance of the sky cremating sword skill to be so powerful. Even a 3-star advanced stage star beast was unable to resist it. All he could say was, terrifying. Wang Ting sensed the corpse, and a smile appeared on his face. He retrieved a star core from the body of the giant python. A 3-star star core. It was worth a lot of money. He examined it properly before placing it into the space ring. As for star bone, there was no point thinking about it. Until now, despite killing a few hundred star beasts, Wang Ting didn't find any star bone at all. Time passed slowly. It had been a month since Wang Ting came to the dark mist forest. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, and it was late at night. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the crown of a huge tree. He was counting his spoils so far. Wang Ting's primary purpose of coming to the dark mist forest this time was to gain experience and improve his combat ability. When he was facing the star beasts, he didn't just kill them to get their attribute bubbles. He was practicing his battle techniques too. Phantom Ice Fist, Moving Mountain Blade Skill, Green Gale Claw, earth element shield, folding waves sword skill, sky cremating sword skill, steps of gale. He left no one behind. Now, all his battle techniques had reached the perfected stage. He also finally understood the sword presence of the fire Kirin sword skill. However, he hadn't even hit 10%. On the attributes panel, it showed that he was only at 5%. His scriptures were improving tremendously too. Force skill scriptures only had the foundation, small achievement, big achievement, and perfected stages. His red flame scripture, deep ice scripture, and earth lust skill had already reached the perfected stage. His wind soul scripture was the only dark level scripture, and he had comprehended it to the big achievement stage. However, he would still need some time before he moved it to the perfected stage. Spiritual realm enlightenment was shocking once he started his cultivation. For martial warriors that didn't have high enlightenment, it was tough for them to reach the big achievement, much less the perfected stage, for their scriptures or battle technique. Their speed of cultivation would be very slow too. However, for those talents with high enlightenment, practicing scriptures and battle techniques was as easy as eating and drinking. Wang Ting spent 1 month to reach this state. It seemed really fast, but compared to genuine talents, he might still be a little slow. The advantage of raising his scripture to the perfected stage was that his speed of extracting and refining his force had become faster. Talents were able to cultivate really quickly while normal martial warriors lagged a long way behind. This was the reason. Besides this, Wang Ting spent some spare time practicing his gun kung fu. He purposely looked for those fast and agile star beasts to test his skill. The effects were not bad. He just needed a lot of bullets. Gun kung fu, small achievement 25 out of 100, gun kung fu was hard, so he only reached the small achievement stage. Next, he looked at the changes to his enlightenment and spirit. Enlightenment, spiritual realm, 15/100 spirit, spiritual realm, 5/100, these two attributes were even harder to increase. Fortunately, he had blank attributes, so he could use them. These all increased his combat ability. As for materials, Wang Ting's space ring was almost full. Sigh. Wang Ting couldn't help but sigh. He stretched his back and laid down on the crown of the tree, gazing at the bright and shiny moon in the air. His mood was excellent. He was a 3-star martial warrior now. Even more, he was a 3-star martial warrior who had 5 equally powerful element forces. Even if he met a 4-star martial warrior, Wang Ting would have a chance to fight with them. School is starting soon. I should go back, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Just as he was thinking about this, he sat up abruptly and looked in a certain direction. There's a movement. Wang Ting moved his body and hid behind the leaves. He concealed the aura around his body and remained dormant. He didn't expose himself at all. The sound of footsteps, the rustling of the leaves. The movement from afar was coming closer and closer. Who are they? Why are they in such a hurry? Did they meet a star beast? No, if they really met a star beast, why is there only the sound of human footsteps? Wang Ting frowned. All kinds of thoughts flashed past his mind quickly. #yen%. Hurry up and leave. A shout was suddenly heard. It was filled with panic. The Xingwu continent language. Wang Ting understood the meaning of the shout. At the same time, he confirmed that these people weren't humans from Earth. Also, it was obvious that they were in trouble. Wang Ting didn't have much compassion towards native Xingwu continent citizens. Hence, he continued hiding and observed them. A few figures were running frantically in the night. Soon, they came close to Wang Ting. One of the figures was extremely tall and bulky, almost 3 meters in height. However, the other person reached only 1.3 meters. These 2 people were 2 extremes. The other 3 people looked no different from normal humans. Giant, dwarf. The information of these 2 races appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Giants and dwarfs were two directly opposite races in the Xingwu continent. The giants were generally at least 2.5 meters in height, and all of them were bulky and muscular. They were natural frontline soldiers. The dwarfs were the exact opposite. They never grew above 1.5 meters in height. They were small and were known for their speed. They were natural assassins. Interesting. This should be a martial warrior team. Wang Ting was just thinking about this when he heard a scream of despair. One of the people from this small team suddenly got dragged into the dark and dense bushes at the side. Everyone only saw a black shadow flashing past. What is that? Wang Ting's expression changed. He immediately became serious. He didn't even see it clearly either. Spiritual sight. Wang Ting immediately activated his spiritual sight and scanned his surroundings. Where did it go? His eyes moved quickly. The first time, he didn't see anything. When he observed around him again at a slower speed, he finally noticed something abnormal. A ball of black light was hiding behind the bushes. It almost merged with the dark night sky. If the black area didn't have a faint glow around it, Wang Ting wouldn't have noticed that something was wrong even if he were to look at it a few more times. A black force glow? He was flabbergasted and puzzled. Don't go! The other people were astounded when they saw their companion being dragged into the dark. Someone wanted to help his friend, but he got pulled back. Alert! A lattice voice was heard. The group immediately formed a circle. They had their backs to one another as they kept a vigilant eye on their surroundings. All the sounds seemed to have disappeared. Even the chirps of birds and insects couldn't be heard. There was dead silence. It must be a dark apparition. We won't be able to escape. Death is the only route left. We must fight with it. That way we might have a chance to live. Damn it, why is there a dark apparition here? This is a serious matter. One of us must remain alive to deliver this piece of news. The group kept talking while looking for any changes. Dark apparition? Wang Ting was stunned. This was another new term. He had no idea what it was. From their tone, this dark apparition sounded terrifying. Its appearance must be grave since they wanted to deliver the news back. Is that black light the dark apparition? Wang Ting had only looked away for 1 minute. When he turned back to the area again, the black ball of light was gone. He was so shocked that he felt cold sweat on his body. Chapter 144. Ghost-face Wang Ting had lost sight of the dark apparition. He scanned his surroundings in panic, wanting to find it again. As seconds ticked by, his expression grew uglier and uglier. That damn thing had disappeared. Silence. Dead silence. He could hear the sound of the wind around him. It sounded like someone sobbing. At that moment, rustling sounds suddenly resounded from the dense forest surrounding him. A mist was starting to appear in the dark mist forest again. Damn it! Wang Ting heard the four-man team below cursing in low voices. In this eerie atmosphere, they fell into extreme uneasiness. We shouldn't wait here without doing anything. We must retreat. No, once we separate, we will be killed one by one. The longer they waited, the more agitated they felt. Some people from the team didn't want to wait for their deaths, but retreating was obviously a bad idea. The dark apparition hiding in the shadows was like an extremely patient hunter. It might be waiting for the four men to separate. They didn't need to stay too far apart. They just needed to stop pasting their backs against each other, and it would have a chance to attack them. Where did it go? Wang Ting was also affected by the eerie atmosphere. He felt tense and nervous as he searched for traces of the dark apparition everywhere. Something just doesn't feel right. In an instant, he was on tenterhooks. He turned his neck slowly. When he reached 45 degrees, he finally saw a face that was inches away from his eyes. A creature that looked like a human was hanging upside down on a branch. It was clutching the tree branch with its limbs tightly as it stared straight at Wang Ting. What face was it? A ghost face. It was an ugly and hideous ghost face. Its eyes were scarlet and muddy. Its face was covered with black stripes, and dark green vessels were popping out all over its forehead. It looked both like a monkey and a human. It was bizarre and horrifying. No wonder he couldn't find it. This fellow had discovered him and even sneaked up on him. F***K. Wang Ting's pupils constricted to needles. He cursed and poured out his spiritual power without thinking, forming a pushing force. Boom! The dark apparition pounced on Wang Ting in his face. However, it didn't expect this human to create an invisible pushing force, causing it to fly out. Wang Ting used the pushing force to retreat quickly. He landed on the ground. The 4 people below were stunned. This scene was too abrupt. They didn't know what had happened, yet a figure had already flown down from the tree. "Who are you?" one of the people below shouted. This voice belonged to the only lady on the team. She was using the Xingwu continent's common language. "This is not the time to care about who I am. Let's take care of this damn thing first," Wang Ting also replied in the Xingwu continent's common language. After he finished speaking, he immediately looked in the direction where the dark apparition flew out from. However, it had disappeared once again from Wang Ting's vision. "Luoya, this fellow can't be trusted. He was hiding suspiciously on the tree. We don't know whether he's a friend or foe. If he hadn't been forced out by the dark apparition, he might still be waiting to sneak an attack on us," the other male human in the team said. "We don't have a choice. Let's take care of the dark apparition first," Luoya, who was the leader of this team, said firmly. The man stopped talking. He just reminded Luoya so that she could be prepared. "Be careful. It's above you," Wang Ting suddenly shouted. He didn't hesitate. Almost immediately, while shouting, he clutched the battle sword in his hand, and a fiery red force exploded out of his body. He slashed his sword in the air above their heads. Screech! A furious howl. Wang Ting saw the dark apparition pushing its palm forward. Then, with a flash of black, it shattered his sword light. The other 4 people were shocked. However, they were experienced martial warriors, so they quickly launched their attack. The moment Wang Ting's attack got diffused, 4 different attacks ensued. Wang Ting saw the black shadow flickering. Then, it disappeared under the attack of the 4 people. The sound of the wind was strong. He felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Wang Ting didn't turn around, but the strong wind still wasn't able to hurt him at all. Clang! 6 flying daggers shuttled back and forth in the dark. It formed a defense wall behind him that he was able to use to attack his opponent too. The strong gale only managed to strike the flying daggers. When they collided, sparks were formed. Wang Ting turned around and saw the black shadow landing on all 4s on the ground. Its pitch-black claws were razor-sharp, and its speed was incredible. If his flying daggers hadn't blocked the attack just now, that claw would have been able to penetrate his heart and turn it cold. Once the dark apparition noticed that it couldn't kill Wang Ting in a single strike, it fled far away. It used its frightening speed and unpredictable movements in the dark to disappear in the blink of an eye. Wang Ting's expression was ugly. He felt really fortunate. This damn creature was so hard to deal with. He needed to focus his full attention and use everything he had. He was able to see the dark apparition with his spiritual sight, but it traveled at high speed in the dark and kept changing its position. Also, it had a mysterious talent that allowed it to merge into the dark environment. If he didn't pay attention, he would lose track of it. "You can see it," the lady called Luoya exclaimed in surprise. 2 times. He reminded them once and evaded the attack of the dark apparition the other time. This was definitely not luck. The man in front of her was able to see the dark apparition. Luoya was certain of it. "I'll remind you." Wang Ting didn't say much, but his answer was a confirmation of her guess. Luo Yi nodded. She stopped probing, but a glint of happiness flashed past her eyes. Her teammates appeared delighted too. With someone who was able to see the dark apparition helping them, they might really be able to escape unscathed from this crisis. Luo Yi, suddenly, in this quiet environment, a weak voice was heard among the bushes at the side. Liao Long. Luo Yi and her teammates exclaimed in shock. Save me, save me! A black figure crawled out of the bushes. His voice was extremely hoarse and weak. Half of his body was still behind the bushes, and only his upper body could be seen. He stretched his hand towards Luo Yi and her teammates like a person on the brink of death, begging for someone to help him. Mist was everywhere. His face was shrouded in the shadow. They couldn't see it clearly. Liao Long, this is great. You're not dead. One of Luo Yi's teammates wanted to go forward, but the giant pulled him back. Quan Chi, what are you doing? Liao Long is injured. We need to save him. The man who got stopped said frantically. Don't go. Something isn't right. The giant, Quan Chi, said in a rough voice. Wang Ting was about to remind them. With the help of his spiritual sight, he could see black lights shining around Liao Long. It was the same as the dark apparition. What's going on? Wang Ting turned serious. He couldn't understand the situation. Save me, Liao Long was still pleading for help in a sorrowful voice. His companions couldn't bear to see him like this. While everyone was hesitating, Luo Yi walked towards him. Let me take a look. Luo Yi, don't go. The dwarf wanted to stop her, but he saw her waving her hands secretly behind her back. Chapter 145. Assimilation. Liao Long, are you all right? Luo Yi walked towards Liao Long and asked in concern. Where are you hurt? Do you have healing medicine? You can't move? Don't worry, we will save you and bring you back. We are comrades. She moved closer step by step. Towards the end, her voice got gentler, as if she was comforting the other person. Save me, Liao Long was still pleading for help. However, his voice was getting weaker. He was breathing in more air than he breathed out, as though he would die at any moment. Don't worry. I'll save you immediately. As Luo Yi spoke, they were already less than 5 meters away from each other. The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly shot forward. She rushed in front of the other party in an instant. Wang Ting only saw a sharp sword light flashing in the dark. The speed of her attack was extremely fast. It felt as though the moment she took her sword out of its sheath, she had already stabbed Liao Long. Luo Yi. Her 3 teammates' expressions changed. They didn't expect Luo Yi to attack Liao Long. They had also noticed something amiss, but they didn't want to attack Liao Long. After all, he had been their teammate for many years. Luo Yi's expression didn't change though. A cold glint flashed past her eyes as she stabbed her long sword viciously into Liao Long's body. She didn't care about their relationship at all. Wang Ting's eyes widened. This lady left a strong impression on him. She was sharp, decisive, and ruthless. Wang Ting was able to notice the difference with the help of his spiritual sight. However, Luo Yi acted solely based on her observation and judgment. It wasn't easy for her to make such a decision. At first, he wanted to remind the other party, but when he noticed that she had another motive, he decided to wait and see. Although the result was unexpected, he wasn't too shocked. In the next instant, Luo Yi's teammates' expressions changed again. They shouted at her. Dodge! Almost at the same time, Luo Yi had already started moving. While the sword light slashed through the air, she tilted her body slightly. She pierced her battle sword behind her closer to her right side. This was what I was waiting for. There was a cold smile at the edge of her lips. She seemed to have been saving her energy for a long time. At this moment, her force exploded, and the sword rays glowed brightly. It slashed towards the dark apparition with a loud sound. Howl! The dark apparition was finally hit. It let out a painful wail as blood spurted out of its chest. It flew backward. "Let me kill you when you're injured." Wang Ting moved his body and stabbed the dark apparition with his battle sword. Slash. The sword penetrated the heart of the dark apparition. The 3 members of Luo Ya's team followed closely behind him. The giant martial warrior held his battle mace and slammed it on the dark apparition's head. Splat! It shattered into pieces like a watermelon. Such violence! Wang Ting hurriedly jumped back to evade the red and white matter splattering everywhere. "You are a step too late." The giant martial warrior, Quan Chi, laughed while speaking to his other 2 teammates. "Quan Chi, how did you react so quickly today?" The dwarf martial warrior was frustrated, but he was curious too. "I've been staring at this young man. The moment he moved, I moved too," Quan Chi said smartly. "You can do this?" The dwarf and the other man exchanged glances with each other. Wang Ting looked at Quan Chi in surprise when he heard this. This big guy wasn't stupid. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the trouble was solved, blood spurted out of Luo Ya's back. Her entire body flew out. "Luo Ya!" Quan Chi and the other people screamed in shock as their expressions changed. They looked at Liao Long. He was actually standing up in an extremely weird posture. His actions were a little stiff. The top half of his body was slouching, his shoulders were bent, and his joints were cracking loudly. He staggered as he stood up. No one, including Wang Ting, saw how Luo Ya was attacked. Quan Chi and the other 2 people rushed over and stood in front of Luo Ya to protect her. "Luo Ya, how are you?" Cough. "Fortunately, I managed to block some of the damage. I won't die yet." Luo Ya crawled up from the ground with difficulty. Her left arm was injured, most likely fractured. If she didn't manage to defend herself just now, that attack would have cost her life. "Be careful of that thing." He seemed to have been assimilated. Luo Ya's expression was serious. She thought for a moment before she managed to squeeze out this descriptive word. They had heard of the dark apparition before, but this was their first time meeting one. As for Liao Long's current condition, they had never heard nor seen it before. Everyone looked at Liao Long. At this moment they finally saw his face. Liao Long's face was very similar to the dark apparition's face. His eyes were scarlet, and strange black stripes covered his face. The dark green veins were popping out of his forehead, wriggling like snakes. It looked disgusting and terrifying. Liao Long's neck was severely mangled. Half of it was already bitten off. Fresh blood flowed out of his wound and trickled down his chest, thigh, and legs. It dripped onto the ground from his trouser legs. "Stabbing his heart is useless. We need to smash his head," Luo Ya reminded everyone. Wang Ting nodded. Luo Ya had already stabbed Liao Long's heart. However, the other party didn't die and even managed to retaliate. "What on earth is this?" Quan Chi and the other people looked at Liao Long with complicated expressions. They had sorrow on their faces as they gritted their teeth and cursed uncontrollably. "Kill it. This thing is no longer your teammate," Wang Ting said. "You don't need to tell us. Let our team deal with this." Quan Chi glared at Wang Ting and shouted in anger. "Sure," Wang Ting said indifferently. Liao Long staggered as he stood on the spot. Suddenly, it pounced forward without any warning. The clumsy movement just now had disappeared completely as it charged at Quan Chi and his teammates at an unprecedented speed. It started running on all fours like the dark apparition. Luo Ya, Quan Chi, and their teammates released their full power. They wanted to send their teammate off personally and not let him remain as a monster. However, the dark apparition was really difficult to deal with. They had already experienced it before. The Liao Long in front of them was assimilating into a dark apparition. As time passed, it became more and more similar to a dark apparition. Darkness was its element. The martial warriors found it hard to tackle it. Wang Ting didn't move. His gaze landed on the dark apparition that was already killed. Dark Force *5 Beginner Stage Dark Talent *1 Spirit *8 3 bubbles were floating above the corpse. These 3 bubbles were different from the bubbles in the past. They were giving off a black glow. Killing dark apparitions would drop attribute bubbles too. Dark Force? Dark Talent? Wang Ting was dumbfounded. There were such attributes too? If he picked them up, would he become a dark apparition? Wang Ting had his concerns. He couldn't help but hesitate. The system won't harm me, right? Eventually, he gritted his teeth and picked up the 3 bubbles. As the beginner stage dark talent merged into his body, Wang Ting felt a sense of intimacy with the darkness around him. It was as if he was able to turn invisible when he stood in the dark. No one would be able to find him. Is this the dark talent? There's dark force too. Wang Ting felt a weak force in his force nucleus. He could sense that the dark force was different from the 5 elements and the other mutated forces. He couldn't state what exactly it was, but it was a natural difference. The dark force was colder and eerier. The 5 elements forces and mutated forces, even the ice force, had a warm and vibrant feel. Finally, it was the spirit attribute. The dark apparition had dropped 8 points of spirit. It was a surprise for Wang Ting. After all, no martial warriors had dropped this much spirit before. Is there something special about dark apparitions? He thought to himself. Chapter 146. Reporting just as he was wondering why the dark apparition had dropped so many points of spirit, Wang Ting remembered the insane and emotionless gaze in that pair of scarlet eyes. An idea flashed through his mind. Mental patience dropped spirit attribute. Is there a similarity between dark apparitions and mental patience? Obviously there is. Both their mental states don't seem normal. Wang Ting felt that he had found the key point. He touched his chin and nodded to himself, complimenting himself for his cleverness. Luo Ye and her teammates were having a heated battle behind him. It was getting fiercer and fiercer. Wang Ting had his back towards them. He didn't even want to care about them at all. They told him that they didn't need his help, so they couldn't blame him for not lending them a hand. He continued studying the dark talent and the dark force. This dark force made him very curious. Wang Ting could easily differentiate it from the other forces. He could even generalize the other forces as light forces. Of course, this was Wang Ting's thinking. At that moment, he heard the shrill sound of air breaking behind him. Luo Ye opened her mouth to warn him. However, there seemed to be eyes on Wang Ting's back. He didn't turn around. Instead, his spiritual power gushed out, and the black shadow behind him was thrown out. Careful. Luo Ye finally finished her sentence. She looked at Liao Long, who got thrown off his feet and was slightly stunned. This is a good chance. It was Quan Chi again. The muscular giant was a big smart guy. He immediately grabbed this opportunity and launched an attack on the dark apparition. Boom! He struck out with his battle mace. Liao Long burst into pieces on the spot. KO. An intense battle ended without any real threat. Wang Ting finally turned around. He saw Luo Ye and her teammates panting heavily in a bedraggled state. They were all injured and blood covered their bodies. Although their comrade was dead, he had left them a beautiful memory. Wang Ting looked at the attribute bubbles dropped beside Liao Long's body. He picked them up. Dark Force *4 Spirit *10 points of Spirit attribute. This is even more than the dark apparition from before. Despite being astounded, Wang Ting accepted them with a smile. After all, it was a happy thing for him. He also received another 4 points of Dark Force. The Dark Force in his force nucleus got a little stronger. Wang Ting smiled at Luo Ye and her teammates as he said, Tsk, why do you all look so disheveled? Humph, don't talk nonsense. Luo Ye glared at him. Wang Ting teased them, but he noticed that their expressions weren't looking good. Thus, he changed the topic and said, Do you know what this dark apparition was? Humph, why should we tell you? Luo Yi glared at him from the corner of her eyes. F***K, if I hadn't helped you just now, you all might have been dead by now, Wang Ting said furiously. Bullshit. The dark apparition forced you to come down. If not, you won't have acted, the dwarf also replied in anger. Sigh, what do you mean? I was resting peacefully on the tree. You were the ones who attracted the dark apparition here. Why are you still complaining? Wang Ting glared at him. You what you? Alright. Since this is a misunderstanding, there's no point in arguing. A dark apparition appeared here. We should hurry up and get rid of its corpse. To prevent changes, let's leave as quickly as possible, said Luo Yi. Wang Ting and the dwarf stopped talking. He looked at Luo Yi and her teammates as they cut a piece of meat off the body of the dark apparition before burning the corpse. No traces were left. However, when they were burning Liao Long's body, they did so with a heavy heart. Let's go. Luo Yi said, let's leave this place first. I know what you want to ask, but we don't know much either. After we go back to the city and report this matter, you might be able to get some insider information from the military. The military? Wang Ting frowned. Are you referring to Xingwu continent's military or Earth's military? While he was speaking, he remained vigilant. Although both parties were on peaceful terms, he didn't know if Luo Yi and her teammates would suddenly change their minds. We need to inform both parties. Luo Yi gave Wang Ting a meaningful glance. Both. Wang Ting instantly got dumbstruck. By right, Luo Yi and her teammates were citizens of the Xingwu continent. Naturally, they should inform the Xingwu continent's military. That's right. More than 20 years ago, the higher authorities gave us an order. Once we discover the presence of dark apparitions, we need to inform both militaries. Wang Ting didn't expect this answer. The military is keeping a close watch on dark apparitions? This was a question, but his tone was certain. Indeed. Dark apparitions are extremely dangerous. Also, recently, more and more dark apparitions have appeared in the Xingwu continent. Many martial warriors got killed by them. The events incited fear in the masses, Luo Yi said. Dark apparitions only appeared in the recent years? Wang Ting asked. Not necessary. They just appeared more frequently in recent years, so the military made their presence public. It was said that they did appear in the past, but not many people knew about them, Luo Yi said. Let's walk and talk. This is an important matter. We need to hurry back as soon as possible. She called everyone to leave as she spoke. While Wang Ting hesitated, she said, even if you don't go to the military today, they will look for you. It looks like they take dark apparitions very seriously. Wang Ting didn't doubt Luo Yi's words. He didn't hesitate any more and followed them. A few hours later, the group left the dark mist forest under the night sky. They took their vehicles from the dark mist town and drove back to Yong City. It was worth mentioning that Luo Yi and her team came from Yong City too. Actually, this was because Yong City was the only big city in this area. The other cities were relatively far away. If those people wanted to enter the dark mist forest, they would use other entrances. After returning to Yong City, Wang Ting and Luo Yi's team headed directly to the military district. Of course, they split up. Luo Yi and her team went to look for the Xingwu continent's military, while Wang Ting headed to the camp of the Earth's military. Before he left, he even inquired about the location of the military camp. He didn't know where they were stationed. South District of Yong City, at a forbidden section of the military camp. The moment Wang Ting reached the entrance, he was stopped. Stop right there. A cold shout was heard. The next moment, more than 10 muzzles pointed at Wang Ting. Wang Ting immediately raised his hands to show that he was harmless. Don't shoot, don't shoot. I'm a martial warrior from Jisun Martial House. I came here because I have something very important to report. A martial warrior from Jisun Martial House. The guard's expressions softened a little. However, they didn't let down their guards. Take out your credentials and cooperate with our inspection. Wang Ting took out his martial warrior credential. He was afraid that the guards would accidentally fire and kill him if they saw him hesitate. He wouldn't know what to do if that happened. After a round of strict inspection, they confirmed Wang Ting's identity and shifted the muzzles away. "What do you have to report?" one of the guards asked. "Dark apparition." The guard's expression changed when he heard these two words. He said in a serious tone, "Follow me." Chapter 147. Secret Wang Ting was brought to a meeting room in the military camp, where he was received by another person. The soldier attending to him had informed the higher authorities. He asked Wang Ting to wait in the room. Wang Ting waited for approximately 10 minutes before hearing hurried footsteps outside the door. There seemed to be more than one person. The next instant the huge door opened. "Did you say that you met a dark apparition in the dark mist forest?" The voice was heard before the person appeared. A refined figure with a powerful aura dressed in a military uniform walked in with large strides. Wang Ting couldn't help but look at him. "This is the top person in charge of our military district, General Shun." The soldier that received Wang Ting introduced the person to him. "General Shun." Wang Ting immediately stood up and greeted him with respect. "Yes, I met a dark apparition with another Xingwu continent martial warrior team in the dark mist forest." He explained what happened in detail before the other party could ask him. After he finished, Wang Ting took out the piece of meat he cut off from the dark apparition. "I cut this from the dark apparition's body. It's inconvenient to bring the entire corpse back, so we burnt it into ashes. You can inspect this piece. What you did is right. If you don't get rid of the dark apparition's body immediately, it will infect the other living things." General Shen nodded. Then, he spoke to a soldier beside him. "Little Li, bring this for examination." The soldier immediately took the piece of meat and left. "Did you say that there was a Xingwu continent martial warrior team with you?" General Shen asked. "Yes, they were the ones who discovered the dark apparition first and coincidentally led it to my hiding place. The dark apparition saw me, so I had to act," said Wang Ting. "Have they reported it to the Xingwu continent's military?" General Shen asked. "Yes, after we entered the city, we parted ways. They went to the Xingwu continent's military district while I came here." Wang Ting nodded. After some time, the soldier called Little Li came back. He was holding a report in his hand, which he passed to General Shen. "It's indeed a dark apparition." General Shen turned serious. He said to Wang Ting, "Thank you for reporting this. This is very important." "You're too polite." Wang Ting felt overwhelmed by his kind attitude. "Relax, I don't eat humans." General Shen smiled. "You're Wang Ting, right? I heard from old Fu that the top scholar of the martial arts exam in Donghai this year is a rare genius. It must be you." "Old Fu?" Wang Ting was confused. "Fu Tiandao, the principal of Donghai's Jisun martial house," General Shun explained. "Oh, you know our principal," replied Wang Ting. "Ha ha ha, we are old friends," General Shun smiled and said. "You're from Donghai too?" Wang Ting asked again. "That's right." The two of them chatted for some time. Wang Ting hesitated before asking, "General Shun, what is this dark apparition? You must have heard about the increase in enrollment for the martial arts exam this year, right?" General Shun didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he looked at Wang Ting meaningfully. Could it be Wang Ting's expression changed? "That's right, it's exactly what you think. We need to deal with the dark apparitions," General Shun said. "Why? Even if there's a need to deal with the dark apparitions, it's Xingwu continent's job. Why do we need to waste so much effort? Dark apparitions are so dangerous. Many martial warriors must have died in their hands." Wang Ting couldn't help but reason with him. "We need to enroll more martial disciples because many martial warriors have been sacrificed. As for the reason, General Shun stared at Wang Ting before continuing, I can only tell you that our Earth isn't safe either. If we don't take the necessary precautions, we will become victims sooner or later. The Earth is not safe. In an instant, Wang Ting's mind cleared up. He understood. He understood everything. Why was the dimensional rift so heavily guarded? Why were there military troops stationed in the Xingwu continent? Why was there an increased enrollment for the martial arts exam? The many doubts he had were finally answered. If not, why do you think martial warriors enjoy such a high status? The more benefits they enjoy, the greater their responsibility, General Shin said. I understand. Wang Ting's mouth was a little dry. He realized that he seemed to have discovered some huge secret. His heart felt really heavy. Don't worry too much. The Earth is safe for now. We have martial warriors at the front line, so the situation is under control. General Shun thought that he was worried about the safety of the Earth, so he consoled Wang Ting. Do students like us have to go to the front line and fight with dark apparitions in the future? Wang Ting asked. Not necessary. Some martial arts students want to choose the actual combat path. They might take office jobs in the future. They don't need to go to the front line, General Shun explained patiently. Wang Ting remained silent for some time. Then, he asked, what's the front line like? Once you enter university, you will have a chance to see it. Not all dark apparitions are like the ones you met. That's just the lowest level one. There are higher level dark apparitions too. Those are the real frightening things, General Shun said. Can I ask one last question? Go ahead. Where do dark apparitions come from? Wang Ting asked. This time, General Shun hesitated for a few seconds. Finally, he said, never mind, you will know it sooner or later. They come from the abyss. Abyss. Wang Ting couldn't help but repeat. General Shun didn't continue speaking. Wang Ting was sensible and didn't probe further either. He stood up and took his leave. We'll meet again if fate allows it. General Shun stood up. The soldier who received Wang Ting sent him to the gates of the military district. Thank you, you can stop here, Wang Ting said. This is the first time I saw General Shun talking to someone unfamiliar for such a long time. The soldier smiled and said, should I feel honored? Wang Ting looked deep into the military district. The soldier who received him looked at him ambiguously. He didn't speak any more though. He waved at Wang Ting and turned around to walk back to the military camp. Since Wang Ting had returned to Yong City, he decided to go back to Earth. As for the dark apparition, the military would take care of it. He couldn't be of any help anyway. If the sky fell, the tall people would hold on to it. Dimensional rift. Wang Ting stayed outside the dimensional rift for some time and picked up another round of space attribute. Then, he left in satisfaction. Space *1. 5 He returned to his rented house in the university town. Wang Ting had already taken off his battle uniform. He carried his weapon carrier casket and looked worn and weary. After the series of events, it was already 8 in the morning. The 3 ladies next door were just leaving for work. They coincidentally saw Wang Ting, who was opening his door. Wang Ting! Yan Xian shouted with uncertainty. She hadn't seen Wang Ting in a month. She knocked on his door a few times and wanted to ask him out to play. However, Wang Ting wasn't home. She thought that he was ignoring her and felt dejected for some time. Now that she saw Wang Ting, he seemed to have just come back from a trip. Chapter 148, Sale. Wang Ting had just taken out his keys and was opening the door when he heard someone calling his name. He turned around and looked back. When he saw who it was, he smiled and said, So, it's you guys. Are you leaving for work? Yes. You just came back from a trip? Asked Yan Xian. Wang Ting nodded. Yes, I was out for a month and just returned. No wonder no one answered. We knocked on your door a few times, Sun Shiyan exclaimed. Junior brother Wang, do you know that our little Xinshin thought that you were ignoring her when you didn't answer the door? She was so sad. Li Qian didn't forget to tease her roommate. Hey, what are you saying? Yan Xin's face blushed red like a peach. She rushed forward and wanted to cover her bestie's mouth. Ah, murder! Li Qian shouted and moved aside to evade Yan Xen. Don't mind her. She's talking nonsense, Yan Xian said to Wang Ting shyly. It's all right. Then we will be leaving for work, Yan Xian said. All right. Wang Ting watched the three ladies as they left. He shook his head and walked into the courtyard, closing the door behind him. He bathed and had a comfortable sleep. When he got up, he felt reinvigorated. The exhaustion on his body was completely gone. In the afternoon, Wang Ting slowly headed to Jisun Martial House. He had killed a huge number of star beasts during his trip to the Xingwu continent, and his space ring was packed with all kinds of star beast materials. He needed to get rid of them as quickly as possible. However, the space ring was a precious item and came from an unknown source. Thus, he mustn't expose it. Hence, before he left, he took out a portion of the star beast materials and stuffed them into a big bag. Then, he brought it to the Jisun Martial House to trade. 2 hours later, he came out of Jisun Martial House with a smile on his face. It looked like his gains were not bad. For the next 2 days, Wang Ting continued taking out a portion of the star beast materials and pretended that he just came back from the Xingwu continent. He used the same method and brought the materials to Jisun Martial House to sell. He's here again. How many star beasts did Wang Ting kill? He has so many star beast materials. It has been 3 days. He brought so many ingredients every day. Even if he hides them in the Xingwu continent, he will need a cave. This is not the most important thing. The main thing is, he has only been to the Xingwu continent twice and has already killed so many star beasts. Are newbies nowadays all so powerful? Haha, I don't think so. I think only Wang Ting is so powerful. Surprised voices were heard continuously. Many people were flabbergasted when they saw Wang Ting bringing piles and piles of star beast materials to exchange or sell. On the 3rd day, even Lin Zhan and his teammates came because they heard the news. Wang Ting, you went to the Xingwu continent alone and even killed so many star beasts? Lin Zhan looked at the big pile of star beast materials on the ground in astonishment. Haha, I couldn't control myself, so I went. Wang Ting felt a little awkward. Lin Zhan had reminded him not to go to the Xingwu continent alone in the past. He promised him on the surface, yet he still went secretly. Forget it. If I knew you were so powerful, I wouldn't have stopped you. Lin Zhan sighed. Good riddance, brother Wang Ting. You must have earned a few 100 million. Lu Yan's eyes were glittering. I earned quite a bit. Wang Ting didn't answer directly. Where did you hide these things? How did you manage to collect so many before transporting them back? Yan Jiming asked curiously. Wang Ting's heart stopped beating. He racked his mind before coming up with a reason. I found a secluded cave and set some traps to prevent star beasts from getting in. You're really lucky. Other people have tried this before, but the locations all got taken by star beasts. You need to be careful next time, Yan Jiming replied. It seems like my luck is not bad. Wang Ting nodded as he pondered to himself. While the few of them were chatting, the staff had finished counting the materials. After selling his items in batches over the past few days, Wang Ting finally sold all the materials he collated. The space ring was cleared. He received a total of 580 million. It was unwise to look down on these materials just because they were 1-star star beast materials. If enough of them were gathered, you could earn a lot. Lin Zhan and his teammates pulled Wang Ting out and forced him to treat them when they saw how much he had earned. At a high-class restaurant, the few of them gathered around a table. There were all kinds of seafood, star beast meat, and fruits on the table. They heartily ate and enjoyed the extravagant meal. While dining, they talked about Wang Ting's experience during this trip to the Xingwu continent. Wang Ting told them about the dark apparition. "You actually met that thing," Lin Zhan said with a stern expression. "Dark apparitions are extremely dangerous. Did you get hurt?" Lu Yen asked in concern. "I'm fine. There was another martial warriors team from the Xingwu continent at that time. They got hurt," Wang Ting replied. They thought that Wang Ting was able to return to Earth safely because of the martial warrior team's help, so they commented on his luck again. "I wonder if you're unlucky or lucky. Other people might not be able to have this experience even if they went to the Xingwu continent 10 times, but you had it on your first time. Fortunately, you are safe." Lu Yen was speechless. "Haha, that can't be helped. I can't control it." Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. "Did you report it to the military?" asked Lin Zhan. "Yes. General Shun from Yong City came to look for me personally." "General Shun?" Lin Zhan was shocked. He exclaimed, "You met him? He's the most powerful person in Yong City's military." "It's hard to meet him. Maybe it's because they place high importance on dark apparitions." Wang Ting shook his head. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Oh, do you know about the frontline battleground? You even know about the frontline battleground?" Lin Zhan and his teammates looked at him in astonishment. They only got to know of this insider news after being in the martial warriors world for a few years. Wang Ting just entered the Xingwu continent twice, but he already knew so many things. They weren't looking down on Wang Ting. It was just that you wouldn't be able to get in touch with some things if you didn't reach a certain status. If your level was too low and you didn't have enough ability, knowing too many things wouldn't be an advantage. You might even lose your life because of it. "General Shun told me," Wang Ting said. When he saw his teammates' expressions, he knew that this frontline battleground was not a trivial matter. No wonder. Lin Zhan and his team members were enlightened. At the same time, they felt even more astounded. General Shun told Wang Ting such things. This meant that he had high hopes for Wang Ting. If not, why would someone like him speak to an ordinary martial warrior? Since General Shun had already told him, they had nothing to hide. Lin Zhan contemplated for some time before answering. "The frontline battleground is the source of the dark apparitions. The military stopped the invasion of dark apparitions there to prevent them from wreaking havoc." "The source abyss." Wang Ting said this word slowly. "You know this too? General Shun told you?" Lin Zhan asked. "Of course. Who else could have told me?" "I don't have anything for you. This is all we know." "What is the abyss?" "I'm not sure either." Lin Zhan shook his head. Wang Ting asked a few more questions, and Lin Zhan answered them selectively. However, they didn't do much. After finishing their meal, the group walked out of the restaurant and prepared to leave. "We will be going to the Xingwu continent again soon. This time, we'll be heading to the middle circle. Do you want to go together?" Lin Zhan asked before they parted. "Middle circle," Wang Ting repeated. In his heart, he was shocked. He hesitated before saying, "I'm starting school soon. I don't know if I will be able to find some time. We have to prepare first. Before leaving, we'll contact you again." "You can decide if you want to go then," Lin Zhan said. Wang Ting nodded. He bade farewell to his teammates, but he didn't return to his rented house in the university town. Instead, he went to Fuhua Villa district. He went home. Chapter 149. Flames outside Fuhua Villa district. Wang Ting paid for his taxi and was just about to get down. At this moment, the driver suddenly said, "Something seems to have happened in the Fuhua Villa district. There are flames in front. I didn't know that accidents would happen in high-class districts too. Should I call the police?" "Forget it. The district's management should have called the police already. There's no one at the gantry, the driver was muttering to himself. Wang Ting only heard his first few sentences though. After that, his expression changed and he dashed down the car. He looked at the small district. Indeed, he saw a patch of flame rising up into the sky. Instantly, his expression underwent another change. The fire was in the direction of his house. Damn it! Wang Ting stomped his feet on the ground. Crack boom! The sound of the air exploding resounded. Wang Ting had already turned into flashes of lingering shadows as he sped to his house. The driver was dumbstruck. He looked at Wang Ting's back view in a daze before exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my God, this fellow is a martial warrior at such a young age. No wonder he can afford to live in a villa." The district was in a mess. It was noon, so many people were still at work. Most of the people at home were housewives and children. This huge fire had definitely attracted the attention of many house owners in this area. After calling the police, they rushed out of their houses and stood on their tiptoes as they looked in the direction of the fire. What happened? How did a fire start? Who knows? I was just preparing to take my afternoon nap when I saw the flames and rushed out. Did you call the management? They must have known about it already. Discussions were heard everywhere. People liked to watch a commotion, especially housewives. They were extremely bored. If they had things to chat about, they didn't know any other way to pass their time. This huge matter was enough for them to discuss for many days. "Babe, don't run around. It's very dangerous." "No, I want to take a look." What a huge fire! A young mother around 30 years old was pulling her son, who was about 7 years old. This naughty child was like a frisky husky. He wanted to go wherever the commotion was. In the end, he got beaten by his mother and cried. He finally stopped fooling around. Wang Ting ran past this mother and son at high speed. They only saw a flash of lingering shadow and the strong wind blowing past them. What was that just now? It looked like a person. This speed, he's a martial warrior. Mom, what's a martial warrior? Can you eat it? Is it nice? Stupid brat, don't spout nonsense. Martial warriors will run to your window in the middle of the night and eat humans. Are you afraid? Wang Ting. A martial warrior's sense of hearing was exceptional. When Wang Ting heard this sentence, he almost staggered and fell to the ground, even though he was in an emergency. Did you know that something happened to Wang Fugue's house? Ah, Wang Fugue, the nouveau riche dealing in property? Yes, that's him. I heard that he harmed someone in the past. The person's son became a martial warrior and came to take revenge. A martial warrior taking revenge? This is hard to manage. You're right. The martial warrior has the right to take revenge. That's why you shouldn't earn dishonest money. Wang Ting heard a few women talking when he ran past them. Wang Fugue. He felt slightly more relieved. It looked like his family wasn't in trouble. He knew Wang Fugue. Wang Xinghua had mentioned this person a few times at home. However, unlike the opinions of these few ladies, Wang Xinghua had mixed comments about him. Wang Fugue was born in a village. Everyone knew that a person born with a low status had a harder time if they wanted to be successful. It was more so for someone like him who wasn't educated and didn't have a family supporting him. He had to rely on himself. When he came to Donghai City, he started doing some small business. Gradually, he got to know some people in the underground world. That was when he began building his fortune. He built a name for himself, and ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. However, after a few years, his reputation got cleared and he changed. He started doing legal businesses and would occasionally attend some charity dinners. He donated vast sums of money each time. Even so, there were many people who looked down on him. They scoffed at his method of doing things. This was how humans were. They were always looking for a sense of superiority in other people. The wealthy looked down on the ordinary people who crawled up from the bottom. They felt that these people were nouveau riche. But, if you thought about it carefully, who didn't crawl up from the bottom? Zhu Yuanzhang was a beggar, but he still became an emperor in the end. Heroes could come from anywhere. Unfortunately, people nowadays had long forgotten this saying. Auntie Xiao, did you say that Wang Fugue is in trouble? Wang Ting stopped to confirm. It's little Ting. You're back. The woman called Auntie Xiao looked at Wang Ting and started smiling brightly. This was the top scholar of the martial arts exam, a true blue martial warrior. There was no harm in forging a good relationship with him. She immediately replied, Yes, I went over to take a look secretly. The martial warrior shouted it himself. He asked others not to interfere. Thank you. I thought that something happened to my family. Wang Ting nodded. He finally felt at ease. It isn't your family. However, you better rush home to take a look. Your house is so near. You might get implicated, Auntie Xiao reminded him kindly. You're right. I'll leave first. Alright, hurry up and go. Auntie Xiao watched Wang Ting as he ran off. She couldn't help but sigh. She said to the women beside her, In the past, he was a playful rich second generation who liked to goof around and drink. I didn't expect him to change so much. Look at how polite he was just now. You're right. Wang Xingguo is a lucky man. His son is so promising. The Wang family doesn't have to worry about their future. A woman beside her agreed. Another woman said in envy, They don't have to worry. They might even be able to progress further. Sigh, look at Wang Ting. The brat at home only knows how to anger me, Auntie Xiao said with exasperation. Let me tell you, you should ask your husband to beat your son properly tonight. He will become obedient. If one beating isn't enough, do it a few more times. He would definitely turn obedient one day. Auntie Xiao nodded in deep thought. In a certain pub, a young man who was playing a game with some beauties suddenly shivered. What's wrong? Is the aircon too strong? The young man wondered curiously. Young Master Xiao, what's the matter? The beauty beside him asked. Nothing. Little beauty, let's continue playing. I'm coming, ha ha ha. Young Master Xiao, come and catch me. If you catch me, I will allow you to. Wang Fugue's house was engulfed in flames. The management staff stood around the house with fire extinguishers, but none of them dared to go forward. If the fire burned the surrounding objects, they would immediately put it out to prevent other houses from getting implicated. This was the best result. The martial warrior only wanted to take revenge on Wang Fugue's family. As long as they didn't extinguish the fire in Wang Fugue's house, the martial warrior wouldn't care about them. He had said so personally. However, when they looked at the scene in front of them, many people still found it hard to endure. A young man was holding a spear in his hand as he stood on the grass in front. Flames were circling the tip of the spear. He looked imposing. But, at this moment, the tip of the spear was pointed at a girl around 4 years old. Chapter 150. Chopped off your arm. Li Xiaomei stood in the crowd and looked at the crying girl sprawled on the ground. She felt her heart ache. Their family didn't have a deep relationship with Wang Fugue. They were only acquaintances. However, Li Xiaomei had some interactions with Wang Fugue's wife. Normally, they would drink tea and chat together. They would talk about topics only discussed between ladies. She didn't expect that lady to die in this fire. Li Xiaomei was very familiar with this young girl. In fact, she loved her dearly. This girl had not only lost her parents, but she might be killed too. Doubtful, Li Xiaomei couldn't bear it and rushed forward. She protected the girl behind her. Looking at the indifferent young man, she plucked up her courage and said, She's just a child. Let her go. Auntie. Li sobbed. Doubtful is scared. When the girl saw a familiar person, she immediately hugged Li Ziyumia's leg and started crying. Li Xiaomei hugged her with a painful expression on her face. She patted the girl and comforted her. Don't be scared. Auntie Li is here. Move. A hint of struggle appeared in the indifferent young man's eyes. However, it was soon replaced by coldness. No matter how strong your hatred is, you shouldn't attack a child. She's innocent, Li Xiaomei said. My parents were innocent too. But they died under the hands of Wang Fugue. At that time, no one spoke up for them, said the young man. Li Xiaomei didn't know what to say. She just stared at the young man in front of her. She could see the pain hiding behind his cold expression. Therefore, she wasn't able to stand on the moral high ground and reprimand the other party. Let her go. I won't kill you, the cold young man said. Li Xiaomei could feel the girl trembling in her arms. She hugged her tightly and gritted her teeth. She didn't say anything, nor did she move. I will kill you too. The young man released his aura. It bore down on Li Xiaomi's body. I'm terribly sorry for what happened to your parents, but the child is innocent. Li Xiaomei resisted the other party's aura with difficulty. Her face was pale, but composure persevered. There's no point in talking anymore. Since you don't want to move, I'll kill you too. The indifferent young man's face turned cold, and he stabbed his spear out. When Wang Ting came, this was the scene he saw. His pupils constricted into needlepoint. He was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He let out a thunderous roar, "You're looking for death!" Wang Ting pulled his battle sword out of the sheath, and sword light flashed through the air. Slash! The sword light arrived first, even though he had attacked later. An arm was severed from the body and sent flying into the air. The bystanders were stunned by this gruesome scene. They were at a loss for a second. Then, their faces turned pale, and they didn't dare to look anymore. Li Xiaomei pressed the girl's head down. She didn't want her to see this scene. Wang Ting's body moved. He appeared in front of Li Xiaomei. Son! Li Xiaomei heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw Wang Ting's back view. Mom, it's all right. I'm here. Wang Ting turned around and smiled. Then, he looked at the young man coldly. I don't care about your grudges, but since you dared to attack my mother, I took your arm. Although the young man's arm was chopped, he just snorted in pain. When he got down to pick up his severed arm, large beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. However, he gritted his teeth tightly and looked at Wang Ting, unwilling to back down. Your attack had no killing intent. If not, I would have killed you. Are you unwilling to admit defeat? You are weaker than me now. There's no point in resisting. I will give you a chance and let you go today. When you feel that you can beat me, you can come and take revenge for your severed arm. My name is Wang Ting, Wang Ting scoffed and said. Wang Ting. The young man repeated the name in a hoarse voice. He looked at Wang Ting and said, My name is Yanqing. I will remember this grudge. After he finished speaking, he picked up his arm and turned to leave. Wang Ting didn't stop him. To him, this young man was just a one-star soldier-level martial warrior. He posed no threat. He was a 3-star martial warrior now. He would only become stronger in the future. Did he think that the young man would catch up with him? Haha, what a joke. As a bug, if he got surpassed by someone, he wouldn't have the face to continue living. Also, his mother shouldn't have interfered with the revenge of a martial warrior. That was the cause of everything. But, since his mother decided to do this, he had nothing to say. As her son, he could only accept her actions. After taking a few steps, Yanqing suddenly turned around and asked, Is it worth it? He was asking Li Xiaomei. There was pent-up anger in his gaze that he couldn't get rid of. There's no such thing as worth it or not. I'm just following my heart. Li Xiaomi's expression softened a little as she said. Yanqing stood on the spot and pondered for some time. Then, he nodded and left while staggering. Son, what if this person can't untangle the knot in his heart and find you for revenge in the future? Li Xiaomei asked him worriedly. Mom, are you asking me to kill him to solve all troubles? Wang Ting smiled as he asked. You little brat, I didn't say that. Li Xiaomei rolled her eyes. Am I that kind of person? At this moment, the management staff and the neighbors finally regained their composure. Their gazes landed on Wang Ting in unison. There was astonishment, fear, and respect in their eyes. He had chopped the person's arm so decisively without even blinking his eyes. "Are you afraid now?" Normal people like them had never seen this kind of scene before. Martial warriors. This was what a martial warrior was like. The other party came furiously to annihilate Wang Fugui's family. He burned the house and killed the people inside. In the end, Wang Ting chopped his arm and forced him back. The Wang family had given birth to the son of a dragon. Many people exclaimed as they felt envious of Wang Shengguo and his wife. Their ancestors must be elated to have a descendant like him. The police, City Protection Bureau, and ambulance arrived quickly. The fire at the scene was put out. 2 stretchers with white cloths covering them were transported out of the house and carried into the vehicles. Douda had experienced so many things. She cried sorrowfully in Li Ziyumia's arms for a long time. Then, she fell asleep out of exhaustion. The police and the people from the City Protection Bureau were confirming the situation with the residents at the side. They were recording their statements. After they knew what happened, they came to Wang Ting's house. One of the people was the leader of No. 3 small team from the City Protection Bureau, Chai Yu. He was the one investigating the case on Mount Baoan. At this moment, though, his emotions were entirely different from the last time. He wasn't able to view Wang Ting as an ordinary high school student anymore. Wang Ting was the top scholar in the martial arts exam. He was a martial warrior. Meaning? Many influential people knew him. Without a doubt, Chai Yu was almost certain that Wang Ting was the culprit of the Mount Baoan case. This fellow had disguised himself really well. But this matter could only end without a conclusion. There was no point in provoking a martial warrior with a huge potential for the sake of a few dead people. No matter how powerful the City Protection Bureau was, they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. "Leader Chai, we meet again." Wang Ting saw Chai Yu coming into his house, so he smiled and stood up. "This means that we are fated." Chai Yu smiled. However, he was cursing in his heart. "I came over because we had some questions about what happened just now." As Chai Yu got nearer, he released the aura belonging to a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even if he couldn't do anything to Wang Ting, he could let him suffer a little. Chai Yu thought to himself evilly. Wang Ting smiled. He took a step forward and released his aura of a 3-star martial warrior. There was killing intent in his aura. "Leader Chai, please ask away. I'll definitely cooperate with you and tell you everything I know." Chai Yu's expression changed slightly. At the moment, waves of emotions were churning in his heart. How did Wang Ting become so strong? This aura didn't belong to a newbie. Only someone who had been through numerous battles would possess such a powerful and malicious aura. Fighter martial warrior. This was a real fighter martial warrior. Chapter 151. Your mom is forever your mom. A fighter martial warrior didn't mean a martial warrior who knew how to fight. Martial warriors already possessed certain abilities, which martial warrior didn't know how to fight. Compared to ordinary people, they were naturally beyond their reach. However, many martial warriors didn't want to go on to the fighter's path. They just treated the martial warrior path as an experience and used it to seek higher positions. It was like a degree. In many big companies, people with low education found it difficult to seek higher positions unless they were very competent and got promoted exclusively. But this was just the minority. Only people with a certain degree and decent capabilities could become directors or CEOs. In this martial arts era, many positions with real power could only be taken by martial warriors. The martial warriors who didn't participate in battles and took office positions were non-fighter martial warriors. Of course, the fighter martial warriors were slightly different from people like Chai Yu too. Chai Yu only apprehended criminals in the city. He had the ability, but he couldn't be compared to someone like Wang Ting, who had killed numerous star beasts in the Xingwu continent, or the martial warriors who fought with their lives on the battlefield. He could only be considered an actual combat martial warrior. Only someone who had experienced many battles was a fighter martial warrior. These two kinds of martial warriors might be on the same star level, but the true ability of fighter martial warriors was higher than actual combat martial warriors. If they had a duel, the fighter martial warriors would have an 80% chance of winning. This was why Chai Yu's expression changed abruptly when he sensed the aura on Wang Ting. He couldn't be wrong. This was definitely the aura of a fighter martial warrior. Also, Wang Ting had become a 3-star soldier-level martial warrior. Chai Yu looked at the smiling young man standing in front of him. His throat suddenly felt a little dry. "Young Master Wang, you're too polite. This is just a formality. We only need to take your statement." Chai Yu swallowed his saliva secretly as he smiled in embarrassment and said. Chai Yu wasn't afraid of Wang Ting. The power of the City Protection Bureau couldn't be moved by a mere 3-star martial warrior. He just felt that there was no need to be on bad terms with this person. He recorded Wang Ting's statement absent-mindedly and then got up. He wanted to leave with his men. His subordinates beside him were shocked. What was wrong with their leader? This didn't seem like his usual self. "Oh right, this child," Chai Yu said hesitantly as he looked at Daodu, who was sleeping soundly in Li Ziyumia's arms. "This child just lost her parents. I am worried about her. Can you let her stay at my house for the time being?" Li Xiumei asked. "Of course. Then I'll have to trouble Mrs. Wang to take care of her." Chai Yu smiled and replied politely. "If there's nothing else, well, leave first. Have a safe trip." Wang Ting sent them to the door and then returned to the living room. He looked at Li Xiumei and asked, "Mom, what do you plan to do with Daodu?" Wang Ting knew the child in Li Ziyumia's arms. He couldn't help but sigh as he looked at her pitiful state and remembered her encounter. He didn't know what to do either. "Let her stay at our house first. In the past, I heard her mother saying that Wang Fugui's relatives aren't good people. After Wang Fugue got rich, they wanted to take advantage of him. They knew that Daodu was their only child, so some people wanted to arrange a child betrothal between her and their son. Others wanted Wang Fugue to adopt their son as his. What kind of people are they? What intention do they have? If Daodu landed in their hands, her future is hard to predict." Li Xiumei was filled with righteous indignation as she spoke. She almost slammed the table and cursed. These people don't have any capabilities, so they wanted to take the result of others." Wang Ting smiled. "Don't be angry. You don't even know them. There's no point. Since you're worried, we can let Daodu stay in our house. We can afford to feed another mouth. If those people dare to cause trouble, I will let them understand why the flower is red. You little brat. Ever since you started practicing martial arts, you have become more and more violent. Also, you chopped off that person's arm directly. I felt a chill in my heart. Aren't you worried about scaring your mother?" Li Xiumei said angrily. "I was worried about your safety." Wang Ting laughed awkwardly. He felt a little guilty. He could kill others without blinking his eyes, but in front of Li Xiumei, he couldn't stand up to her. "Your mom was forever your mom. Alright, I'm too lazy to lecture you. I don't care about anything, but you must ensure your safety," said Li Xiumei. Okay. I will evade any dangers and make sure that I remain safe," Wang Ting promised hurriedly. Li Xiumei nodded. "You have a few days until school starts. Don't run away now. Your grandfathers had already asked for you many times. Let's find a day to organize your graduation banquet." "All right." Wang Ting nodded. He asked, "Oh right, Mom, didn't I give you the consent to buy a house in Deer Garden? Why didn't you buy a house there? The security there is excellent. Something like this won't happen there." Li Xiaomei smiled uncontrollably when she heard this. We went to take a look. We can afford the smaller apartments, but your dad wants to buy a villa. However, he didn't have enough money, so he couldn't buy it. She couldn't help but remember Wang Shengguo's frustrated look when they went to see the house that day. It was a rare sight. Wang Ting burst out laughing. So this was the reason? He asked. How much does a villa cost there? The one that your dad had his eyes on is the same size as our current house. However, it costs 300 million. Your dad recently invested in a project, so he doesn't have much liquid capital, Li Xiaomei said. 300 million. The houses at Deer Garden were really expensive. Wang Ting was secretly shocked. However, he still said, let's go and take a look together tonight. I recently hit the jackpot. We can buy the villa immediately, and you can move over as soon as possible. It will make me less worried. He had just earned 500 million and needed to fork out 300 million already. It was always so easy to spend money. Son, did you hear me correctly? It's 300 million, not 30 million. Where did you get so much money? Li Xiaomei didn't take it to heart. She thought that Wang Ting had heard wrong. Your son is a martial warrior now. Earning 300 million is a simple task, Wang Ting said delightedly. Don't tease me. I know that martial warriors earn money easily, but you need time. Besides, your level has to be really high in order to earn more. You just became a martial warrior not long ago. How can you earn so much money so quickly? Li Xiaomei refused to believe him. I'm very strong. Forget it. There's no point in saying too much. If you don't believe me, let me show you. Wang Ting took out his phone and showed Li Xiaomei his bank balance. 10,000, 580 million. Li Xiaomei was confused. She looked at the number on the phone and started counting it again. Then, she exclaimed in astonishment, You really have so much money! How did you do it? She had seen such large amounts of money before, but this money was earned by her son. Also, he only had a short time to make this amount of money. She found it unrealistic. You know that the principal of Jisun Martial House put me in a powerful elite martial warrior team. They brought me to the Xingwu continent and we killed many rare star beasts there. The materials on these star beasts were sold at high prices. I got this money after splitting the profits. Wang Ting pulled out Lin Zhan and his teammate. He knew that Li Xiaomei would only feel at ease if he said that he went out with an elite martial warriors team. Chapter 152. Everyone has it tough, you can only save yourself. Wang Ting had to explain for a long time before he finally made Li Xiaomei accept the fact that he had earned 580 million in a month. Li Xiaomei took the phone and counted the numbers again and again. She didn't seem tired of doing it. I guess my mother is a money lover, Wang Ting thought to himself helplessly as he stood at the side. In the afternoon, he decided to stay at home to accompany Li Xiaomei. After what she experienced, even if Li Xiaomei remained calm on the surface, Wang Ting could tell that her heart wasn't as peaceful as her face. Li Xiaomei didn't say anything, so Wang Ting wouldn't bring it out directly. His mother had her pride too. Yan Qing staggered as he walked on a small path in the mountain. His wound had stopped bleeding, but his face was extremely pale because of the loss of blood. He carried his broken arm in his left hand and gritted his teeth as he walked up the mountain. Half an hour later, he stopped. In front of a tomb, Yan Qing walked forward and dropped to his knees. He looked at the tombstone in front of him in silence. He kneeled until the sun set. Then, he finally opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Dad, Mom, was I wrong? Maybe I shouldn't have attacked the young girl? But I feel so much hatred. Why are the evil people still living freely while I have to guard your tombs and suffer terribly every day? What did I do wrong by killing them? Yan Qing looked up at the sky and screamed. No outsiders would be able to understand his pain. The next second, he started choking with sobs. He kneeled in front of the tomb and cried like a homeless child. Buddhism had this saying, "Everyone has it tough. You can only save yourself." No one knew if Yanqing would be able to save himself at this moment. At night, at 7 o'clock, Wang Xinghua finally came home. Li Xiaomei hadn't told him the afternoon's events, so he was still clueless. When he walked into his house and saw the little girl sitting quietly on the sofa, he was stunned. "Daodu." He seemed a little uncertain. He hurriedly shouted at Li Xiaomei in the kitchen, "Dear, what happened? Keep your voice down. Don't scare the child." Li Xiaomei rushed out of the kitchen and replied angrily, "All right, I'll be quieter." Wang Xinghua immediately lowered his tone and asked in a soft voice, "If I remember correctly, that is Wang Fugui's daughter, right? Why is she in our house?" "Wang Fugui's family is gone." Li Xiaomei sighed. "Gone?" Wang Xinghua repeated in confusion. "What does she mean? Why can't I understand?" "Yes." Li Xiaomei nodded. Then, she told Wang Xinghua the whole story. "This is a huge matter. Why didn't you tell me? Also, why did you rush forward? It was so dangerous." Wang Shengguo's expression changed when he finished listening to his wife. He could feel the lingering fears in her heart. The situation was critical. "If I hadn't done anything, the young man would have killed Daodu. She's just a small child. How can I bear to watch her die?" Li Xiaomei said. "You sigh." Wang Xinghua let out a breath. He didn't know what to say to Li Xiaomei. Standing from his point of view, he didn't want Li Xiaomei to take any risk. However, from Li Ziyumia's point of view, if she didn't do anything after seeing this scene, the seeds of guilt would be planted in her heart. She wouldn't be able to overcome this emotion. In fact, she might not be able to feel at ease her entire life. A clear conscience. It sounded simple, but it was very hard to put into action. There were so many people at the scene, but only Li Xiaomei had acted. This was the human heart. Life is unpredictable. Wang Fugue did many charity projects over the past few years, but he's still unable to escape this ending. Wang Fugue lamented, "Poor Daodu, she lost her parents at such a young age. What would she do in the future?" Every effect comes with a cause. Some matters cannot be wiped out just because you did charity. Wang Ting walked down from the stairs and said calmly, "I don't think that the young man is wrong. Wang Fugue killed his parent. He had the right to take revenge." Wang Xinghua looked at Wang Ting. He knew what Wang Ting did from Li Xiaomei. Hence, his expression was complex. He felt relieved and emotional. "Why did you chop off his arm then? You already knew that he didn't want to kill your mom and just wanted to scare her. When you cut his arm, you created a grudge out of nothing." Wang Xinghua looked at him and said, "First, it doesn't matter whether he wanted to kill my mom or not. Since he acted, he needed to bear the consequences. Second, survival of the fittest. I'm stronger than him, so I have the final say. I only let him go with an arm because he didn't want to kill Mom, and his background is very pitiful. If not, I would have cut off his head." Wang Ting was straightforward and spoke maliciously. Wang Xinghua looked at him intently. He sighed. "You have grown up and have your own way of dealing with things. I feel proud of you. Why do you keep talking about killing people? You sound like a serial killer." Li Xiaomei glared at him and said, Oh, how did I become a serial killer?" However, since it was his mom, Wang Ting admitted defeat. He said hurriedly, "You're right. Your son will definitely be a kind person in the future. Stop using your glib tongue. Go and wash your hands and prepare to eat." Li Xiaomei left the father and son alone and went into the kitchen to cook. After some time, the dishes were placed on the table. Li Xiaomei carried Daodu over and put her on the seat beside Wang Ting. She was very small, so when she sat on the chair, only her head could be seen above the table. This young girl had remained silent after she woke up in the afternoon. She didn't cry nor kick up a fuss. She just sat on the sofa and twirled her hands anxiously. Daodu, are you hungry? Do you want to eat with auntie, uncle, and brother Wang Ting? Li Xiaomei squatted beside her and coaxed her gently. The little girl nodded and said in a cute, childish voice, "Okay. Mom, she's too small. She can't reach the food. You need to make her chair higher," Wang Ting said. "I know. Am thinking of a way." Li Xiaomei walked around the living room as she tried to find something to make Daodu's chair higher. "Auntie, I can eat like this. I can reach the food." Daodu crawled up and kneeled on the chair as she said each word slowly. "How can you do that? Your knees will hurt from kneeling," Li Xiaomei said worriedly and hurriedly carried her down. Wang Ting thought for a moment and brought down a pile of books from his room. He stacked them on the chair and said, "Here, this is high enough." "Thank you, brother Wang Ting." Daodu looked at Wang Ting and said softly, "Good girl. Let's eat." Wang Ting rubbed her head and messed up her mushroom-shaped hair. This feeling was quite good. The four people ate their meal. Li Xiaomei sat on Daodu's left and kept taking food for her. She asked her what she liked to eat and if she needed someone to feed her. However, Daodu insisted on eating herself even though she seemed a little clumsy. Very soon, her face got dirty. Chapter 153. Jealousy caused me to fall apart after the meal. Wang Ting's family drove to Deer Garden. Li Xiaomei was carrying Daodu in her arms, who remained quiet. Li Xiaomei had told Wang Shengguo and Wang Ting earlier that she was usually very lively. This wasn't her usual self. The family of three was worried about this child. She had just received an enormous stimulation. What if she couldn't let it go? "Daodu, what snacks do you want to eat? Shall I buy some for you later?" Li Xiaomei attempted to open up her heart. "Thank you, auntie. I don't eat snacks." Daodu shook her head and whispered. "Then, what about some Barbie dolls? Let's buy a pretty one?" Li Xiaomei didn't give up. She pondered for some time and opened her mouth again. "Auntie, there's no need." Daodu lowered her head and said. Li Xiaomei felt helpless. She looked at Wang Ting and wanted to seek his help. Wang Ting shrugged. How would he know how to coax a child? Deer Garden. Wang Shengguo drove his car to the sales department. It was in the evening, so there were a lot of staff and customers in the sales department. "Good evening." The moment they entered the lobby of the sales department, a sales manager wearing a black suit welcomed them. The sales managers in Deer Garden's sales department were all good-looking. The quality of people was quite high. "You must be Mr. Wang, right? You came before," the male sales manager smiled and said. "Oh, you still remember me?" Wang Shengguo was surprised. "Of course. I remember all my clients," the sales manager said. This was what he said on the surface. Actually, the sales manager remembered Wang Shengguo because he didn't bring enough money the last time. He had left a stronger impression on him. "Since you know me, things will be easier. Can you bring me to the villa I looked at the last time? This time, my son will be paying." Wang Shengguo didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he was very proud. The sales manager looked at Wang Ting in surprise. He knew the price of the villas in Deer Garden clearly. At first, he thought that Wang Shengguo had prepared the money one way or another. He didn't expect this young man to be the one paying. Can he afford it? This doubt flashed past the sales manager's mind. However, he didn't raise it verbally. He was just a sales manager. He didn't have the right to look down on a person who was able to present the credentials to buy a house here. Thus, he nodded his head hurriedly and smiled. "All right, the three of you, the four of you can follow me." He almost missed the little girl. The sales manager brought Wang Ting and his family out of the sales department. There was a special coach meant for touring the estate. He fetched them to the front of the villa. The sales manager took out the keys and opened the door. Wang Ting followed Wang Shengguo and toured the house. Overall, it was not bad. The lighting, layout, and design were compatible with the Wang family's taste. The quality of renovation in Deer Garden was quite high, so it was able to satisfy their needs. They didn't need to renovate this house again. As for the furniture, they needed to purchase them individually. But, as long as they had the money, this wasn't a problem. "What do you think, son?" asked Wang Xinghua. "As long as you like it. I plan to buy a house for you all to live in," Wang Ting said. Li Xiaomei and Wang Xinghua gave a comforting smile. One could tell that they liked this villa. "I'll take this block. Let's sign the agreement." Wang Xinghua turned around and spoke to the sales manager. The sales manager was delighted. In his heart, he was jumping up and down. If he was able to complete this transaction, he could earn a high commission. "All right, let's go and sign the agreement now." The few of them went back to the sales department. The sales manager invited Wang Ting and his family into an office room and personally served them some tea and pastries. "Would you like to make a full payment or pay in installments?" The sales manager looked at Wang Ting instinctively when he said this. "I'll make a full payment," Wang Ting said. "Is there any discount if we make a full payment?" Wang Xinghua asked from the side. "Yes. If you make a full payment, the highest discount we can give you is 3%. You will also be able to enjoy 3 years of property management for free," the sales manager said. Then, he thought of something. "Oh, our company has another rule. If the buyer is a martial warrior, he can enjoy a 10% discount." 10%? Wang Xinghua was flabbergasted. He glanced at Wang Xinghua uncontrollably. This company was so generous. A 10% discount meant that this 300 million house would cost 270 million now. It was a 30 million discount. Indeed, martial warriors would get benefits everywhere they went. The rumors were true. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei looked at each other. They had the same thought. Yes, this is a discount for martial warriors. Normal people won't be able to enjoy it, the sales manager said with envy. "I love a company like yours. Here, this is my martial warrior credential." Wang Ting was straightforward. He took out his martial warrior documents and placed them on the table. The sales manager. He looked at the little booklet on the table and suddenly felt stunned. That was just a casual remark. He didn't expect there to be a martial warrior in this family. And it was the young man who was making the purchase. No wonder he could afford the house. When this thought went through his mind, the sales manager became even more polite and said cautiously, "I need to verify it." "Sure." Wang Ting nodded. The sales manager took out a device and scanned the martial warrior credential. He confirmed Wang Ting's identity. "Mr. Wang, your identity has been verified. You can enjoy the 10% discount from our company." The sales manager passed the martial warrior credential back to Wang Ting respectfully. Wang Xinghua and Li Xiaomei felt proud and complicated at the same time. Next, they proceeded with the house buying. They paid and signed the contract. A slash of the card, and 300 million was gone. Fortunately, they had the house. After they bought all the furniture, they could move in right away. "Have a nice day." The sales manager sent Wang Ting and his family to the door and watched them leave in their car. When he returned to the lobby, a few other sales managers immediately gathered around him. "Brother Lin, did the family make a purchase just now?" "Yes. They took out 300 million just like that." The sales manager, who had received Wang Ting and his family, said, TSK, 300 million. Brother Lin, you can buy a house with your commission this time." The other sales managers were extremely jealous. Such rich people. "Brother Lin, how much discount did you give them?" 10%. "What? 10%? There's a martial warrior among them." The other sales managers were dumbfounded. "That's right. The young man is a martial warrior. He's the one who paid for the house," the sales manager replied. "Martial warriors. They are wealthy and enjoy all kinds of benefits. Jealousy is causing me to fall apart. In the car, Wang Ting said, Dad, Mom, find time tomorrow and buy some furniture. Move as quickly as possible. It's safer there. All right, we will take a look tomorrow, Wang Xinghua said. After they reached home, Li Xiumei threw Daodu to Wang Ting and asked him to help take care of her for a moment while she tidied and arranged Daodu's room. In the living room, Wang Ting and Daodu sat opposite on the sofa and stared at each other. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.